Ali Orr, the top of the order, I thought was excellent. Didn't give Notts a sniff throughout the day. Tom Haynes was the more eye-catching batsman, the senior of the two openers, the Sussex skipper, of course, leading run scorer last year. But he did. I think if he were bowling at Tom Haynes in the opening half an hour yesterday, you might have thought, he might just give me a chance. Yep. It didn't work out like that, but there were one or two shots that found its way to the boundary via unconventional methods, shall we say, and after then he settled down a very, very accomplished half-century. And I think Sussex, as I say, have been delighted. Both openers passing 50. Delray Rawlins 49. He should have added his name to that list, really. He had a ball in the penultimate over of the day from Stephen Mullaney outside the off stump. I think had it been the final over, or had he not been on 49, he probably would have left it, should have left it, but tried to cut it away and dragged it on. Trooped off, bitterly disappointed. But Tom Clark, through it all, is another one. He's not given a chance, and when you think his previous career best was only 65, he's in uncharted territory. But he didn't give Notts a sniff at all last night. The only thing we slightly queried, wasn't it, was at the start of the final over, was it a good decision or wasn't it a good decision? He took a single to leave young Archie Lenham to bat out the final over. Had a wicket gone down, then they might have said, hang on, you're the senior fella. But I suppose no, that Sussex would have wanted Clark there this morning, and as it happens, they've got them both there. But interesting to see how they go. The patrons are making their way in, not quite as many in as there were yesterday. Just now, wasn't a great crowd yesterday in terms of numbers, but those that were here, and certainly those I've spoken to, very much enjoyed their day. Of course, depending on whether you're supporting the side from the East Midlands or the side from the South Coast, you might have a different viewpoint on how the day went. But I think what everybody unanimously was agreed on was that it was good to have cricket back, and they very much enjoyed it, albeit a little chilly out there watching from the seats.
It certainly was. And we were referring to the weather forecast a little earlier on. I mean, I think the good news is if we can get through the next hour or so without any rain, it would seem as if it's going to brighten up during the day. So fingers crossed. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you don't see the lights come on. We'll just do a little check around the ground just to make sure the commentary, and Dave and I is going out around there. There's a good friend Julian at the top of the stand, vigorously waving his cap in the air. So, and just to reiterate, clearly if you haven't got a headset on, you won't be able to hear us anyway, but people, if you're sitting next to someone who's saying, where do you get your headsets from? Well, they are for sale in the club shop for £10. And of course, wherever you're listening from at home, a very good morning to you as well. And don't forget the live stream is available through both Sussex and Notts. So, click on that. The cameras, there are new cameras here at Hove, and we had a couple of messages yesterday saying how good they were and how good it was to be able to see the whole ground. I mean, it's funny how this is evolving, Dave, isn't it? Not so long ago, it was it was just sort of, you just saw the wicket and that was that, but now it's right across the ground, which is great. Yeah, we've heard word over the last week or two, haven't we, that there's a new broadcast deal being set up, and you think, surely they've got to show more county cricket, more county championship cricket. It's our showpiece game, the red ball game. I would love to see more cricket on the television, but then if you have a week off and you're at home, I just love the fact that all the games are now streamed, so you can click here, there and everywhere if you've got the facility to do it. And if the particular game you want to watch is finished early or it's raining, you can watch the game up in Durham or Worcester or Yorkshire or Kent or wherever it may be. And there is the facility now to watch red ball cricket through the various streaming methods. Is that Finn down there again? Yes, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who came and joined us yesterday. It was great fun, and in the background you can perhaps hear the tannoy announcement welcoming the umpires and the players. So we are going to start on time. Yeah, interesting. I always, probably as you do, Dave, keep an eye on the grounds team, Ben Gibson and his guys. Now, generally speaking, when there's no rain around, they go to the far end of the ground where the groundsman's hut is and all their equipment is. Today, they're at this end, the bottom end of the ground, and they've just camped themselves here. And I think they've just been putting the advertising boardings back, actually. I wouldn't take too much into it that they're still at this end, because
They've just had to bring all the covers off, and they've rebuilt all the advertising hoardings down here, because a lot of them blew over yesterday, of course. So just keep an eye on them. But you're quite right, they will know if it's going to rain before anybody else.
Yeah, and a couple of them were looking at their phones. I mean, I know they've got all sorts of rain apps, all these things about, it's going to rain in a minute, in an hour, whatever it is. However, Dave's going to do an update for the listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham, and it's going to be Luke Fletcher who's going to get us underway on day 2 here at Hove, bowling to Tom Clark, who's 82 not out, within 18 of a maiden first-class century. On a gloomy morning, I did think the lights might be on, but actually they're not, but it can't be that far away. So here comes Fletcher with the first ball of the second day here at Hove. He's in and bowls to Clark, and Clark is immediately on his way and just clips that nicely down to a fine leg, where it's fielded by Joe Everson, and Sussex go to 303 for 6. A very good morning wherever you're listening from. The usual way of communicating are open this morning. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk on Twitter, or my own Twitter handle is at Adrian Harms. Dave Bracegirdle at Brace Cricket, and if you want to email us, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. There's some reaction online on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed this morning, an interview I did last night with Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, who was very pleased with the way things went yesterday, as you would expect. But it's young Archie Lenham now who's facing Luke Fletcher. Fletcher comes in and bowls, and Lenham is forward. There's a lovely shot, just punches that away through the leg side and picks up a single, does Archie Lenham. And there's quite a difference in physique between Luke Fletcher, who's a big, tall, strong man, leading wicket taker in the county championship last season, and Archie Lenham, who's just 17 years of age, a very slight build. But for all of that, we saw last year that he's not frightened. He's straight into line, and he's a very fine prospect, the young leg spinner. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of overs from him in this match, as in comes Fletcher down the hill, bowls, and Clark is forward, so runs off the first 3 balls of the morning as Tom Clark eases that to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And picks up a single to take him to 84. The rest of the Sussex batting lineup to come. Steve Finn is scheduled to come in next. Henry Crocombe and Jamie Atkins, all of whom can... Well, I haven't seen Steve Finn bat in a Sussex shirt, but certainly Henry Crocombe has made some useful runs last season. So Tom Clark can rest assured that he's got some batsmen around him who will hopefully steer him towards his 100, and hopefully Sussex towards some more batting bonus points from a Sussex point of view. Fletcher in bowls, and Lenham shoulders arms. That's that one passed by outside of the off stump, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. So 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Dave was saying, it's a smaller crowd than yesterday. Better cricket watching conditions, in that the wind has virtually dropped away to nothing. I mean, the flag that was billowing away yesterday is absolutely limp to the flagpole away to my right-hand side by the clock tower scoreboard. Fletcher in and bowls, and Lenham is forward and punches that into the covers, and there is no room. Fielded there by Liam Patterson-White, who bowled beautifully yesterday. 30 county championship season. Lenham just rehearses a couple of shots as he waits for Luke Fletcher to walk back up the hill to the Cromwell Road end. A few people have just sort of looked at the weather forecast and thought, we'll just wait and see what it's like in the morning before we decide whether or not to go to the cricket. Fletcher in the bowls. Lenham solidly forwards, a ball of good length, right to the pitch of the ball, right into line. Plays it straight back down to mid-off. There is no run. End of the opening over of the second day. And Sussex have added 3 runs to their overnight total. They're 305 for 6. Lenham on 1. Clark is on 84. It looks like it's going to be Brett Hutton who's going to take the first over from the C end of the ground. And this ball is 17 overs old. I did wonder yesterday when Nottinghamshire took the new ball. Confirmation there that Brett Hutton is going to bowl the next over, or the opening over from this CN. You did wonder whether with the new ball, Sussex might lose 2 or 3 wickets, but as it was, Tom Clark and Delray Rawlings played really well, and it was a a shame for Sussex that Del Rey was out off the last ball of the penultimate over yesterday when he was on 49, but a really good partnership between Clark and Rawlins of 87 saw Sussex safely negotiate that new ball, and certainly at the start of play, as we were saying earlier on, Sussex will have taken that position at the close of play. Davey's back for his update, and he's going to pick up commentary on this first over from the C end of the ground.
Yeah, Brett Hutton to bowl this second over of the morning. Picked up a wicket yesterday. It was a tough old start to the day for Brett Hutton. Hasn't bowled a maiden yet. 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 69. Bowls here and, very nearly gifted a wicket there as Clark went chasing one, had a bit of a hoo-ha outside the off stump. Well taken by Tom Moores, diving down to his left. One wicket that Brett Hutton got was a little bit of a gimme, just short of a length, and Ollie Carter pulled it to mid-wicket where Liam Patterson-White took a fine catch.
We were extolling the virtues of Grant Flower and the work he's done with the young Sussex batsman, but he would not have been pleased with that shot there from Tom Clark. That was poor.
No, not so good to keep the pressure on him. 84 becomes 85 with a confident-looking push into the offside. Not reached 3 figures in first-class cricket before Tom Clark, so the closer he gets, you'd imagine there might just be a chirp or two. There might be a little bit more pressure put on him by the bowling side. I suppose the most pressure put on Tom Clark will be that he puts on himself to cross the 3-figure line. Archie Lenham taking guard. He'll face Brett Hutton for the first time. Does look fairly diminutive standing there at the crease.
Seeing him stand against Luke Fletcher, it really was like little and large.
There's Hutton to bowl to him. 2 slips, Clark and Duckett. They go down beside Tom Moores, and Lenham clips it on the leg side, and that's fielded by Hasib Hamid, he's got more pieces of tape on his finger ends than skin at the moment. All his fingers seem to be well bound, well protected.
One thing about Archie Lenham, Dave, he may be diminutive and he's a small lad, but he is not frightened. He will be straight into line.
He's a battler, is it? Hutton to bowl to him. Gets into line and defends it. Quick scan up and down the country, and there's play in all 8 matches.
Wonderful. Well, that's really good news. There's a few interruptions around the country yesterday. I think here in Southampton got the full 96 in.
4-century opening partnerships, quite extraordinary. There's Hutton. Ian again bowls. Lenham a push to mid-off. Says yes, and a great bit of fielding by Mullane. He's thrown the stumps down. Ball ricochets away. Tom Moores reacts quickest to prevent any overthrows, but that was good from Mullane at mid-off. Through to the bowler's end, hit the stumps, but Lenham had set off as soon as he'd played the ball out towards the Nottinghamshire skipper like a jackrabbit. He made his ground.
It reminded me, we were talking yesterday about run-outs, and there was a game last year with Archie Lenham. Very nearly got Sussex over the line in a 50-over Royal London game when he was batting with Ollie Carter. A similar shot to that. Sussex were on the verge of winning, and they took an ill-judged single, which resulted in a run-out. But Archie got home in time on this occasion. Well-judged run.
Not as you'd expect, being very methodical for their field set. In fact, Brett Hutton really being very deliberate and wants something here. Duckett at second slip involved in it as well. Tom Moores standing up to Brett Hutton, which is no mean effort. Hutton bowls and it's eased into the offside to the ball polisher in chief, Liam Patterson-White, who had a good day yesterday.
He did.
And that's the end of the second over of the morning. Sussex starting on 302 for 6. They've added 5 runs, taking Tom Clark to 85 and Archie Lenham to 2. And following live county championship cricket brought as ever to you by the BBC with myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and the award-winning Adrian Harms.
Oh dear. Hopefully that'll all finish after this round. But thank you, Dave. Still quite gloomy, but I reckon we're sort of on the cusp of lights.
I'm surprised they're not on, actually.
Yeah, there's not a complete cloud cover above the ground as in comes Fletcher running in down the hill, bowls, and that's short, and well played by Archie Lennon. It rather ballooned through to keeper Tom Walls, but he kept his eye on the ball, did Archie Lennon, which is the most important thing to do, and he just watched it sail over his right shoulder and into the gloves of Tom Walls, and there was no run. Did you see anyone from Notts afterwards? Anyone sort of speak or give any reaction yesterday, Dave, at all?
No, I saw some quotes from Liam Patterson-White that he'd given to the club. In fact, I had a natter to Liam this morning. He was coming in as I arrived here, so had a little bit of a...
Fletcher in bowls, and Lennon is on his toes and just turns that through square leg and picks up a single. Does Archie Lennon? He goes to 3, and Sussex 308 for 6.
Yes, I'm sure you didn't expect all 34 overs on the first day, and somebody else piped up just so long as it's not 50 overs in the first innings. So they're well aware that they want to polish Sussex off this morning, but so far the wicket isn't true. No hint of any appreciative movement from either Fletcher or Hutton. Both batsmen seem to have settled in nicely. 308 for 6.
Yes, they do. And Tom Clarke, who began the morning on 82, has added 3 to his overnight score as he closes in, maybe on a maiden first-class century. We shall see. In comes Fletcher bowls, and Clarke is solidly forward, plays into the covers and fielded by the very lively Hamid. He's a very lively fielder. He was all day yesterday, actually, wasn't he? You know, you would want to take a quick single to him. He's always lurking.
Simon Trafford, what was Adrian given an award for? He was the County Cricket Commentator of the Year last year.
Yeah, I'm very proud to get it as well. Fletcher turns, he's got 2 slips as he races down the hill, comes in and bowls, and Clarke is forward to ball good length and plays it to Patterson-White, who trots in from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run.
Some talk that you will get the penthouse of your choice in this new block that's being built just outside the ground.
Yeah, I think they're a bit out of my reach, Dave. My understanding is, and someone from the club might correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they've all been sold. So it's a block of flats or apartments, we should say. Very nice. Well, at the minute it's the shell of a building, but I'm sure they'll be very swanky apartments indeed, which the higher floors will look over the sea. There's a change in the field here. Luke Fletcher has just moved his mid-wicket out to deep mid-wicket, so there's 2 men out on the leg side. I wonder whether Tom Clarke will fall into the trap as Fletcher is in and bowls, and a good delivery, super delivery, beats Tom Clarke, and he hasn't been beaten too often in this innings, Tom Clarke, but that was a pacey delivery, and Luke Fletcher really bent his back, and Clarke beaten outside the outside edge to keep him more. That was a good bit of bowling.
Was indeed, yeah. Lovely delivery from the thus far wicketless Luke Fletcher, none for 70. Just back to the apartments, I guess. You know, the cricket fans will want to be on this side so they can have a view of the ground, and those that want to see the sea will want to be around the other side. Still a good old distance away from the sea, isn't it? Yeah,
in comes Fletcher bowls, and Clarke all runs here. He's going to actually get 4 runs. There's no third man, and Luke Fletcher is annoyed. He stands with his hands on hips. And Tom Clarke gets a boundary, perhaps forged a boundary, but he won't mind about that. He goes to 89. Sussex 312 for 6. Lennon on 3. Clarke on 89. Luke Fletcher 19 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 74. I have to say, I think he's bowled a little better than perhaps those figures suggest. Wicketless at the moment. First email of the day has come in from John. It's hello from Israel.
Crikey.
Yeah, he says, morning all. I've now moved from Cairo, where I was a regular participant by email. Lovely to have you all back. Good luck to Sussex for what I think will be a pivotable season. That's from John. Thank you, John. So it looks like he's in Tel Aviv. So great to hear from you. And thank you for getting in touch. I don't know whether you've lived in Sussex, you're a Sussex man or boy, John, or what your affiliation is, but it'd be good to know.
Hutton running up the slope. Last Saggers, ball's clipped on the leg side, and Seba Mead wearing squad number 99 first there. Ball immediately lobbed to Patterson White to give it a polish. We're in the 100th over here, so not so... We've got to start looking towards this breakthrough if they're going to get maximum bowling points, something they pride themselves on, the bowling unit. They'll need 3 wickets in just under 11 overs in order to do that. Next one's helped away by Lenham on the leg side. Just the one. Single to Lenham moves him on to 4, 313 for 6. So Sussex need 37 in now 10.5 overs for a 4th batting point. I think it's unrealistic to suggest they'd be going to reach 400 in the allotted 110 overs. But they should get to 350, provided there isn't a bit of a clatter of wickets. It's a bit noisy this morning. Is that the crane behind us on those apartments?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know how much work actually goes on when matches are in place, but there is a little bit more noise. I agree. There's always work going on flats and apartments around the ground as well.
Here's Hutton. In again, bowling. Tom Moore's standing up. This one's just eked out onto the offside square of the wicket for another single. Umpire Rob Bailey swapping over at the moment from square leg to the right-hander, square leg to the left-hander.
There's an email from Kathy Walsh, which I'll read in a minute. She's in High Wycombe, and the initials after her name are MCFHP, MAFHP. So I don't know if that's some professional qualification. Kathy, you'll have to let us know.
It's an emoji. It's on in and bowls. No, it sounds very fancy.
That's just good.
Go again, slowly then.
It's FCFHP.
FC.
MCFHP. So I've no idea. Perhaps. Anyway, Kathy lives in High Wycombe. And she says she's got a day off today, so have the earbud in whilst doing chores. Hoping for at least 400 from Sussex and a Clark ton, as ever enjoying the commentary. Yeah. Good luck for the season.
Yeah, both of those have got to be realistic aims, haven't they, from here? He's now on to 90, 314 for 6, so the platform certainly there to put 400 on the board. Lenham's on strike, and almost doing for either bowler at the moment. We're not in line. We're at the moment with Brett Hutton bowling from our end of the ground. We're sort of a wide-ish long-on position, looking on. We're not high in the sky like in one or two venues. We're just in a first floor media block. Sense that we're fairly close to the action, but we're not in a great position really to playing on this particular strip to see how much movement there is as Hutton comes in again to Lenham solidly behind it, pushes it back to the bowler. End of the over, 314 for 6. So I would suggest Sussex are going along at something like 3.14 and over. Is that pi?
It is. Oh dear. I remember from maths lessons at school, pi r squared and 2 pi r. I could never remember which was the area and which was the circumference. And
I think 3.1, was it 3.142?
Was it?
Or something was pi, but 314 after 100 overs. So next 10 overs we'll see the remaining time in which bonus points can be accrued. So pi r squared, I think, was the area. Wherever this question is leading.
Yeah, it is. The reason was I can remember being at school and we were taught all about pi and areas of circles and things. And we made an awful hash of it, and we had to stay behind and do extra maths, and we missed football. That was the worst thing.
Well, that's a bit of a punishment, isn't it?
God, not half. Yeah.
Stay behind to do extra maths.
Yeah, I think I've still got it wrong as well, Dave. But there you go.
Paul Taylor is watching the live stream because he's got nothing else to do. I can assure you the ball is doing nothing, he says in big letters. I know him, he'll be feet on the couch, cup of tea.
Luke Fletcher. Running him down the hill, bowls to Tom Clark. Now those two men are out on the hook, and he fed him a short delivery. Tom Clark took it on. The ball hit him around the thigh pad and ricocheted into the slip cord, and there he is.
Could have dropped on the stumps, couldn't it?
Yes, it could have. It wasn't far away.
That'd be a way to get out on 90, wouldn't it? Crikey.
I think it's got a little lighter. actually. I think it's just not quite as gloomy as it was. And interesting getting an email from Kathy up there.
Are they rose-tinted glasses you've got on? Because I was just thinking it was getting a bit gloomier.
No, I thought it got a little bit lighter. It might be. Perhaps I need a visit to Specsavers.
I certainly do.
In comes Fletcher again, bowls, and Clark hammers that one back. A really good stop at backward point. That's the substitute field.
No, it's Lyndon James.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Diving away to his right, but that came right out of the meter, Tom Clark's bat. And when he hit that, he'd have thought that was on its way for a boundary.
Yeah,
a good diving save.
Decent day in the field yesterday, Lyndon, and bowled quite tidily. The two sub-fielders that we had yesterday are here as well, neither on the field at the moment, Calvin Harrison and Toby Petman. Sure, we'll see them from time to time, depending on how long lots are out there in the field.
Fletcher with 2 slips. Bowls and Clark forwards a ball of good length, and he just nudges that on the leg side and picks up a single. The reason there's a single there is because Luke Fletcher had moved his mid-wicket to a deep mid-wicket, and therefore there was a comfortable single for Tom Clark. So good batting by Clark. He goes to 91, 315 for 6. So a couple of messages to Kathy. I was just going to say to Kathy, she's been back in touch. The letters after my name represent a qualification for foot health care.
Oh.
So if you have any corns that need looking at, there we are. So it's something about I imagine the P might be podiatrist at the end. I'm only guessing.
C, chiropodist?
Could be, yeah.
F for feet?
Yeah. So and actually, Kathy, one more question for you. If you're in High Wycombe, I'm wondering whether the sun has reached that and whether whether the weather's moving this way, which would be good. In comes Fletcher, bowls, that's short, and Archie Lennon ducks underneath it. He's not going to be intimidated, young Archie, and he just lets the ball sail over his head into the safe gloves of Tom Moores. There is
Didn't see a deal of that yesterday, did we? Things banged in halfway down. Not the express bowlers of the likes of Broad or Jake Ball, I guess, or James Pattinson when he arrives. They tend to find the middle of the strip rather more than Fletcher and Brett Hutton do.
Fletcher again to Archie Lennon, and Lennon is up on his toes and steers that backward of square on the leg side and picks up a single. Does Archie Lennon? He goes to 5. Sussex 3-1-6 for 6. Julian has been in touch from the upper tier in the grandstand from his seat. Good morning from the top of the pavilion where it's rather chilly. My batteries ran out yesterday, but I'm fully charged today. That's poor on the first day.
I think my batteries ran out yesterday.
I missed your chat with Finn Hudson-Prentice. What did he say about his injury? Well, I'm glad you're fully charged today, Julian. Yeah, but a good chat to Finn, and more after this delivery is Luke Fletcher is on his way in and bowls to Tom Clark, and more runs here for Clark, who turns the ball down to fine leg and picks up a single.
It was good fun, wasn't it? It was good company. Took everything, or I tried to steer towards him in good humour. The matches against Notts, and talked about his hair compared to Seba Meads and Rory Burns.
Yes,
one or two other things. Good fun.
Yeah, it was. And in fact, and I think we felt very well. We did not. Yeah. I think we did feel for him. He was saying that his back felt sore during the warm-up game. He went for a scan. But he was hopeful that he might be able to bat, but not bowl. But the medical advice has been for resting for, I think he said 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah, no golf either.
No golf. He was telling us that he's a sort of 4 handicapper. Supports Liverpool was another thing he told us. But he was, and he said he can't really do anything for 4 to 5 weeks, and then he begins his rehab, provided the scans showed that everything is okay. So he's going to miss a few weeks, Finn. Yeah. We really did feel for him yesterday.
Little drag for the lad, but let's hope he comes back fit and firing.
Yeah.
There's Brett Hutton, hoping to be fit and firing in this particular over, round the wicket to Clark, who's a couple of boundaries away from what would be a very accomplished century. Pushes the first ball of this over back to the bowler, and immediately it's just helped on its way to Patterson White to give it a bit of a wipe.
Weather update from Kathy in High Wycombe is that the sun is coming out there, so it's a little way north of here, but the weather is coming from that direction, so that's encouraging.
Lived there a million years ago. This time it's run away down towards third man for a couple of runs, so he's now one maximum away. Is Tom Clark from a century. I'm not seeing the ball clear the ropes yet. It would be quite a flamboyant way to get there, and I'm not suggesting by any means that he'll be looking to smash a 6 for his first 100, but it would be a glorious sight, wouldn't it? He wouldn't be the first to reach his first milestone with a 6. Calls are more audible today. We had a difficulty hearing them yesterday because of the gusty conditions. Mead close in there on the offside doing the fielding. 319 for 6, Lenham 5, Clark 94. Yesterday we had Ali Hall making 68, Tom Haynes 59 and Delray Rawlins 49. They were the leading hands in this Sussex first innings, put into bat by Stephen Mullaney. This Hutton bowls pushed square of the wicket on the offside. Joe Clark out of the slip corner for the time being, does the fielding.
What were you doing in High Wycombe? Was that a job?
When I was in the Air Force,
yeah,
it was a base at RAF High Wycombe. I was there 93, all of 93, just for about a year. 319 for 6. Next one's pushed back to the bowler, and Brett Hutton doesn't pick it up himself. He just kicks it out onto the onside for Patterson White to pick up and again start polishing.
Did you become sort of a closet Wycombe Wanderers fan at all? Did you ever?
I went to see them. Yeah, that was the period when Martin O'Neill was their manager, okay. And they just big things were happening. They just moved from Lokes Park to Adams Park when I was there. Adams Park was in its first season as a ground hit on the bounce. This one to Clark at backward point, end of the over. I was keeping it tight this morning. 17 runs have come, but precious little sign of a breakthrough. 319 for 6. So yeah, I went down and saw them a few times, but me going to watch a football match is nothing fresh, Adrian. I think pretty much in my time down there at High Wycombe, I've got to see all the respective clubs at various points. Dad was watching. Liam Patterson White's dad would have been very pleased yesterday with what he saw from Liam, involved in the first 5 wickets to go down, 3 wickets to him, a catch and a run out.
Well, Luke Fletcher is coming in down the hill from the Cromwell Road, bowls to Archie Lenham, and Lenham just steers that. A howl from the slip corner, but that looked a decent enough shot from young Archie. He goes to 6, Sussex to 300. Oh, he's already got up actually. Lenham, no, there we go. Lenham to 6, Sussex 320 for 6, which brings Tom Clark on strike, who's on 94. So this is inching towards another batting point, but they will.
I was just thinking that Sussex could do with Clark getting to his 100. I'm not sure he'll change the way he's playing, and I'm not entirely sure they're chasing this 350, are they? But they could do with him getting to 100 sooner rather than later if they are indeed looking to get a 4th batting point.
Sam Osborne's been in touch. Hello, Sam. He says, good morning, Adrian. Good morning, Dave. I took yesterday off work to go down to the county ground. I just about managed to warm up. Even the floodlights were swaying at one point. Yeah, I mean, it really was blowing a hoolie yesterday. Fletcher on his way again, bowls. And Clark is surprised by a ball with a bit more bounce, and it just eludes the edge, and Luke Fletcher pauses in the middle of the pitch and gives Tom Clark a long, hard stare. Tom Clark looks completely unfazed and just wanders away in the direction of fine leg, but some encouragement there for the bowlers. We didn't see too many yesterday. I mean, it didn't spit at Tom Clark or anything like that. There's just a bit of extra bounce. I'm sure the Sussex bowlers sitting up there on the balcony will have made note of that. 320 for 6, Clark on 94, Lenham on 6. Fletcher turns at the end of his run. Moral victory for the bowler. He's in and bowls, and Clark is solidly forward. Good technique by Tom Clark. He's not been put off by that delivery. There is no run. the scores in the other county championship games. In a minute, there's a clatter of wickets at Essex. Essex yesterday 220 before they lost their first wicket. Sir Alistair Cook with a century. They're now 262 for 4. So they lost 4 wickets for 40 odd. As Dave was saying, they are playing pretty much everywhere. As in comes Fletcher, bowling to Clark, and Clark up on his toes and steers that into the offside. He's going to get a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Tom Clark moves to within 5 of a maiden first-class century. And Sussex to 321 for 6 on a grey, overcast, chilly morning here on the south coast. But the rain that was, looking at the weather forecast last night, they were talking about it, skirting along the south coast. Well, it hasn't skirted as far as Hove. There were a few bits and pieces of rain earlier on, but since then the skies do look a little brighter. So fingers crossed it stays away. As Fletcher comes in to bowl to Archie Lenham. He's in and bowls, and Lenham lets that go outside the off stump. Good judgment by Archie Lenham, who's just 17 years of age, made his debut for Sussex last year when he was a year younger, obviously. His first ball in T20 cricket, he got a wicket here. He was a major part of Sussex getting through to finals day in T20. Played a bit of championship cricket as well. Had a bit of a back problem in the winter, so I was told by coach Ian Salisbury, but he's recovered from that, and he's not shirking here. And Fletcher is running in hard from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Archie Lenham. Now that beats him outside the off stump. Archie just pulled the bat inside the line as if to say, well, I've let that one go, but I think he did play and miss at that. Nonetheless, his wicket remains intact, and Sussex are 321 for 6 with Tom Clark on 95, Archie Lenham on 6. Quick battle around the other scores in the championship. So in the first division, Kent 288 for 4. Sorry, Essex 288 for 4 against Kent at Chelmsford. Hampshire 134 without loss at Southampton in reply to Somerset. It's 180. Gloucestershire 178 for 8 at Northampton. I saw James Bracey was in the runs yesterday for Gloucestershire. In fact, he's still there. He's 91 not out, making an early claim, perhaps for some England recognition. James Bracey, fine batsman. Ollie Pope, 45 not out for Surrey. Surrey 174 for 3 at Edgbaston. In Division 2, Glamorgan 194 for 5 against Durham in Cardiff. Worcestershire 127 for 4 against Leicestershire at Grace Road, as Brett Hutton is in around the wicket, bowls to Tom Clark, who's forward and eases that out into the covers. And there is no run, fielded there by Joe Clark. Middlesex piling on the runs at Lords against Derbyshire, 320 for 4, a century for Steve Eskenazi yesterday. Robbie White going along nicely, good young cricketer, he's 48 not out. Here at Hove, Sussex 321 for 6. As Brett Hutton turns and runs away from us. Tom Moore's standing up to the stumps. In and bowls, Clark forward, a ball, a good length, plays it into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Hamid. So finishing Sam's email, he says, a great day of cricket, looking forward to watching day 2 on the new and improved live stream. Looks like the young Sussex batters have been hard at work this winter. Well, that was a point we raised last night when I spoke after the match to Tom Haynes. It's an interview you can hear on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed. And Tom was talking about the work that's been done with Grant Flower, the new Sussex batting coach. Hutton in again around the wicket bowls, and Clark plays that one away. More runs here. Now there's going to be at least a couple and possibly 3 here for Tom Clark. Joe Clark is in hot pursuit, and they settle for a couple of runs. So Tom Clark now within a boundary of his maiden first-class century. He's on 97. Sussex 323 for 6.
It'll be an animated dressing room, won't it? They're all out there on the balcony watching him, and it'll be a case of don't move.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What a moment. I'm sure he's got a butterflies are going in his stomach. Born in Haywards Heath. Tom Clark, as in comes Hutton bowls, and Clark's at it again. There's more runs here. I don't think this is going to be a century. It's going to be a couple more runs for Tom Clark. They're chasing back, looking for the third, but they're going to settle for a couple. So Tom Clark goes to 99. The 21-year-old. What a moment this will be for him. 25 for 6.
The next
field
one.
now coming in. They're not going to make it easy, and you wouldn't expect them to. You know, county championship centuries have to be fought hard for. Stephen Mullaney will not be making this easy for Tom Clark. So there's a ring of fielders now, just the one fielder out saving a single, who is the fine leg, as Brett Hutton runs in from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward, and he was looking for the single, and Archie Lenham had backed up a long way as well. But that ring of fielders on the offside are right on their toe. I love this, Dave.
Yeah,
this is the way it should be.
Exactly.
You know, these centuries are hard fought for. And Stephen Mullaney is not going to make it easy for Tom. 325 for 6. One more ball remaining in this over. Hutton runs away from us. Into bowl to the left-handed Clark, and Clark is forward and eases that into the covers as well. He's going to have to wait if he's going to get to 3 figures. Will Tom Clark? 325 for 6. Lenham on 6, Clark on 99. A couple of other emails came in just while you were next door. Dave Julian says he wouldn't have wanted to have been the crane operator on the new apartments yesterday in those gals. That's a very good point.
Yeah.
I wonder if you get the stage where you almost stop working on them, to be honest.
Yeah, you wouldn't get me up there on one of those hoists. You know, you see the cameraman up there at the golf and what have you. No, thank you.
We had Graham on yesterday from Thailand, and I was asking how, and he says it's another hot and sunny late afternoon. He's enjoying the cricket again. I did struggle with the name of the city, and it's pronounced Pit Sanulok. Pit Sanulok in Thailand. And he says, I look forward to hearing your attempt. So, Pit Sanulok. Graham, I don't know if that's any good. Anyway, here comes Luke Fletcher.
Fletcher down the slope then. Passed on by Bailey. Bowls to Lenham down the leg side, taken by Tumbling Tom Moores. Joe Clark at first slip. Ben Duckett alongside him at second. Then a gap to backward point where Joey Everson is standing with arms folded. To his right, Asib Mead. Having a bit of a natter with everybody. Loves the chat out there, does Asib. He's at extra cover. His captain, Stephen Mullaney, completes the offside field. He's at mid-off. Here comes Fletcher. Short sleeve shirt, bowls and cut away nicely by Lenham. That'll run away down the slope here to the left of Everson. Had no chance of cutting that off. Bottom edge, nicely played. Plenty of bat on it. Runs away to the unprotected third man area for 4. Lenham's on to 10.
I can see Liam Patterson-White warming up. I don't know if he's doing that just to keep warm, but he was certainly going through a bit of a warm-up routine.
It's like yesterday morning. This hasn't started as Notts dearly would have wished. All back with Fletcher. Lenham on 10 on strike. Young right-hander gets solidly behind this and defends. So we've done the offside field on the leg side. Brett Hutton at mid-on, standing with hands on his knees. Liam Patterson-White polishing the ball as ever at mid-wicket. Slater at square leg, having a good old natter with the umpire, and down at long leg Lyndon James. Fletcher once more, because a gentleman watching the action from the balcony on the far side. This is pushed to the right of point. Joey Everson, and they come back for a couple. Productive over this so far for Sussex and for Archie Lenham. He's moved on to 6. Or 6 from this over, I beg your pardon. He's moved on to 12. 331 for 6.
We're just going to have a update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Do you mind if I just take over, Dave?
No, you take over.
Comes Luke Fletcher, running in down the hill, bowl to Lenham. Lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Tom Moores. And there is no runs. As Dave was saying, it's been a profitable morning for Sussex. They've added 29 to their overnight score. These two have actually added 30 now for this 7th wicket. Archie Lenham coming in for 7 balls last night when Delray Rawlings was dismissed. And it looks to me as if Liam Patterson might well be coming into the attack because the warm-up is becoming even more rigorous. In comes Fletcher over the wicket, bowls, and Lenham is solidly forward, played into the covers, and there is no run. End of the over. Luke Fletcher trudges away to his fielding position. He's bowled 22 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 85. And Sussex 331 for 6. Lenham on 12. Clark is on 99. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Well, very exciting here because Tom Clark, who was born in Haywards Heath, he's a 21-year-old left-handed batsman, is on the verge of his maiden first-class century. He's 99 not out. Sussex have had a good morning here. They're 331 for 6. Archie Lenham is winning on 12. And so there'll be a few butterflies in the stomach, I'm sure, of young Tom Clark. Meanwhile, up at Edgbaston, Surrey going along very nicely against the county champions Warwickshire. They're 186 for 3. Ollie Pope has just gone to his half century. He's on 53. So if they were able to cut the live feed in the studio, that would be very much appreciated. So Tom Clark is going to take strike. He's on 99. He's faced 179 balls. There's just a slight delay here. It is indeed going to be Liam Patterson-White who's going to come into the Nottinghamshire attack. Wonderful figures yesterday. 34 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 69. So there's a slip and a short leg. And everyone in saving the single, as you would expect. So here comes Patterson-White. He's in and bowls, and Clark is forward to the first delivery. He plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. And Patterson-White fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 3 men saving, 1 on the off, 4 on the leg. Patterson-White in again, bowled to Tom Clark, and Clark is not to be tempted and just plays that along the ground to mid-wicket, fielded there by Duckett. And again, there is no run. They're making him wait. White from the C end, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Tom Clark punches this to mid off, but he can't beat Lyndon James, who's fielding there. The Notts fielders right on their toes here. Tom Clark comes down the wicket and just does a little bit of gardening. Some White in again, bowls, and forward is Tom Clark, just plays it quietly onto the onside. It's a good contest this between the two. Clark has played 4 dot balls here in this over, whilst he's on 99. And he waits again. Edson White is in and bowls, and Clark plays this into the covers, and there's a good diving save in the covers to prevent a run. That was Joe Clark. 5 balls gone in the over. Will it be 6th time lucky? We shall see. Patterson White in again, bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark plays that into the offside. They're going to take a single. They need to be quick. The throw comes in, and Tom Clark is home. He punches the air in delight. The Sussex players are all on the balcony. They're all applauding. Tom Clark waves his bat in the direction of the southwest stand. The 21-year-old from Haywards Heath scores his maiden first-class century. It's come at Hove. He gets a hug from Archie Lenham. Applause as well, sporting applause from the Nottinghamshire players. It's been a wonderful knock by Tom Clark. 100 off 185 balls. Well batted young man. It's his maiden first-class century, and Sussex 332 for 6.
What a risky single, though. It really, really was. And Joe Clark, well, he's 35 yards from the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was a case of point the barrel, pull the trigger, and hope he hit the stumps. And had he done so, I think Tom Clark might well have been short of his ground. So huge relief for Sussex, and for Tom Clark in particular, when the shy missed. But that's been a superb innings. Really would have been a shocking way to get out, but needn't worry about that anymore. It will forever say that he's registered a first class 100 here at the start of the season. And I'm sure there'll be plenty more. Double bowling change. Lyndon James on from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Clark. Hits this down the ground. There's no run. So we're now in the 107th over. Sussex 3-3-2 for 6. They need 18 from 23 deliveries if they're to get another batting point. So let's see if they pursue that with any great vigour, or whether they're just happy to let the game take its course. 3-3-2 for 6. Lenham has 12. He pretty much made up Clark's mind for him with that single he set off. And he's bowled him! Clark's out for 100. Lyndon James gets his first wicket. Well, better to be out for 100 than 99, but whether he was still a little bit scrambled from the euphoria of reaching 100. Looking at the strip, it might have done a little bit. Those of you watching on the live stream, if you've had a good view of that, it did do a bit, but Nottinghamshire jubilant, and Lyndon James with his first wicket of the new season, and he gets Tom Clark bowled for exactly 100, and it's 3-3-2 for 7.
Well, interesting actually, Dave, because in the previous over from Luke Fletcher, one had a little bit extra bounce. I think that was to Archie Lenham. Oh, it would have been to Tom Clark, but either way, I just wonder whether there's a little bit more there for the bowlers this morning. But Tom Clark had a good long, hard look at the pitch, didn't he? I mean, it's been a blameless pitch. But well batted, Tom Clark. He makes his way off, and the members in the pavilion away to our left-hand side stand and applaud. He'll be disappointed to have got out so soon after reaching that 100, but nonetheless, just listen to the applause as he makes his way off. I think I said yesterday, Dave, that he'd been sort of in and out of the side over the last 2 or 3 seasons. He'd made sort of plenty of 20s and 30s, but had never really gone on to make that big score. But he's done that today, and from a Sussex perspective, let's hope for many more. But by the same token, you have to say good bowling change by Stephen Mullaney, bringing on Lyndon James, picks up a wicket. And Notts will be looking now to try and clean up this Sussex tail.
Looked very quizzical, didn't he, at the wicket? It wasn't a case of, right, I'm out and trooped off. He hung around for a while. There would have been disappointment there. But he went and had a look at a spot on the wicket, as if Lyndon James bowled a magic ball. Well, in terms of what we've seen from Nottinghamshire so far, that was a magic ball, because they've struggled to take wickets. We've got Calvin Harrison on down in front of us here at third man. I think the bowlers are just having a little bit of a breather. Luke Fletcher and Brett Hutton. Stephen Finn on his Sussex debut is the new batsman, and he pushes this first delivery in Sussex colours out onto the offside. Zeba Mead doing the fielding, and we have got the long and the short of things when the two batsmen get together for a bit of a chat with Stephen Finn at 11'19" and Archie Lenham at 3'7".
Yeah, there's quite a contrast between the two, isn't there?
Lyndon James to his 20th over now, 1 for 46, bowls to Finn, and he out onto the offside. So Stephen Finn will have come out armed with tactics and a game plan, I'm sure, to pass on to Archie Lenham as to whether they're to chase the 350, I'm sure. It looks very much to me as if, this morning it has been all about let's try and bat as long as we can and see what we can get, rather than pursue batting points. This one into the pad. I don't think Finn's going to get his first run. He's not. Rob Bailey's going to tap his knee. So triple Nelson on the board. 3-3-3 for 7. Stephen Finn not out. That was a leg by. Lenham has 12 and he's on strike. There'll be 1 ball left in this. The first over of the day from Lyndon James.
6'7.5" is Steve Finn. Archie Lenham, I haven't got his height in here.
James in, bowls, goes through to the keeper. Nigel says, excuse me, hard to tell if it moved off the pitch, Dave. The umpire was in the way. It looked more like a misjudgment to me. It just clipped leg stump, not 100% clear though. Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Mark Beecroft Stretton has been in touch. He says he starts his email by saying, "My dear old things, may one open proceedings by saying how delighted I am to be hearing your collective dulcet tones over the live stream." He says, while working yesterday with the blustery coverage resonating on the screen as the camera undergoes a continuous buffeting, it dawned upon me that I'm in the centre of a cricketing Venn diagram, in that, though born in Derbyshire, my father was born in Bashford. I'm a member of both Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, though Trentbridge remains my spiritual home. Finn Hudson-Prentice, leaving Derbyshire last year, adds to the Sussex contingent as in comes Patterson White. Around the wicket to bowl to Stephen Finn, who's got a slip and a short leg to keep him company. He says, "Do keep up the good work. I can't wait to be at Trentbridge next week to see Marnus fall to the mighty Fletch. Go well," says Mark. Thank you, Mark, for getting in touch. Dave will be there as in comes Patterson White bowls to Stephen Finn, who plays that with soft hands to Hamid, who's at short leg.
Every day's a bonus at the moment, Adrian, with me, I tell you. Crikey. Can't shake off this on tickly cough.
Patterson White in, bowls to Finn, repeat performance. Peter Fields, no runs.
At the end of the over, would you be so kind as to give your email address out? Because I'm sure there's lots of people that would prefer to get in touch on email. I do the old Twittery thing, but
yes, of course.
If anybody's got something that they desperately need to tell us.
Patterson White again played to the offside by Stephen, and I think Dave has called it absolutely right that Sussex are just looking to get as many on the board as they can. They'd like a fourth batting bonus point, of course, but it's not the priority, I don't think.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Patterson White bowls and Finn is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And Patterson White, very economic. Bowling is continued from yesterday. He's now in his 36th over, figures of 3 for 70, and he's bowled extremely well with good control. In again, bowls, Finn forward, played to short leg, there is no run. End of the over, 3 for 7, Lenham on 12, Finn yet to score. Yes, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That's what Omkar has done. He's been in touch and he says, "I'm watching in Wimbledon along with Victoria. It's always a pleasure to play against Nottinghamshire. Despite being a Sussex fan, Nottinghamshire have become my favourite county for the monumental captaincy of Arthur Carr and his insistence of players enjoying cricket before, during and after play. This included the invention of a fast bowler's lunch, otherwise known as the Nottingham sandwich. This was the staple of Harold Larwood and Bill Vose in the run-up to the Bodyline tour, and Carr insisted that vats of beer were carried over from the Trent Bridge into the old pavilion at the real headquarters. Simply put, the Nottinghamshire sandwich consists of 3 or 4 pints of ale, a couple of cigarettes and a cheese roll. Carr really was a genius. I'm sure his England equivalent Jardine owed him a lot for the excellent preparation our SEAM department had for the 32-33 tour."
I live by that mantra to this very day as Lyndon James comes in and bowls to Lenham. Where would I be without a jug of ale and a few cigarettes every lunchtime? Crikey.
Good old Sussex by the Sea, says Omkar. Thank you very much for your email. It's made Dave smile.
For an extra batting point, Sussex would need 17 runs, but they've only got 11 deliveries in which to do it, so that's unlikely. Nottinghamshire would need 2 wickets in these 11 deliveries, so a bit of importance on it, maybe for Notts at the moment, and Lenham lets this go through to Moores.
If you just joined us, Tom Clark making his maiden first-class 100, so a lovely day for the Clark family. And the way that Tom waved his bat in the direction of the southwest stand, I wonder if he had some family members down here. We'll find out a little later on, I'm sure.
I think he was still waving his bat when he got dismissed. Yeah, could have gone on 99.
Oh, yeah.
That was not too far away. The throw from Joe Clark. Next ball sent down by Lyndon James, and Archie Lenham pushing it out as far as a Seabermead. Brett Hutton off the field at the moment. Calvin Harrison doing the 12th duty. Down at third man.
I didn't give the full details of the innings, Dave. 187 balls, 226 minutes, included 9 fours. So the best side of 4 hours for his 100 for Tom Clark.
Chanceless as far as I can recall.
Yeah.
Lovely innings. Lyndon James from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls, lots of oohs and ahs out there, but whipped away out to LPW over in front of the members' pavilion. Good throw back into the gloves of Moores, and the superstitious sort can put their feet down as 3-3-3 becomes 3-3-4, and they call him the Walford Wall. Stephen Finn gets back on strike. James to bowl to Mr. Finn, who pushes it up to mid-off. If I remember rightly, he got a hat-trick in the 2015 World Cup, the one in Australia, Stephen Finn. So that's a nice little thing to have on his CV.
I did interview him once, Dave. The radio station is BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey, and we always cover the Derby. And I remember being up there one June and interviewing Steve Finn. I got a photograph of it. He was with Phil Tufnell.
3-3-4 for 7. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I think we ought to clarify whether he means the Epsom Derby or the Nottinghamshire versus Derbyshire, the big one.
Yeah, and I didn't. I mean, the photograph, I look ridiculous because I'm literally holding the mic up. I'm not the tallest, and I didn't realise what a tall fella Steve Finn is. Yeah,
Nice fella.
Yeah. Yep.
Of course, he was almost instrumental, I think, in a rule change, wasn't he? Because he had a time where he kept kicking over the stumps at the bowler's end, if you recall. And there was all this sort of kerfuffle as to whether it should be a no ball or it wasn't a no ball.
Yes.
I think didn't it happen a few times when Graham Smith, the South African, was batting in that Test series. I think the law became implemented because of him, that it was a no ball if the bowler kicks over the stumps in releasing it.
Goes Patterson White, bowls to Lennon, who flicks this to mid-wicket. This is the last over if Sussex are going to get any more batting bonus points, which we think is long gone now. And there is no run. I think it's got slightly gloomier again. I thought it was brightening up a little, but I'm not so sure now. Patterson White in again. Bowls and forward comes Lennon. Short leg, there is no run. He's got a high score in Test match cricket of 56 against New Zealand in Dunedin, Steve Finn, so he certainly can bat.
That was the one, I think, where he was a night watchman and batted forever, wasn't it?
Patterson White in bowls, and Lennon works this away on the offside. He gets up a single to this sweeper on the cover boundary. Archie Lennon, who's has it very nicely this one. 14 off 35, 3-3-5 for 7.
There's just 3 balls left now in the 110th over, so Notts need 2 wickets from these 3 balls. Sussex need 15 runs.
So White in bowls, and Steve Finn looking to clip that one away through mid-wicket. The ball just dribbles in front of him. There is no run. Just a final word on the Tom Clark innings. He faced 187 balls, which by pure coincidence is the same amount of balls that Alistair Orr faced as well in his innings before he was out with 68. Patterson White in again in bowls. Finn puts a big left foot forward, plays it to the hands of Hamid, but short leg. There is no
there
run.
we are. Notts can only get 2 bowling points, and Sussex can only get 3 batting points.
Yeah. Patterson White again. Bowls Finn forward solidly. Ball just plays down in front of him with soft hands. End of another very economic over from Patterson White. Figures 37 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 71. Sussex 335 for 7. Lenham on 14. Steve Finn yet to score. And we are in the 110th over is gone, so as Dave was saying, no more bonus points can be accrued by outside. Stephen Mullaney's just left the field. He's running up, so I don't know whether he's going for a comfort break or something.
I imagine so, yeah. Lyndon James to bowl. Yeah, Liam Patterson White 3 for 71. You don't always get what you deserve in the game or indeed in life, but I don't think anybody would be too upset if he did get 2 of the last 3 wickets to fall to get a 5 for here. He's bowled beautifully through this innings as Lyndon James fires this one down left alone by Lenham. Knocking on the door of midday, so halfway through this first session of day 2. one wicket to go down today. Tom Clark just the over after he reached three figures. He was bowled by Lyndon James. Exactly 100. That was 3-3-2 for 7. It's now 3-3-5 for 7. As Lyndon James turns, sets off from the sponsor's logo at the far end. Short pitch delivery, goes through to the keeper. And time for me to nip next door again.
Just a message that I've only just noticed. Someone reporting a bit of a high-pitched noise. I don't know whether that's interrupting the commentary. I haven't had too many other messages, so hopefully, if you are listening, if there is a high-pitched noise, if you could let us know. Otherwise, we'll assume that everything is okay. 3-3-5 for 7, as Dave was saying. Wicket bowls, and Lennon with a beautiful shot. That's a lovely looking shot by Archie Lennon. Over pitch by Lyndon James. And Archie Lennon just leant on that and caressed the ball through the covers for 4 runs. That really was a beautiful shot. And for 17 years of age, he's a slight build, Archie Lennon, and he's made a name for himself down at Hove already last season. But, you know, he's a leg spinner with all sorts of tricks. But he's a batsman who's utterly fearless, and he looks totally composed at the crease, and that was a lovely shot. He goes to 18. 3-3-9 for 7. James in over wicket bowls and down the leg side, and he's annoyed with himself. He feels he should have clipped that one down to fine leg for a single, but he misses out. And there is no run. 3-9 for 7. Now, someone else has said that they're loving the cricket, but it's difficult to watching on silent because of the high-pitched constant sound on the YouTube live stream. Could you pass that on to the powers that be? Well, we'll see if we can correct that. I don't think it's a problem from this end, but I will see if we can sort it at the end of the over. In comes James and bowls, and Lennon turns that through mid-wicket for a single. Picks up 1. 340 for 7. So thank you for letting us know about that. That's Bruce also has the high-pitched scream on YouTube. It was the case all day yesterday, and also a feature last year. We'll try if we can sort that out. In again comes James bowls, and Finn drives firmly to mid-off. Doesn't pick up a single to Stephen Finn. In fact, he hasn't scored so far. He's faced 15 deliveries. Sussex 340 for 7. Lennon on 19. Finn yet to score. So I don't know whether this is the way that different people are listening, that they're picking up the high pitch. Some sort of a noise on the line. We'll see if I can get a message to the studio and just make sure that it's nothing that's happening from our end. If you just bear with me a minute, I'm just going to leave the effects microphone to bubble for a couple of moments. Some White is in, bowls to Archie Lennon. Lennon is forward, plays the ball straight back down the track, and there is no run. Just nip next door to do the update for BBC Radio Nottingham. And in comes Lennon again. Bowls, and forward comes Lennon. Patterson White rubs his hands on the ground just to get some extra grip on the ball for his next delivery as he wanders back to his mark. In his 38th over, 340 for 7. Sussex. Patterson White is in, bowls, and steered by Lennon through backward point. And he picks up a single. I've just had a message to say that they think that the screeching might be one of the cranes that's operating on the building on the ground. So I hope that is the case. I don't want it to interrupt your listening, of course. In comes Patterson White, bowls, and Finn clips that one. I thought he was getting his first run, but a good bit of fielding in there by Lyndon James at mid-wicket prevents a single. Stephen Finn remains yet to open his account with the bat in Sussex colours. In again, bowls and sweeping across the line, Stephen Finn, but perhaps that was heading down the leg side, and Sagar says that's not out. Sussex remain 341 for 7. Slipping a short leg in place. Sim White in again bowls, and Finn is solidly forward, plays it just onto the onside, fielded by Hamid, but short leg, there is no run. End of the over, 341 for 7, Lenham on 20, Finn yet to score. I've had a few emails in, so I'll rattle a few of these emails. The first one is from Himali and Andre, and he says in brackets, the Portuguese cricketer of Ram Cricket Club in Crawley. I don't know much about Ram Cricket Club in Crawley, so I'll look it up at the end of during the lunch break, but it'd be good to hear all about Ram Cricket Club. Hello gents, it's been lovely watching the game. We are very happy seeing good old Sussex by the Sea doing so well on the season in this opening match. We found your commentary quite lovely, and it helped us a great deal going through this self-isolation period as we recover from COVID and feel better every day. Hopefully we can end our isolation period on Sunday with a great win for the Sharks. Kindest regards and keep up the good work. As in comes Lyndon James, over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Archie Lennon, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. That's Andre and Hamali. So sorry to hear you've got COVID, and good to know that you're on the road to recovery. And sadly, this wretched virus seems to keep going, but we hope you feel better soon. And good to know a bit more about Ram Cricket Club in Crawley. Stuart Glover's over in Lau. Lau PDR. Now, what does that stand for? Where is Lau? It's in
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, PDR. Great to have Sussex back on the screen. As in comes Lyndon James, in and bowls, and Lenham ducks underneath a short delivery. The ball rattles through to Moores, who takes the ball above his head, and he has no run. I hope the experience for the young players from last season will push them on to greater things this time. Look forward to a stronger Sussex batting and fielding innings, says Stuart. Thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Randy's been in touch and says, noise, question mark, watching through my TV, no noise. So there's some thought it may be a screeching of a crane, but hopefully whatever the noise is, it's not interrupting or listening too much. As in comes James again, bowls to Lenham, who turns it onto the onside and picks up a single through square leg. Archie Lenham to 21, Sussex 342 for 7. If you're just joining us this morning, one wicket for that of Tom Clark, who was out just after reaching his maiden first-class 100, bowled by Lyndon James. So, Josh, you complained about the noise, hopefully, as did Bruce as well. As did Phil, all of you listening on YouTube, so I don't know if that's one of the reasons, but Lyndon James on his way over the wickets to the right-handed Stephen Finn, and Finn looking to glide that one down to fine leg, and the ball rattles through, doesn't touch anything through to Tom Moores. John Malone's been in touch. He says, hi Adrian and Dave, it's good to have you back on the cricket airwaves. And he says, congratulations on the award. So thank you for that, John. Cloudy and nippy in Bexhill-on-Sea. Yeah, just down the coast from Hove. One for the historians. How many Sussex-born players have played? How many Sussex-born players have scored a century or more while playing for Sussex first 11 since the club was formed? Keep up the good work. Well, that's a question for the historians. From John, as in comes James and bowls, and I thought for a moment Steve Finn was going to be caught and bowled. He was forward, the ball ballooned in the air, and Steve Finn gets his first run in Sussex colours and gets a little ripple of applause around the ground.
From his 20th delivery faced.
So how many Sussex-born players have scored a century or more while playing for Sussex first 11 since the club was formed?
Yes, how many, Adrian?
Wow. And Chris has been in touch and he said, I just heard the high-pitched noise. It was my wife ordering me to empty the dishwasher. Very good, Chris. Best do it without being asked, I guess, as in comes James and bowls to Lennon, who's right in behind the ball, just short of a length, that he defends well with soft hands. End of another good tight over from Lyndon James, who's bowled a very good spell here in these opening couple of days of the Championship. 23 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 54. Sussex are 343 for 7. Archie Lenham on 21. Steve Finn is on 1. So Sussex just, they've given up. Well, you can't get any more bonus points, but they're just trying to get as many runs on the board as they can. There's going to be Patterson White to bowl the next over, and see you through the over will be Dave Bracegirdle.
Here he comes round the wicket to bowl to Finn, and used his feet this time to get to the pitch of it, and then just blocked it. Steve Crawley's been in touch. Liam Patterson White, the star man for knots for me so far. Wickets and containment. Pitch looks a good one for this time of year. Does indeed. Sussex batsmen have made the most of it, and he's gone for an extravagant looking slug sweep here, Finn. An appeal from the bowler, but nothing doing on this occasion. And Finn survives. Patience, I'm sure, in the form of a Seba Mead at short leg there, as Finn swung vigorously towards him, as he does again, but on this occasion it's more off the pad, and it runs to short third where Luke Fletcher is prowling.
He's tried to sweep on a couple of occasions, Steve Finn.
There's Patterson White in again. It's really struggled to forward ticking, hasn't he, Finn? Just that one single, which was hastily scampered after he nearly chipped it back to the bowler. 24 balls faced now. Next one sees him working it away, and as soon as Bracegirdle says he's struggling to find the gaps, he manages to do that and doubles his tally from 1 to 2. Lyndon James, the fielder.
You were chatting away, or we were talking about Steve Finn in his 50, and Daniel Norcross is listening to us. If you're still listening, Dan, very good morning to you, or good afternoon to you. I'll read his tweet in a moment.
Thanks, Paul. Sees Lenham go deep into his crease to block it. End of the over. Patterson White has figures of 3 for 73 now from, 39 overs. 344 for 7.
And Daniel says, lovely listening to you and I, Dave, talking about Finney's 50 against New Zealand like people who aren't reminded of that 50 every week by Finney himself. They truly are blessed. Well, and someone else has said here, replying to Dan, on the flattest pitch ever. So I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to Steve Finn during the season, so perhaps we'll just bring that 50 up. He's doing a good job here for Sussex. 2 off 25 deliveries.
By the sound of it, if you don't, he'll bring it up anyway.
I'm sure he will.
One thing I wanted to mention, yesterday morning, like I say, I went out to the toss, and one thing I was able to glean, which I did mention 24 hours ago, the umpires had agreed to carry the sweaters and caps.
Lyndon James in bowls, and Steve Finn is forward and plays to mid-on. There is no run.
Whilst I was next door, just doing my latest update for Radio Nottingham, I watched the last bowling change, and yeah, the 12th and 13th men are coming on and off still, carrying the sweaters and what have you. So it does seem, whether they're allowed to or not, but lots of, they've not let the umpires be encumbered with all the sweaters and the caps there. They are still running them on and off.
Paul Edwards, excellent writer. Cricket Matters comes walking in with the lunch passes, which is very welcoming. Comes Lyndon James, bowls to Steve Finn, who's back and across his stumps to a shortish delivery that he just plays out into the offside, fielded by Liam Patterson White, and there is no run. Yeah, we wondered yesterday, Dave, with the wind and the chill, as if the umpires would be very glad to be wrapped up in excess jumpers and the like. Ray Yates has been in touch. Ray is in Inverness. Hello, Ray. He's watching via the live stream, via the Sussex website, and the pictures and the sound are A1, he says. So perhaps there's a problem watching on YouTube. I don't quite understand all these things. As in comes James and bowls short, and Finn pulls that away. That's going to go for 6. It has gone for 6.
Good grief.
Short. Well, perhaps Steve Finn will tell us about that at the close of play. It was short from Lyndon James, and Steve Finn got inside the line and pulled the ball over square leg straight into the members' pavilion for 6 runs. The first 6 of the match. Finn goes to 8 and Sussex to 350 for 7. That was a good shot.
It was. It was.
Ray goes on to say, I'm feeling very encouraged for this year after a few years in as the Wilderness County Championship-wise. Thank you for the commentary. Well, thank you, Ray. That's a couple of listeners up in Inverness. Ray and Steve Harris. I wonder if they know each other. James in again, bowls, and he's at it again, is Steve Finn, but this time he misses out and the ball has hit him, and Steve Finn is on his knees.
7, 8.
I think he's embarrassed,
9.
actually.
He's not going to beat the count of 10, is he?
No, he's
he's just about got
he's
to
on his
feet.
knees.
He got to his feet at 11.
It hit him in the chest. Yeah, he was looking for a repeat performance. Archie Lenham has come wandering down to inquire how his fellow batsman is. Archie Lenham, who probably comes up to about Steve Finn's waist, I would think. I think, actually, in fairness to Steve Finn, he's hurt. He went to pull another short delivery away for 6, and he was hit in the chest. And he's now sort of waving his bat over his head.
Okay.
I think he's okay. I think he's just said to Lyndon James, "Yeah, I'm okay." And Archie Lenham has gone wandering back to the non-striker's end, but he was struck just sort of around the breastbone.
Good response from Lyndon James, though. I mean, been struck for 6.
Yeah. He's in again and bowls, and Finn is forward, drives very confidently through the covers. We could be on for another half century, Steve Finn, who knows? He gets a couple of runs played out through the offside. He goes to 10. Sussex 352 for 7. He's still flailing his bat above his head and twirling his arm around.
Game's just almost slipped into another gear this over, hasn't it?
Yes. Luke has been in touch. Luke Vinter has been in touch from the Philippines. Now, he's getting the high-pitched noise on YouTube, so it sounds like it might be a YouTube issue rather than anything perhaps we're doing here.
You do have some exotic listeners.
We do. In comes James Bowles, and Finn is forward, plays to mid on. There is no run. He says, "Great to have the coverage back, and good to see Sussex making a positive start to the season. I'm watching from Manila in the Philippines whilst mentally preparing for a big match for the Wanderers Cricket Club tomorrow morning." So, Manila. There was a thriller in Manila, wasn't there? End of the over, I should say. 352 for 7. Lenham 21. Finn on 10. Was that Ali and Foreman?
No.
Ali and Fraser?
Foreman was the rumble in the jungle in Zaire.
The rumble in the jungle,
The thriller in Manila was one of the trilogy of fights that he had with Smoking Joe Frazier.
Yeah. They were great fights, great days, weren't they?
Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling to Archie Lenham. Pushes this out into the offside. Dan Norcross has come back and said Stephen Finn's been set a target of 5 sixes for the season. I know he's done some work with Stephen Finn on Test Match Special. And this one's gone through to Moores. A bottle of champagne is the prize. So there we are. So don't be surprised if you see Stephen Finn going for a few big hits. He's been set a challenge by Mr. Norcross. Next ball worked away behind square on the leg side against some oohs and ahs from the Nottinghamshire fielders. You mentioned some Scottish correspondents. There was,
Ray.
There was a family of 4 in the hotel at breakfast time this morning, and the chatty waitress was having a bit of a word with them. This is Lenham pushing this next one into the offside to move on to 22, 353, and we're saying, "Oh, it's a sad day. We've got to go home today. A long old day driving, etc., etc." And so, well, where are you going? Going to Glasgow.
Really?
So it's a long old day. Definitely, it's defended. And the waitress said, "Well, how long will that take you to drive?" And the chap said 15 hours. I thought, "Well, what are you driving? 15 hours?"
How's they going to stop?
I think I could do it in probably half that. I wouldn't want to do it from Brighton to Glasgow. Now then, LBW shout given. And Patterson-White was celebrating almost as soon as ball hit pad. Stephen Finn again going for the slog sweep. And he's been given out. LBW to LPW. Liam Patterson-White gets his 4th wicket. Stephen Finn, it was... real curate's egg of an innings, wasn't it? It was 20 balls before he got off the mark. When he did, it was a push and run that very nearly presented the bowler with a return catch. Took the single, doubled it onto 2, then hit a 6, then got struck. Remains to be seen if there's any lasting damage. Another couple of runs and then falls to a slog sweep. Stephen Finn out for 10, faced 33 balls, no 4s, that 1 6, and batted for just over half an hour. And at 3:53 for 8 is the end in sight yet for Nottinghamshire. Not quite. They need 2 more wickets.
And the ground staff have suddenly got up, and I was thinking, where are they going? But they're walking up to their shed at the far end of the ground, at the Cromwell Road end. So the good news is that they don't seem too concerned by having to get the covers on any time soon. Actually, it is getting brighter. There's no question of that.
You know, they might just have to start getting ready just in case 2 wickets go down, boom, boom, and they'll have to go out and do the dusting and sweeping and remarking the lines and all the other bits and pieces they have to do, and a little bit of a light roller as well. Lily's been in touch. Good afternoon, Adrian and Dave. Good match. Love to see Sussex and Notts back in Division 1 next season. Rob Collins watched the last 10 overs of the match at Grace Road after play had finished at Hove last night. Neil Malinder was well wrapped in players' jumpers as well as his own gloves, scarf and hat. So Neil Malinder certainly happy to take the players' sweaters. But here, I understood that both Rob Bailey and Martin Saggers were happy to take the sweaters, but but just watching what's gone on over the day and a bit, it seems that Notts are still relying on the 12th and 13th man to run on and get the sweaters. Here's Fletcher coming down the hill.
Into bowls young Archie Lenham, who's on 22, and make that 23 as he cuts the ball down to third man, fielded literally just down in front of us by Brett Hutton, who gets in the throw. Archie Lenham has been in for 53 balls. He's just trying to shepherd this lower order for Sussex to get as many as they can. He's got Henry Crocombe in with him, about to face his first ball. If you're just joining us today, we've seen a maiden first-class 100 from Tom Clark, 21-year-old, born just up the A23 at Haywards Heath. So well done, Tom. And he's celebrated in style, but then was out shortly afterwards for exactly 100. Fletcher on his way in bowls, and Crocombe covers up plays to square leg, and there is no run. So I wonder whether the new Sussex batting coach Grant Flower is aware of the little wager between Steve Finn and Dan Norcross. So he's got one of those sixes. It was a big six as well. Pulled it away over square leg. But Steve Finn has now gone for 10. Sussex 354 for 8. 2 slips, third man backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Fletcher in bowls, and Crocombe is stoutly forward. Plays the ball into the covers, fielded by Liam Patterson-White, and there is no run. The rest of the field, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Liam Patterson-White on the verge of a fifer. 40 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 74. Yeah. Unusual figures for the opening round of matches in the county championship. But he's bowled really well, and he's just given Stephen Mullaney that bit of control he's wanted. Fletcher, who in contrast is wicketless, runs towards us, bowls, and Crocombe solidly in behind. That delivery plays out into the offside, and again Patterson-White fields. There is no run. You're looking at some stats, Dave.
Not particularly, no. I was just seeing what I'd got. My copious notes on Henry Crocombe, 20 years of age, born in Eastbourne, 13 previous first-class matches, high score of 48 not out, so he knows which end of the bat to hold. Yep. And best bowling 4 for 92.
In fact, all through the match, I think I've been saying Steve Finn is 32. In fact, he's 33. His birthday was the day before the match started, I think. In comes Fletcher, bowls, and Crocombe. Watch that one sail past the outside edge, and there is no run. Let's just get that stat absolutely right. Stephen Finn, born in Watford, Hertfordshire, on the 4th of April 1989. So he is 33.
We mentioned some people yesterday that had played for both Notts and Sussex. Franklin Stevenson, one of them, is his birthday today, 63, the big genial Barbadian who played for both counties.
Happy birthday to Franklin as Fletcher turns the Cromwell Road in, running down the hill, coming into bowl to the right-handed Henry Crocombe, and Crocombe picks up his first run. He just eases inside the line and plays it through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, they think about 2, but it was a good job they didn't, because there was never a second run there. So Crocombe is on his way off his 5th delivery, and Sussex 355 for 8. We're in the 118th over of the innings, 117 gone. And that is the end of the over, so Henry Crocombe has pinched the strike. And in terms of bonus points, no more can be accrued, as we know. Sussex have 3, Notts have 2. And it's going to be Liam Patterson-White who's going to carry on.
Yeah, Tamoli's 41st over, 7 maidens, 4 for 74. And a direct hit for a run out as well, so he's had a full part to play. Nottinghamshire effort in the field, which isn't over yet. Crocombe's on strike, then on 1. Obviously fairly close to the off stump. Crocombe stands with bat aloft and again leaves it alone, and Tom Moores takes it. No opportunities as yet for the Nottinghamshire wicket-keeper in his first match here at Hove. Born in Brighton, of course. Dan Peter. There's another LBW shout, and they're imploring the umpire to give it, but don't. It was bat and pad together, and I think the feeling was that it was pad first from the Nottinghamshire bowler. Crocombe survives. And White again, looking to bring a swift end to this innings, but 2 more wickets are needed, and now Crocombe works this away square of the wicket on the offside. Gets his second run. 355 for 8, Sussex. Lost 2 wickets this morning. Tom Clark bowled James for 100. Stephen Finn, LBW, Liam Patterson-White for 10. Delivery. Sees Lenham get forward and block it. He's on 23. Was not out overnight. Came in just for the final over of the first day's play after Delray Rawlins had got out. Next delivery is pushed back to Patterson-White, who's now through 41 overs, 4 for 75. 4 bowlers used this morning. Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton, William Patterson-White and Lyndon James. Not yet seen Joey Everson or Stephen Mullaney, who both bowled yesterday, and it looks as if Luke Fletcher's going to return to the attack, trying to polish off these last couple of wickets.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Bracegirdle, at a cloudy, overcast, grey sort of day down here on the south coast. A scattering of spectators who are fairly well wrapped up. The forecast wasn't great, which I think probably hasn't helped the attendance, but those who have come along, it's been a really good day and a third's worth of cricket, as in comes Fletcher running in and bowls to Henry Crocombe, and a very good take by Tom Moores. Fletcher really bent his back then, and Henry Crocombe swayed out of the way, and Tom Moores taking that a long way down the leg side. As we were saying yesterday, the godson of Ian Salisbury, the Sussex head coach in the Championship, and Peter Moores, Tom's dad, all great mates, so it's been a real reunion down here at Hove this week. In comes Fletcher again, down the hill, bowls. Crocombe plays that to mid-wicket. There is no run. The field is defensive. There's a slip, a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg right on the boundary. That's the shorter boundary of the two sides of the wicket, I should say, and a fine leg. Wanders back up the hill. 356 for 8, Henry Crocombe 2, Archie Lenham on 23. It's Inham bowls, and Crocombe is beaten. That's a pacey delivery by Luke Fletcher, who has beaten the bat on a number of occasions during this Sussex innings, but without reward. He's in his 24th over, figures of 0 for 87. Benjamin has been in touch. Hello, Benjamin. Benjamin Cook. And he says, hello, Adrian. I hope you've had a good winter and congratulations on your award. Thank you very much. I'm tuning in from Brighton whilst working from home and looking forward to attending Hove for the first time this season tomorrow. Pleasantly surprised with the Sussex batting so far this game. Yeah, it's been a good performance. Fletcher in, bowls, Crocombe plays to mid-wicket. There's a misfield and Henry Crocombe's going to get another run, and that won't improve Luke Fletcher's mood any. It was clipped away by Henry Crocombe, straight to mid-wicket. I think it's Joe Clark who misfielded, and Crocombe goes to 3, and Sussex to 357 for 8. Benjamin goes on to say, I was wondering if you had any idea why the Sussex game is receiving no coverage on the BBC Sport live feed. All other games are, so it's not just Division 1, Division 2 things. Such a shame not to see Tom Clark's great maiden 100 acknowledged. In comes Fletcher and bowls. He hit Archie Lenham around about the thigh pad, but the ball I think was disappearing down the leg side, and there is no run. Well, in terms of the live feed, Benjamin, we do reports at lunch and tea, which we submit in, and the guys there work away to get as much on the live feed as they can. So I'm sure they'll be doing their best, but we have got the commentary of it, so we'll see if we can grab that off and get that out on social media later on today. In comes Fletcher again, bowls, and Lenham plays off the front foot to backward point, fielded there by Joey Everson. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 357 for 8, Lenham 23, Crocombe on 3. Hugh Johnson's been in touch. He says, hi Adrian and Dave, glad to hear you have a listener from Manila, the place of my birth, says Hugh. Hugh, I'll read the rest of your email in a moment, and we'll also run through some of the other scores in the other matches as well, 7 of which there are around the county championship. We'll start in Division 2, where Glamorgan are 223 for 8 against Durham. Patterson White comes in and bowls the next over, bowling to Henry Crocombe. He strikes Crocombe on the pad. Probably heard the howl of an appeal. Crocombe survives. He's got a slip and a short leg to keep him company. 3 men saving one on the offside. A mid-wicket, a square leg and a short leg as he comes. Patterson White bowls to Crocombe, who plays that firmly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Lyndon James, and there is no run. White in again, let go outside the off stump, and the howl from behind the stumps will tell they didn't miss the off stump by very much, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. Worcestershire 166 for 6 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Brett D'Oliveira 50 not out. Crocombe down the wicket to Patterson White, and he's heaved that one away in rather agricultural style for 4 runs. Nonetheless, he won't worry about that. He took a chance. Henry Crocombe, a couple of steps down the wicket, and helped the ball over mid-wicket for 4. So he goes to 7. Sussex to 361 for 8. Ed Barnard making 57 for Worcestershire. I think one of the most underrated cricketers on the circuit. Worcestershire 166 for 6. Middlesex 373 for 7 at Lords against Derbyshire. Robbie White 59 not out. Some White in again, bowls, and Crocombe is forward more circumspectly on this occasion, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Lyndon James, and there is no run. Ball to go in, this is the 120th over of the innings. Sussex 361 for 8. Patterson White in, and Crocombe again plays from the crease to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over, 361 for 8. Lenham 23, Crocombe on 7. Patterson White, 42 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 79. The 2 men out for Sussex today. Tom Clark for exactly 100, his maiden first-class 100 for the 21-year-old. Sussex born in Haywards Heath. And Stephen Finn, who hit a big 6 before he was out for 10. So Nottinghamshire look to wrap up this Sussex lower order, but Sussex. Best batting performance as in comes Fletcher, bowls to Lenham, straight back down the track, fielded off his own bowling by Fletcher, and there is no run. It's been subject of much debate, the fact that Sussex just haven't got enough runs on the board in the first innings in the last few seasons. But maybe it's the Grant Flower effect, who's been working with these young Sussex batsmen, And whether it's that or not, who knows? But half century for Ali Orr, he's just 21. A century for Tom Clark, who's also 21. Tom Haynes, the skipper, making 59. He's 23. As in comes Fletcher again over the wicket, bowls, and Lenham again just shows good judgment and lets that one pass by outside the off stump. There is no run. Elsewhere, Essex 328 for 5 at Chelmsford against Kent. These in the First Division. Hampshire already into positive territory against Somerset. They're 182 for 1, leading by 2 runs down at Southampton. Joe Weatherly 97 not out. Ian Holland out for 81. Gloucestershire bowed out for 223 by Northamptonshire, who are already 18 for 1. Fletcher down the hill on bowls, and Lenham forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run. Another century there at Wantage Road. James Bracey making 117. So is that might be 6 centuries overall in this first round of matches. So certainly the batting, which has been a subject of much debate throughout the winter across certainly Test match cricket, is there's been some good knocks around the country. And it is definitely getting brighter here at Hove. There's no sign of the sun, as in comes Fletcher down the hill, bowls, and Lenham plays without timing into the offside, fielded by Patterson White, and there is no run. The total remains 361 for 8.
Have you read out Andrew Wallace's tweets while I've been out of the room?
No, I've read some emails, but no tweets.
He sent it to us both, afternoon both. Lovely to have the commentary back. Further to yesterday's email about the lack of outground matches for Sussex this year, thought it'd be of interest to let you know Sussex are playing Oxfordshire in their showcase match on the 31st of July at Wormsley Cricket Club. Beautiful Wormsley. Andrew's groundsman there at Wormsley. Further details to follow, he says.
Yeah, hello, Sarah. Well, there's no sunshine here at Hove, but it's a lot brighter than it was earlier on today, so maybe the sunshine is not far away. But it's been another good day for Sussex, a good morning for Sussex. They're 361 for 8. Archie Lenham on 23. Henry Crocombe is on 7. The story of the morning, really, Tom Clark, Sussex born in Haywards Heath. He made his maiden first-class century. He was out, actually, soon after for exactly 100. Steve Finn, the other man, out for 10, but Sussex going along really nicely. Archie Lenham on 23, Henry Crocombe on 7, 361 for 8. Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, Surrey have lost a wicket this morning, that of Ollie Pope, who was out for 58. Surrey now, 216 for 5. So Lenham picking up a single there, 362 for 8. Lenham on 24, Crocombe on 7. End of another over from Luke Fletcher. 25 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 89.
Yeah, so some of the first-class counties playing some of the national counties, I think they're now called, and Sussex going to Wormsley to play Oxfordshire in July, Adrian.
Ah, excellent. Well, look forward to that. I've never been to have you been there, to Wormsley?
I have indeed, yeah, it's beautiful, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, I better put that in beautiful. The diary then.
Yeah, on to go and see if you can, as Patterson White bowls to Lenham, who's 24 not out, who's 0 not out overnight. So it's been a real old dogged knock, batted for an hour and 40 minutes so far. Patterson White bowls to him again. He gets solidly behind it and defends. Just over 20 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch break. But of course, if Sussex are 9 wickets down, we'll play on a while. Patterson White in again, and again Lenham helps it into the offside. Ben Duckett doing the fielding this time. And Clark can always find to talk about. This was defended by Lenham. All the time they spend next to each other at in the slip cordon, and they're good mates. They spend a lot of time off the field together and extra cover and mid-off, and they were still having a good old natter there. Lenham unable to get bat on ball here, might have kept a whisker low as he tried to cut it, goes through to the keeper. Sussex will be delighted to have got this volume of runs on the board and give them a real opportunity to put pressure on Notts when the change of innings occurs. Attempted slog sweep there, and in fact it went down the leg side and there was nothing on it, and it's debited as a bye. Bit harsh that on Tom Morse, going down the leg side there. Ben Duckett, well, he might have been chatting to Joe Clark about, I'm going off the field next, because Duckett's just trotted off.
He has.
Calvin Harrison has come back out.
Had an email in, Dave, from Hugh Johnson, who we were talking about yesterday about Hugh, who was the Fortnum and Mason Photographer of the Year in 2019, and a load of other awards as well. So that's what Hugh does, and he's headed his email, enjoy your digital tea. So he thanks us for the commentary, and thanks the BBC for the service, which is, of course, a pleasure, as in comes Fletcher running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Archie Lim, takes it on, pulls it away, and he's going to be caught. That is a quite brilliant catch. Wonderful, wonderful piece of fielding. It was short. Archie Lim pulled the ball away down towards fine leg, and it was a quite brilliant piece of fielding, chasing around the boundary from fine leg, and he caught the ball literally inches, I would say, off the ground. It's the end of Archie Lim. It's Ben Duckett who's taken the catch.
Slater, sorry, yeah.
Right.
Ben Slater.
Sorry, Ben Slater, number 26, I apologise. Brilliant, brilliant piece of fielding. That really was. They say catches win matches. Well, that was magnificent. There was nothing wrong with the shot from Archie Lim. Well, you could say there was, because he was caught. But wonderful catch by Ben Slater. And Sussex lose their 9th wicket, and Archie Lenham is on his way for 24. But a good innings from young Archie Lenham. He hauls himself off the ground. Nonetheless, it's the first wicket for Luke Fletcher, and I would suggest he probably owes Ben Slater a beer, because that was a really fine piece of fielding. 363 for 9.
It was indeed. Yeah, I was thinking of Lyndon James, because he's been down there for a while, and then as I was trying to see who it was, he was engulfed by his teammates rushing towards him, but coming up with the ball at the bottom of the pile, as they say, was Ben Slater, and he just walks back. Look, and one or two people in the crowd.
Someone's asking for his autograph.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that nice?
I think he wants a selfie as well.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, of course.
Well
of course,
done,
mate. No problem.
Well done, Ben. That was a wonderful. Well batted, Archie Lenham as well.
Yep.
Yeah, young man, 17, not scared, gets in the way. He's batted a long. What's he been out there for, an hour and a half? Bit more than that.
Yeah, just over, I think.
And Jamie Atkins is the last man. So yes, just Hugh going on to say about some of these young Sussex players and the how much Sussex have needed Grant Flower for a long time. But he's offered you as our digital tea a slice of marmalade tart and clotted cream, straight from the Kew Gardens cookbook, which is published next month and full of plant-based recipes from the top chefs from around the world. And it looks fantastic, Hugh. Perhaps if you're coming down to Hove, Hugh, perhaps you could bring a slice or two down. In comes Fletcher, roaring in now, bowls to Atkins, and Atkins is forward, plays it into the offside. And there is no run. Sussex, I'm sure, want as many runs as they can, but they might just fancy 10 minutes here at Notts, before lunch, if a wicket goes down. It's an awkward little moment. I'm sure that Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid are thinking about running in and sticking the pads on. We've almost got a bit of sunshine here at Hove, It's got lighter and lighter as the morning has gone on. 2 slips in place, third man, 3 men saving one on the offside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Fletcher and bowls, and Atkins is going to get his first run. Jamie Atkins.
In an ideal world for Notts here, they won't concede any more runs, and they'll get the wicket in about 5 or 6 minutes, so they don't have to bat until after lunch. They'd like to have a Mead and Slater starting anew at the start of the afternoon session, as you say, rather than a tricky little 5 or 10 minute session.
Fletcher back to his mark. I spoke to Jamie Atkins, who will do a fair amount of bowling, the young Sussex quick bowler. Yesterday evening, he was on his scooter on his way to go back home, as in comes Fletcher and bowl, short, and Crocombe lets the ball hit him, and the ball just bounces in front of him, and there is no run. I barely recognised Jamie. He used to have a big shock of hair last season, but he's had his hair cut. He told me he's lost 1.5 stone in weight. And he told me he saw me in the winter. There's a shopping centre down in Portsmouth called Gunwharf Quays. I get taken there about once a year. I hate shopping, but I got dragged down there to buy a pair of trousers or something. And Jamie said he saw me down there. That's about the only shopping trip I've made all season. Once a year for me. But he's out there batting now. As in comes Fletcher and bowls, and Crocombe is hit on the pad. That looks pretty adjacent. Umpire.
I thought there were two noises.
He says not out. Yeah, I mean he wasn't very far forward, if at all, was Henry Crocombe. So maybe a bit of an edge.
I think Fletcher pulled out of the appeal.
He's just asking the.
So who'll share the new ball with presumably Stephen Finn and then Crocombe or Atkins?
Good question.
Right, yeah, they're both in the frame then.
Yeah, I suspect they'll probably want to unleash Jamie Atkins. I think, who's quick. Comes Fletcher down the hill, bowls, and clipped away by Henry Crocombe in the air. That was inches away from a diving catch from Habib. It was literally just to his right-hand side as Hasib Hamid dived away, but Henry Crocombe picks up a single. He goes to 8. Sussex 365 for 9 at the end of Luke Fletcher's over in which he accounted for Archie Lenham, courtesy of a quite brilliant piece of fielding by Ben Slater. At fine leg, racing around the boundary, diving and catching the ball inches from the turf. That was probably worth the attendance money. 365 for 9. Atkins 1, Crocombe 8. Yes, Jamie Atkins is still only 19. He's not 20 until next month. I'd imagine Steve Finn will probably want to bowl down the hill, and I think Jamie Atkins likes bowling down the hill, so it may well be Finn and Crocombe who open.
Yeah, I don't think Stephen Finn's come to Hove to run uphill. Is Patterson White trying to finish it off and in the process get his 5th wicket. Bowling to Crocombe, who defends this one. Crocombe has 8. Came in at number 10 in the order. So around about 1:15. Next ball is blocked. Notts, to say, would like to get this final wicket with no more runs added, of course. But take it somewhere between 10-1 and 1 o'clock. So they don't have to start batting before lunch. Next one's pushed back to Liam Patterson-White, who's got one of the 3 wickets to fall this morning. Lyndon James and Luke Fletcher with the others. Again, that red smear down his flannels. Cries of catch it here, but the ball went to ground off a combination of bat and pad. Wicket balls. Crocombe happy to defend. Batting points to Sussex and 2 bowling points for Notts. Next delivery tossed up there, clipped away. There'll be runs here on the leg side. In fact, there'll be 4 of them. That's going to run away. And now it does over the rope and will come to rest just short of the advertising boards. Away to our right. Nice looking shot. Liam Patterson-White looking for the magic ball there. Slightly overpitched it, I fancy, and clipped away through the leg side. So Patterson-White now 4 for 83. Luke Fletcher 1 for 91. They've all put in a good old stint here. That's because Sussex have kept them out there for practically 4 full sessions at the moment. See there, Calvin Harrison just coming on and taking Luke Fletcher's sweater off with him. Fletcher to bowl the next over. So certainly here, whether it's something that Nottinghamshire have decided or, well, I can only imagine it's that, because that the umpires were happy to take the sweaters and caps.
Luke Fletcher searching for his 2nd wicket of the innings. If you've just tuned in, a very warm welcome from a cloudy, overcast Hove, but we've been uninterrupted for the day and a third of cricket so far in the county championship this season, as Luke Fletcher runs down the hill to bowl to Jamie Atkins, and Atkins steers that down to 3rd man and picks up a single. He's actually looking for 2, but he'll be ill-advised as Hutton is in, gets in the throw.
He ran it down to 3rd man, and he looked to see where the ball had gone, and then he set off running with his head down, and then when he looked up, Luke Fletcher was stood in front of him, and he had to make a bit of a detour. He had to go around the M25 to get around Luke Fletcher to get to the other end.
So, 369 for 9. Live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Bracegirdle. As not striving to take the final wicket of this Sussex innings. Fletcher in bowls, and Crocombe is very solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Hello, Adrian and Dave, says Ian Scales in Findon. I'm only going to mention this one more time because I do get a bit embarrassed about it. But he said, "What was the award we were talking about?" Well, I'll say it for the last time. There's an award that I was awarded, which I very kindly. It's the Christopher Martin Jenkins Domestic Commentator of the Year award for last year, and I was very humbled to receive that last week. Well, I haven't got the award, but was told about it. So thank you very much. That's what it was, and to everyone who's got in touch. Fletcher bowls, Crocombe ducks underneath it through to keeper Moores. There is no run, and I've learnt from some great people down the years, not least the gentleman sitting next to me, Dave Bracegirdle.
You've learnt nothing from me.
Yeah, we've had some good times, Dave, haven't we, in the commentary box? I'm thinking of us down in the corridor at Horsham with the loo flushing in the background. We've had some good times with all the commentators on the circuit. They're a great bunch, and we have good fun during the cricket season. So it's something we always look forward to. Fletcher. Do you remember that down at Horsham? That loo was going every 5 minutes.
I do.
Comes in and bowls. Crocombe lets it go past the off stump. There is no run. I love going to Horsham. It's a shame. We were talking about it yesterday. No outground cricket for Sussex this season. Horsham was always a big favourite of mine. In terms of the commentary position, it's not great because you're at square leg, like you are actually at Cheltenham College as well. I don't know if you've been there, Dave, but some of these outgrounds are just wonderful. But sadly, no outground cricket this year. Ian goes on to say, blah, 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 blah. Let's just break off for a moment. There's Fletcher is on his way down the hill, bowls, and Crocombe with a play and a miss outside the off stump.
I just think it's worth pointing out now we're 9.5 minutes to 1 o'clock, so Notts won't have to bat before lunch.
Thank you, Dave. Good spot. Ian goes on to say, Sussex going very well at the moment, very pleased for Clark. I have to ask, why did Ben Brown go? He's going well for that team along the coast. And I gather Head went for family. Well, I think two things with Travis Head. Number one, he scored runs in the Ashes, Ian. He was always going to be involved in a lot of international cricket after that. Also, his fiancée is expecting their first child. And Travis felt it was... Comes Fletcher bowls and Crocombe drives pleasantly down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Henry Crocombe. That's going to be 4 runs, over pitched by Luke Fletcher, and Henry Crocombe just drilled the ball straight back past him down the ground for 4 runs. He goes to 16 and Sussex to 374 for 9.
Just for all those people who might have been questioning their sanity, saying they could hear a whining noise earlier on, I can hear one now and maybe outside close to one of the cameras or one of the microphones near the cameras. Maybe it's a little louder than we're hearing, but I can certainly hear a whining noise. I don't know if it's a crane or whatever, but if you are hearing it right now, in fact it's stopped right on cue, but if you were hearing it, it's not your TV set or the particular provider that you were using. It was something certainly within the vicinity of the ground, if not within the ground.
Yeah.
Some wide up the hill, looking for his 5th wicket of the innings. It would be I think the 3rd time in his career, if I remember rightly. Somerset away and I think Worcestershire away, so yet to do it at Trent Bridge, but on the brink of another 5 for here. 374 for 9 as this last wicket pair continue to thwart him and Notts. Atkins on strike on 2. Push into the offside. Duckett's back on the field. Sunglasses on top of his Nottinghamshire cap. Got to play for England this year, I'm sure, Ben Duckett. Is eased back to the bowler. See him in this franchise tournaments around the world, be it the Big Bash or in the UAE, and out there, faces all the best bowlers in the world and scores runs. He's a complete 360-degree player, Duckett. One of the best white ball players in the world, but Very, very good red ball player as well. 374 for 9. Patterson White in once more. Atkins to the left of Duckett. They'll get a single. 375 for 9. On 3. Crocombe back on strike on 60. In fact, he's not on strikes. It's the last ball of the over. 375 for 9. 5 to 1. But we will play until the wicket goes down, or for at least another half an hour.
His highest first-class score was actually against Sussex. Ben Duckett, I remember I was at that game, he made 282 not out at Wantage Road. It was a game that was ruined by the weather. I think it might have been the first game of the season as well. I've got a funny feeling as well it was the game that Ross Taylor made his debut for Sussex. I may be wrong. 2016. And I think we played for the first 2 games and it hosed down and it was very wet at Wantage Road. I don't think we played after that. As Northamptonshire rattled up a huge score. In comes Luke Fletcher, looking to finish off this Sussex innings. Henry Crocombe and Jamie Atkins have other ideas, and Atkins is right in behind that, plays it to point, and there is no run. So just finishing up on your email, Ian, you were talking about Travis Head. I think Travis hasn't ruled out a return to Sussex next season. I think it a lot depends how his how things work out, and if he's still around the Australian squad, which he's done very well in the one days actually, I think, over in Pakistan. But that was the reason behind Travis Head not coming back for another season. Pujara and Rizwan hopefully making their debuts next week, as in comes Fletcher bowls and steered by Atkins to backward point. And there is no run, and certainly young Tom Clark and all the top order really making runs will be saying, well, hang on a minute, you can't drop me, I've made runs in this game. So, you'd have thought your 2 overseas come straight into the side, but the young players are making a case, or certainly making selection tricky for Ian Salisbury.
Well, Rizwan's a wicketkeeper as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yeah. So you'd have thought almost that he comes in and will keep. Over the wicket bowls, Atkins forward, plays down the ground, there is no run. And I think, Ian, to be honest, the Ben Brown going to Hampshire, I wish Ben well, of course, a great servant to Sussex, has been well documented. And Ben might get a bat today, because Hampshire are going rather well against Somerset the last we looked. Somerset bowled out yesterday for just 180. And Hampshire in the ascendancy in that game. In fact, Hampshire 205 for 1, so leading by 25. In comes Fletcher, bowls, Atkins plays straight back down the track. There is no run. And wherever you're watching from, a very good afternoon from an increasingly brightening up Hove.
Dan reminds me that Liam Patterson White we're talking about, his dad reminds me that he got a 5 for against Northants at Grantham last year in the Royal London One-Day Cup. I was obviously talking about his 2 first-class 5-ers, but I've just noticed, and I should have mentioned and known at the time, his 4th wicket of this innings, the Stephen Finn one, was his 50th first-class wicket, so should have congratulated him then, but we'll do it now.
Fletcher in bowls, Atkins forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. But I'm just looking at that game, that Northamptonshire game that we're referring to, with Ben Duckett. Where are we? It's the wrong game. That was at Arundel. Let's look at the game at Northampton.
Decent effort, isn't it? 282 not out.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Fletcher. Again over the wicket bowls, and Atkins again steers that to point, and again there is no run. End of another over for Luke Fletcher. He's through a lot of work here, Luke Fletcher. 28 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 96.
You look there, look, the 12th man coming on with Fletcher's sweater again. Yeah. Now, county cricketers like their lunch at 1 o'clock, don't they?
They do. As do we.
Do you think Crocombe and Atkins are of a mind here to, well, let's give it a go now, it's 1 o'clock, or let's keep these so-and-sos out here for another half an hour? Interesting to see.
Yeah, Ben Duckett, 282 not out. That was in a game between the 10th and the 13th of April 2016. 282 not out, 38 fours, 2 sixes. Northants 481 for 7, and that was all we got in the game because it rained a lot. Ajmal Shazad, who we were talking about yesterday, played in that game. A decent Sussex attack as well. McGoffin, Robinson, Shazad, George Garton, Danny Briggs.
Crikey, they've all played international cricket, haven't they? Now then, got him, and it is lunchtime. And Liam Patterson-White, many congratulations. That is one of the most well-earned 5-wicket hauls you will ever see, because when he came on yesterday, Notts were in all sorts of strife in that the Sussex openers very much having things their own way. They were approaching the century stand just before lunch yesterday, and he came on, he brought back an element of control for Stephen Mullaney and his side, and he's done a terrifically good job there. He really, really has, and will march off with figures. now. So 3 slips, point, extra cover. So Finn reinforcing that slip cordon after just 1 ball. 3 slips, 3 more on the offside, 3 on the leg. This one's gone through Ben Slater outside the off stump and into the gloves of Ollie Carter. Fairly standard leg side field, long leg mid-wicket, mid-on. 375 the Sussex total, and Notts this morning got through 32 overs in that 2-hour session, so 64 overs remain. And at the moment we're bang on time where we should be. Stephen Finn again, former Middlesex man, bowls, and Slater's away, works it down. Long leg, Crocombe doing the fielding, and single taken, and Notts are up and running, and now they'll all have to swap over for the right-handed Hasib Ahmed. Wasn't too much of the swapping over for Sussex for ages and ages and ages, because they had lefty after lefty after lefty at the top of their order, and most of them cashed in, apart from Tom Alsop, who only scored 1 on his debut. He's standing at first slip. If an opportunity will come his way. Get those fingers nice and warm, the slip cordon. Adrian and I had a bit of a walk outside just to get something to eat at lunchtime, and it's bitter. Ahmed on strike, Finn bowls to him, left alone with a touch of flamboyance from Hasib Ahmed, as is his wont. And it goes through into the gloves of the keeper. Yeah, very chilly out there. It's not really surprising that it's cold inside the buildings here. It's absolutely bitter out there.
It is cold. I was quite surprised, actually, Dave. I have to say, we're very protected in here, but we took 1 step outside. I thought, glad we put the coat on. Yeah. So, my good friend Julian's there in his gloves and hat and all sorts.
Finn once more, bowling to Ahmed. Oh, he left this alone. I think a slight error of judgment, because he was expecting it to go through, I think, past him and through to the keeper again, but it just jagged back and struck him. No possibility of him getting in too much trouble, but you need to be aware that Finn's got that in his armoury, the ability to jag it back. Final ball then of this first over. Will it be Crocombe, will it be Atkins to share the new ball? We'll find out in a second, as Finn bowls to Ahmed, and this time the Bolton Bradman, as he's whimsically known, lets it go through to the keeper. End of the opening over of the Nottinghamshire innings, 1 without loss, replying to Sussex's 375.
Well, interesting. There's a lot of talk about Steve Finn when he came to Sussex. He's 33, so he's still got ages on his side. But there were a few question marks and a few eyebrows raised about how fit he was for 4-day cricket. But he looks in pretty good nick, doesn't he? I mean, and that was good pace in the opening over there from Steve Finn. So that all goes well for Sussex. You asked me who would open the bowling, and I thought it might be Henry Crocombe who would open alongside Steve Finn. Probably Jamie Atkins with his pace will bowl down the hill as well, but behind Steve Finn. So Henry Crocombe, another of the young Sussex boys who have come through the ranks. I like Henry. I think he just does a little bit with the ball. Likes to pitch the ball up, likes to get it into the batsman's half, and likes to make the batsman play. So let's see how he's developed over the winter months. He's bowling with 3 slips as he runs up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Ben Slater, who's in and bowls, and that's put wide of the off-stump. Slater choosing not to play at that delivery, rehearses a shot as if to say perhaps if he had 20 or 30 to his name, he might have attempted to have cut that one through backward point for 4, but he won't have seen Henry Crocombe before, so he's just having a young look at the young Sussex seamer.
For all these young Sussex bowlers, they see a queue with Robinson and Garton and Joffre there.
Yeah. Because he bowls and Slater's on his way, and Crocombe gets a wicket with his second ball of the innings, and Ben Slater is on his way. Well, we wonder whether Henry Crocombe might open the bowling. He has opened the bowling, and with his second ball, Slater is on his way for 1, and Notts are 1 for 1.
Not sure if he bottom edged it onto his stumps or he just laid down on it. There was a bit of a thud as back came down, and whether that was bat hitting ground or bat hitting the bottom of the ball, but might have been done for pace. You said he was lively, a slippery character. and he's already paid huge dividends. That's an important wicket for Sussex.
Well, I suppose the advantage that certainly, Ben Slater and a lot of these, I mean, they're well-prepared batsmen these days, so they do a lot of preparation on bowlers that they're yet to face, but he'd have been yet to have faced Henry Crocombe. And as I say, he does like to pitch the ball up. That's what I like about Henry Crocombe. So he'll be delighted to have picked up a wicket in his first over. Yeah, I'm just watching a replay on the big screen. Difficult to see from where we are, but some of our people watching on the live stream will perhaps have, well, they would have definitely had a better view than we had of whether indeed Ben Slater did nudge that one onto his stumps. Nonetheless, the wicket's gone down, so Henry Crocombe will be delighted, and it brings in Ben Duckett to bat. And we were talking earlier about Ben Duckett's highest score came in 2016 when he made 282 not out for Northamptonshire against Sussex on a rain-affected match at Wantage Road. But he's going to have to face Henry Crocombe, whose tail will be up. The left-handed Duckett is just going through a couple of warm-ups. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Tom Haines claps his hands in front of us at mid-off and Crocombe is on his way. He's in and bowls, and Duckett plays into the backward point region, and there is no run.
109th first-class match for Ben Duckett, knocking on the door of 7,000 first-class runs, and he's averaging just under 40. And you look around the county circuit, there's not that many players with that high an average, and certainly I've sort of had a bit of a look at the players that have been brought into the England side over the last couple of years, and Ben's average compares favourably to any of them.
Crocombe in bowl. Oh, was that a chance? No, I think it just bounced in front of Tom Clark at second slip. Good pace again from Henry Crocombe. Ben Duckett looking to drive that through the covers. He edged it, and the ball flew very quickly, but just bounced in front of Tom Clark, I think, at second slip. The opening from the 20-year-old. What a wiry build is Henry Crocombe. He does give the ball a chance, particularly the new ball. He's running away from us. He's in and bowls, and oh dear, what happened there? He ran straight through the crease. Now, yesterday we saw that on a number of occasions where bowlers ran through the crease, but mainly because of the really high winds here yesterday. And I just thought for a moment that Henry might have injured himself. But he looks okay. He's having a chat there to standing at mid-on, Jamie Atkins. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no cry of catch, but Ben Duckett making sure that his gloves and bat were well out of the way, and the ball rattled away down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter. Not for one. Change in the field. Alistair Orr has gone back to deep mid-wicket from his position of orthodox mid-wicket. Just keeping Ben Duckett guessing as to what he's going to do as the sun tries to break through again, and Crocombe is on his way and bowls, and that's played down towards fine leg. They've taken one as Duckett's Steve Finn is quickly round. They're going to come back for the second. Good throw, good cricket all round actually, because Duckett was very keen to come back for the second run. Steve Finn was very quickly round on the boundary edge. Good throw right over the top of the stumps. And the end of Henry Crocombe's over, and a successful opening over for Henry Crocombe, in which he saw the wicket of Ben Slater, who he bowled for one. Notts 3 for 1. Duckett on. Oh, were they leg byes? They must have been leg byes.
Yeah, they were leg byes.
I didn't see the umpire signal.
I was just going to make that point. I think he's a good counter, Ben Duckett, but I mean, round the county circuit, in more places than not, you only have to look at the scoreboard and it'll tell you how many balls are left. But I think he's a good counter Ben, and he likes to stay on strike if he can. Here's Finn into Hamid, lets it go through to the keeper. He will have known it will have come off the pad, so it would have been a leg by, wouldn't count to him, and yet he absolutely headed back for the second run, where he could have just stayed down at this end, kept strike for the next over and whatever. But he was desperate to get back for that second. And as you say, it was a good throw right over the gloves and right over the top into the gloves. And he couldn't afford to be tardy running back, or he'd have been run out. Here's Finn. Bowling to Hamid, who uppishly cuts this away through the offside, and that will go for 4. First boundary of the innings, and Hamid is up and running. Lots of 7 for 1. This pair both had 2016 in common. They both sort of had the breakthrough year, an absolute glut of runs up at Lancashire for Asib Hamid, and as we've already mentioned, for Ben Duckett with Northants. Both got into the England Test side that winter, tests in Bangladesh and India, and then disappeared off the scene as the next delivery passes by outside the off stump and through to Carter. Duckett hasn't played Test cricket for England since. Hamid, as I mentioned earlier, forced his way back into the England side second half of last summer, but appears to have been jettisoned again. It will get a go this year, and I think Joe Clark will as well, who's doing next. Hamid looking to drive. I think he inside edged that onto the pad. Still looking round, can't see the first sign of any blue sky or any sunshine
I keep threatening, don't I? It just feels like the sun's going to come out.
We sort of said we'd made the best of it yesterday. We didn't have the best of days, but we got a full day's cricket in. This one goes through to the keeper, and I think we can pretty much say the same about today. It's not the best of the weather, it's bitterly cold, but we are playing cricket. Had an uninterrupted morning up and down the country, haven't we, which is good for the game, moving these matches on. This round of matches. All of Finn's second over, 7 for 1, bowls to Hamid, pushes it back to Stephen Finn. He's now through 2 overs, none for 5. Henry Crocombe began with a wicket maiden, and he'll be bowling at Ben Duckett in just a second. 3 overs have gone. Sussex this morning losing Clark for 100, Finn for 10, Lennon for 24, and Crocombe for 16. Atkins 3 not out, 375 was their first innings score.
I can just see a few outlined shadows on the outfield as Henry Crocombe prepares to on his second over, comes in and bowls to Duckett, who's forward, plays out into the offside, fielded by the eager Archie Lennon. And there is no run. He's very bravely battling through. He's got an irritating cough, but he's we're all safely tested. There's no problems on that score, but he's manfully doing a job here with his drinks and everything.
I'm coming off it, the post-COVID tickly cough that nobody seems to be able to get rid of.
No.
I've spoken to doctors and chemists and everybody.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and Duckett plays out with some discomfort onto the leg side, fielded by Orr, racing in from mid-wicket. There's no run.
It seems you've just got to keep the throat well lubricated with drinks, and we've got the cough sweets and the tickly cough syrup, and you've got to battle through it, same as everybody else.
Already back to his mark. On his way, 3 slips go down. Duckett waits, he's in and bowls. And Duckett pulls, and is he going to be caught, or has that gone for 6? That's gone for 6. Well, it was a beautiful pick-up by Ben Duckett. It was a little shorter from Henry Crocombe. And Duckett, unfussily, just picked it up and whacked it away over deep backward square for 6 runs.
I didn't see actually where it landed, but the way it set off, I thought it was going for an 8. It was. Is it a no ballers? Oh no, the umpire was holding his arm out for the ball to be thrown to him, but he was stood there holding his arm out as if to signal it was a no ball, but it wasn't. He was just wanting to inspect the ball after it clattered into the seats, I think, in front of the pavilion.
So he got a 6 to get him off the mark. That was Duckett's first scoring shot. He waits again as Crocombe is on in and bowls and driven away into the offside without timing by Ben Duckett, fielded at points by Daniel Ibrahim.
I wonder if he's got a wager with Dan Norcross as well about how many sixes he can hit this year. We heard from Test match special commentator Dan Norcross this morning after Stephen Finn hit a 6, and they've had a wager as to whether Finn can hit 5 maximums or not.
Game bowls, and Duckett plays it onto the onside. We'll have to go through quickly. Oh, do you know what? I think that would have been tight. The ball was played onto the onside by Ben Duckett. The throw came in. I'm not sure who picked it up. I think it was Steve Finn who got the throw in. And
you wonder why, don't you? You wonder why.
Hamid had to dive, and the throw missed the stump, so it was all irrelevant. But the thing was, in fact, it was Jamie Atkins who got in the throw, not Steve Finn. And I just wonder if it hit the stumps, how close that would have been.
Yeah.
Anyway, it didn't matter. But Hamid is going to face his first delivery from Henry Crocombe. Scratches away at the crease. 3 slips. On croaks, they say. You've probably heard that through our effects microphone as Henry Crocombe runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and there's a good delivery right up in the block hole, and a puff of dust as Hamid digs that out, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Atkins. There is no run in if Henry Crocombe's over. And over, which was the first 6 of the innings, and Duckett hitting away over backward square leg. So 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Knots off 14 for 1. Duckett on 7, Hamid on 4.
Yeah, and to get off the mark as well from Ben Duckett, we had to wait quite a while for the first 6 in the Sussex innings, hit by Stephen Finn this morning. But Ben Duckett in just the 4th over, clearing the ropes. For 1, Joe Clark doing next at 4, then Lyndon James. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, completes the top 6. Tom Moore's the wicket keeper. Liam Patterson-White, Joey Everson, Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher. It's Finn from the Cromwell Road end down the slope, bowls to Duckett, which is this on the leg side, and there's no run. Is this the first time he'll have bowled at Ben Duckett? May well have been in this innings.
Yes, it is. Sorry, Dave. Yes,
I think it is. Duckett has 7, Hamid 4. Ben Slater, the man out for a single, and there were 2 leg byes. The 14 that we've had so far. Balls are noisy. The balls are ever hungry. And where's this gone? It's tickled fine for 4. Yeah, there was bat involved.
Yeah, there was. There was a cry of catch it, Dave, wasn't there?
Yes, I think that was a very optimistic cry from somebody who couldn't see where it had gone, because there's absolutely no chance that the wicket-keeper, it'd have needed to have been, what do they call it? Was it Stretch Armstrong? He'd have had arms like him to leapt away about 20 feet to his right there, the young keeper, to get anywhere near that. So Duckett's on to 11. Lively start from him. Well, no, he slightly got the line wrong. He's in again to Duckett bowls, and this one's cut away to backward point, nicely fielded. And there's no run. That's young Lenham, isn't it, down on the ground there? Yeah.
He's a real competitor, Archie Lenham. You know, when he's out, he hates it. When he gets it for 4, he hates it. If he misfields a ball or drops a catch, he's a very intense young cricketer. Which is good, you know, he really cares.
Finn again. In to the left-handed Duckett. Pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. 2 o'clock, time to pop next door.
Thank you, Dave. And just to mark your card, John Philby is the new Sussex chairman. He's going to come and have a natter to us just after 2:30. So John, who took over from Bob Warren earlier on this week, so he's going to come have a natter and tell us what he's going to be up to over the next couple of years and what the role entails. As in comes Steve Finn over the wicket bowls, and Duckett is forward, plays straight back down the track. Steve Finn fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Not 18 for 1. Duckett looking in good touch. He's only been in there a little while, but he's already hit a 6. He's on 11. Hamid on 4. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Down the hill, bowls, Duckett lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So the end of the 5th over of this Nottinghamshire innings. Steve Finn, very respectable figures, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. Let me just fill you in on details of games being played elsewhere as you listen to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself Adrian Harms alongside Dave Bracegirdle. Just nip next door to do his update. So, First Division scores, Essex 369 for 6 against Kent at Chelmsford, Hampshire 231 for 1, leading Somerset by 51, so Hampshire in a very strong position in that game. In comes Crocombe and bowls, and then he plays that firmly to square leg fielded by Archie Lenham. There is no run. Northampton all sorts of trouble at home against Gloucester. Gloucestershire making 223, a century there for James Bracey. Northampton reply 61 for 4. Already 3 wickets there for Ryan Higgins. All-rounder Ryan Higgins. I'm sure Middlesex rued the day that they let Ryan Higgins leave. He's been excellent for Gloucestershire. Crocombe in again, bowls, and he drives. And Crocombe fields off his own bowling. Good bit of fielding. Henry Crocombe. And at Edgbaston, Surrey 249 for 5 against the county champions. Ben Folkes 49 not out. Ollie Pope made 58. In the second division, it's raining in Cardiff, where Glamorgan made 234 against Durham, as in comes Crocombe again over the wicket bowls. And he drives across the line, you have to say, and there's a misfield there by Archie Lenham, but it doesn't cost his side a run. Diving away to his left was Archie Lenham. But it wasn't a shot of a great deal of confidence from Hasim Hamid. Looking to play it through the offside, and it squirted away on the leg side. It goes to 19 for 1. Colin Ingram making 87 for Glamorgan. In reply, Durham 5 without loss, but as I say, it's raining in Cardiff. Crocombe in again to Duckett. Duckett drives straight into the covers. Good bit of fielding by Archie Lenham on his knees, but he stops the ball. Worcestershire 226 for 6. 222 for 6, yes, at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Joe Leach, the skipper, on 48. Brett D'Oliveira on 58. Ed Barnard made 57, so good recovery from Worcestershire, who were in trouble yesterday. But Lords, comes Crocombe bowls, and Duckett to a ball of good length defends to mid-off, fielded by the skipper Tom Haynes. Middlesex making 401 all out. Century for Steve Eskenazi. Robbie White making 65. Tom Hell made down the order 30 not out. Derbyshire 8 without loss in reply. That brings you right up to date as Crocombe is in again. Bowls to Duckett right up in the block hole from Henry Crocombe. Duckett defends, played out into the offside. There is no run, just a single coming from that Henry Crocombe over. And Sussex are 19 for 1. Ben Duckett on 11. Hasim Hamid is on 5. Henry Crocombe, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 8, accounted for the wicket of Ben Slater in his opening over. It's going to be Steve Finn who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Dave Bracegirdle is back with us from doing his update, so I'll hand over the baton to Dave for this over.
Here comes Finn to bowl to Hamid, past umpire Bailey, and they're claiming a catch at the wicket, and it's given. Up goes the finger, and Hasim Hamid has to troop off, and Stephen Finn has his first wicket for Sussex. A catch at the wicket by Carter, regulation from the keeper, and that's a huge blow. Recent England Test opener, Hasim Hamid out for 5. Nottinghamshire 19 for 2, replying to that Sussex score of 375, and everything going the way of the Martlets at the moment, Adrian.
Well, it is. I mean, to have both openers back in the pavilion inside the first 5 overs, or first 6 overs. That's the first ball of the 7th over. Sussex will be absolutely delighted. And the opening bowlers have done well. I think they both bowled a good line and length. They've made the batsmen play. And just a little nick through to the keeper, and Hamid is on his way, and Sussex will be absolutely delighted with the way that things have started, and they've had a good day and a third, and it's sort of getting better. A long way to go, but Sussex will be really pleased with the way they began, and particularly good for Steve Finn with his new county picking up his first wicket in Sussex colours. The big question mark about Steve Finn was, how fit would he be for 4-day cricket? And certainly the way he's running in, he's bowling a good pace down the hill. Despite his commentating duties over in Australia in the winter, he looks in fine fettle.
He does. He looks in very good rhythm, and was good enough to find the outside edge.
Ray Yates has been in touch. Thank you, Ray, up in Inverness, about the Ben Slater dismissal that he thought was a little inside edge onto the stumps, which you did call, Dave. So the first man out. He was out for a single. Hamid out for 5.
Joe Clarke is the new man then, in at 4, another right-hander, of course. And I think signs that England are certainly starting to look at Joe Clarke as a potential England Test batsman, with the news that he was the official standby non-travelling replacement for the recent Test series in the Caribbean. Didn't get the call, didn't go, but certainly signs that he might just be the next cab off the rank, if you like, if they look to bring somebody in. Will need to score runs this summer. Faces Finn now, first ball, and he's away. A nice, gentle, pleasing push through mid-on to open his account with a couple of runs. Gentle push. It was pitched up to him by Stephen Finn, and Clarke will have welcomed that chance to push it away nicely.
Very fine young player, Joe Clarke. Began his career at Worcestershire, but also plays all forms, Dave, is that fair to say?
Yes, very much so, yes. He's another one that attracts the purse bids from the franchises around the world. Stephen Finn was coming in, Joe Clarke wasn't ready, held up his hand. He's played at Hove twice before, a best of only 39 here, but does have 100 against Sussex. That was at New Road back in 2014, so he's been around a while. Pushed into the offside, no run. He's 25, he'll be 26 in May.
Yes, I seem to remember that knock. So he's 26 in May, so he could have only been 18 when he made that 100 at New Road.
Averages, talked about Duckett knocking on the door of a first-class career average of 40. Clarke close to 38. This Finn bowls to Joe Clarke. Squared up a little bit, gets it away on the offside. Run 21 for 2. Played for the Melbourne Stars and the Karachi Kings during this past winter, did Joe Clarke. Duckett is batting partner here and big mate. He played for Brisbane Heat and the Quetta Gladiators, and they came up against each other in Big Bash cricket and the Pakistan Super League as Finn bowls. Worked onto the leg side, and there's no run. Half century in a warm-up game last week against Derbyshire, Joe Clarke. 50s in pre-season in the 3-day match against Loughborough University. 61 and 77 he made in that. There's Finn bowling to Joe Clarke. Behind it, pushes it to Finn. That's the end of an over, a successful over for Stephen Finn. 4 overs, 1 for 11. Notts are 21 for 2. They've lost Ben Slater for 1 and a Seabermead for 5.
Yeah, it's a terrific start as far as Sussex are concerned. The two batsmen having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Two relatively new recruits to Trent Bridge. Duckett and Joe Clarke. Applause for Steve Finn as he makes his way down to Billy. He'll be pleased. Experienced cricketer Steve Finn, but even so, he'll be very pleased to have opened his account for Sussex. Had a big wicket as well. Wicket of Hasib Hamid, who's back in the pavilion. Caught by Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Here comes Henry Crocombe in and bowls, and driven away by Ben Duckett. Beautifully played as well to the offside. I suspect that may not reach the boundary. Yes, it does.
Oh, you went early on that one, Adrian.
Yeah. The reason I thought they might get it is that Ali Orr is very, very fast across the outfield. I know in a lot of the training sprints and running that they do in the winter months, and Ali Orr often wins those, but that shows how well timed it was by Ben Duckett. It's the longer boundary here at Hove, out towards the clock tower scoreboard, but it's a nice shot by Duckett, who looks in good touch. He goes to 15, and Nottinghamshire 25 for 2. 3 slips in place, 3 men saving 1 on the offside as Crocombe is in and bowls, and Duckett is forward to ball of good length and defends out into the offside, fielded there by Alistair Orr. 68 in the Sussex first innings. For those just joining us, and people who join all the time during the commentary, Sussex making 375. Tom Clark's top scoring with 100. Liam Patterson-White, excellent figures of 5 for 84 with his left arm spin. Crocombe on his way again, bowls. Duckett again defends and momentarily didn't know where the ball had gone and looked round very anxiously to make sure it hadn't dribbled back onto his stumps, which...
horrible way to get out.
Yeah, it is. You just see that little bail just sort of slightly dislodged. That's always...
Mentioned, I think they should both be eyeing up Test opportunities this year. Jim Metcalfe agrees. If they're serious about taking the next step to Test cricket, Dave, you'd think this is exactly the sort of situation Duckett and Clark need to be prospering in. Agree, Jim.
Crocombe in bowls, cut away by Duckett, and that's going to be more runs. And I think this one, I'm not going to call it because Ali Orr is after. I told you he was quick, and he's pulled that back just inside the boundary edge, and in fact he saved a run. So that's good fielding by Ali Orr, and a really good throw that actually went over the head of Ollie Carter. But it was a good chase by Ali Orr. He dragged the ball back, could have only been millimetres from the rope. But Duckett with 2 good shots in that over. He looks like a player who's in decent touch. He goes to 18, and Nottinghamshire to 28 for 2.
Richard Clarkson is with us. Day off today, Dave. He says spent composing music and watching cricket. I think it's fair to say the songwriting is going better than Nott's batting displays so far. what sort of songwriting have we got? Musician, folky, writer, storyteller, spoon carver, cyclist, green, geek and liberal, he describes himself as. Richard Clarkson, songwriter.
In comes Crocombe, bowls to Clark, who's up on his toes and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. If you want to get in touch with us throughout the afternoon, be delighted to get your emails, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Brace Cricket or at BBC Sussex Sport or at Adrian Harms. And if you're watching on the live stream, really good new cameras here they've got installed here at Hove, so you can listen to the commentary and watch the cricket.
Always been intrigued by songwriters and lyricists and musicians in general. Do you have the words first and then put the music to it, or do you have the music first and then put the words to the music?
Crocombe in bowls, Clark is forward, back down the track. Crocombe fields off his own bowling. There is no run. 28 for 2, Duckett 18, Clark on 2. Well, if you think about Elton John and Bernie Taupin, wasn't it? I think it was the way round that the words were written, and Elton John would then put the music to the words. Huge skill, whichever way round it is.
Yeah. Huge respect for both sides of the equation. Can't play a note. It's been an interesting exercise to try and come up with the words, though, to try and compose some lyrics. Maybe, says he big-headedly, but I could maybe have a stab at that. But you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know, you can make four lines of verse rhyme, can't you? Anybody can do that. But I guess then the skill is finding a great bit of music to go with it. Slight hold up here whilst the Sussex think tank get together at the far end and plot the next wicket. Tom Haynes and Stephen Finn in earnest conversation. Duckett, who's been busy, he's on 18. We'll be facing Finn. comes Finn, bowls to Duckett. They're listening in Waddington, right by the RAF camp there. We're listening here in Waddington. Give us a shout. That's Navenby Travel. And that's my sister-in-law. But she's not listening because it's me. She'd be listening if it was you on your own. If not, we're playing, Adrian. But that's my sister-in-law, and she's been hard at work trying to find a nice place in the sun for me to go and visit in 3 or 4 weeks when we've got a few days off. So thank you, Suzanne. Next ball pushed into the offside, and there's no run on this occasion. Fielded by that's Ali Orr, isn't it? Number 6. We should be familiar with that. Watched him bat for a long period yesterday. Bulls are very much enjoying this early part of Friday afternoon. Didn't much of them yesterday because it was just so windy. Couldn't make them out in the early hours this morning.
Could you? They wake you up.
Oh dear. Not inspected the car yet, but they usually leave a memento or two, don't they? Dropped on the leg side, fielded by Delray Rawlins, and there's no run.
So you get a week off when, Dave?
We play 4 matches, and then we have sort of a bye week then.
Right. I mean, Sussex is pretty much full on until the end of May, and in addition to championship matches, Sussex have got a 4-day match here against the New Zealanders in May as well. So there's very little break, and then pretty much straight into T20 cricket.
Good rhythm, bowls to Duckett, helped onto the onside. Rawlins again doing the fielding. No addition to the total. Mead out for 5, Slater out for 1. And the Notts openers having spent 4 sessions in the field. Quickly back in the dressing room, and they're looking on and hoping that Ben Duckett and Joe Clark can fare a little better. Finn in again to the left-hander. Pulled away by Duckett on the leg side. Can he find the gap out there? He can't. That's nicely stopped on the ropes by Lenham. Return as well. Couple of runs. There's just one gentleman there. Is that the hospitality area that the Sussex squad and staff is just?
Yeah.
The fact says he get in the binoculars.
Yeah, often after generally after the second day, the players go into the players' club and have a shandy or whatever.
Next ball is eased into the onside, but it was fielded by the bowler. End of that Stephen Finn over. 5 overs, 1 for 13. Notts a 30 for 2. Sussex made 3-7-5, and the bonus point situation at the end of the first innings was 3-2 to Sussex.
Yeah. Henry Crocombe's going to carry on. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. I just wonder how, with Nottinghamshire having lost a couple of wickets, I'm sure that Tom Haynes will want to keep Steve Finn going for as long as he can, but I imagine he'll just have to be a little careful with his 33-year-old. I'm sure Steve Finn will be, only too keen to say when he needs a bit of a breather. But very tidy spell. 5 overs, 1 for 13. It's going to be Henry Crocombe with the 10th over of the innings, running in from the C end of the ground. He's in on bowls, and Clark is forward and plays out into the covers. Alistair Orr keenly feels, but in doing so sort of pushes the ball away from him and almost conceded a single, but managed to get the ball under control. Sounds like a footballer, doesn't it?
Now this could confuse an idiot, because Finn is now wearing Crocombe's sweater at mid-on. So we've got 2 number 5s out there at the moment.
Yes, now I think that
that's not Finn, is it?
In comes Crocombe bowls.
Is that Atkins?
It's Jamie Atkins. It's outside the off stump, let go by Clark, taken by Carter. There's no. Yeah, it's Jamie Atkins, who's very confusingly got Henry Crocombe's jumper on. So perhaps Jamie's feeling a bit chilly out there.
Or again, maybe it's just a case of the players are looking after each other's sweaters.
Yes, maybe, yeah. Yeah, Steve Finn's all the way down at fine leg.
Yeah.
There are 3 slips. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. mid-wicketish, almost square leg really, as Crocombe is in and bowls, and Clark, that's a super shot. Yeah, and that's a shot of a quality cricketer. Outside the off stump from Crocombe, wasn't a horrible ball, but Clark just stepped inside and just cracked the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Beautifully played. That really was a quality shot. He goes to 6 and Nottinghamshire to 34 for 2.
Things tend to happen when Crocombe's bowling, don't they? Whether it's wickets, 4s, 6s, ball beating bat.
Yes, and I think Henry Crocombe, because he's an aggressive bowler, he likes to attack the batsman and attack the stumps. He's, on occasion he does go for a few, but I think he's always likely to get wickets as well. Runs away from us, in and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays that solidly to mid-on, fielded by Jamie Atkins. Again, there is no run. Knots with Slater out for a single, Hamid for 5. Wicket apiece for Crocombe and Finn. So the other bowling options for Sussex will be Jamie Atkins, who I'd imagine will bowl down the hill at some stage. Young, quick, fast bowler, just 19 years of age, as Crocombe is in again and bowls, and forward comes Clark to a ball of good length. And Clark, with an immaculate forward defensive shot, just plays it straight back down the track. Crocombe feels there is no run. Dan Ibrahim will bowl a bit of medium pace. And then there are 2 spinning options, the leg spin of Archie Lenham. You'll enjoy watching Archie bowl, Dave. And Delray Rawlings with his slow left arm. So plenty of options for Tom Haynes, as Crocombe is in and bowls, and Clark again forward to a ball of good length from Crocombe that he punches to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run. It's the end of the over. In fact, Jamie Atkins now takes off his jumper, which is Henry Crocombe's jumper anyway, and gives it back to Henry Crocombe. End of the over, 34 for 2, Duckett 20, Clark 6. Live cricket on the BBC. A very warm welcome wherever you're listening from. Every ball of every game, of every match, of every county from now until the end of September, right across the BBC. It's the place to follow county cricket, T20 cricket, and the 50-over competition as well.
I've not picked up on it before, but Atkins has now gone down the far end, taken Stephen Finn's sweater, and he's popped it on. So Atkins is getting all the benefits of wearing an extra sweater, whoever's bowling.
Yeah, he's obviously the official jumper wearer. It's Jamie Atkins, but it's going to be Steve Finn who's going to carry on. He decided to come around the wicket to Ben Duckett.
On the slope he comes. To Duckett push into the offside, cry of wait.
It's all coming right out the middle of Ben Duckett's bat at the moment, isn't it? You can hear the resounding crack of the ball as he's playing his shots. He looks like a player who's in good form, and Sussex will know all about Ben Duckett for that 282 a few years ago, and they'll be hoping to get him out.
Finn again bowling to him, cut away for 4. Just nicely played there, really opened the face and just guided it. All the pace provided by Finn, and all Ben Duckett had to do really was just run it away for 4. Nobody down at the third man, as there very rarely is in county championship cricket. This might be one ground really where you might think about putting somebody down there, because
once it's gone, Dave.
Exactly.
Down this hill, once it beats the infield. In fact, you've read Stephen Finn's mind, because I think that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've done a bit of this in your life, Dave.
What's the saying? Even a broken clock's right twice a day, or whatever. Yeah. It just seemed like that was an invitation, really, just to keep guiding him down to third man for 4. But there's protection down there now. The gap has been plugged. Finn round the wicket again to Duckett, and work this on the leg side and take a single.
So, I don't like to be a prophet of doom, but it has clouded up quite a bit. Since I said the skies were lightening and we thought we'd be okay, there's some rather sort of threatening cloud around, and I'm not so sure away to the right-hand side of the ground, up in the northeast. So there's not a shower over there, just looks as if there may be...
It's all right.
Let's hope so.
Can stay over there, we'll be all right. Clark, the right-hander, back on strike. You do a guest, aren't you? At 2:30 I should be going to do another update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and Adrian...
yes, John Philby.
Hopefully we'll be having a guest in.
Yeah, the new chairman of Sussex is going to come and have a natter to us about his new role of the club.
Met him this morning. Seems It's a good delivery past Clark through to wicketkeeper Carter and a number of Sussex players out there, including bowler Finn with hands on head. In fact, he's still got his hands on his head, Stephen Finn. So it was very close to nicking it, or it was very close to nicking off the off bail, but a decent delivery for Finn. This seems a very nice chap, the new Sussex chairman, and
yes, he is.
Adrian will be he'll be tying him down with some probing questions.
I'm not sure whether that was just missed the stumps or just missed the outside edge.
Yeah, I think it's fairly close to both. Finn in again to Joe Clark. Pushes this one to mid-on. And there's no run.
Well, it's been a good opening spell, this, from Steve Finn. And, this, as I say, we said a couple of times, Steve Finn's had a couple of injury problems over the last couple of seasons. And a few eyebrows were raised when Sussex brought him in at the end of last season. But he looks very fit. He's bowled with excellent rhythm, and he'll be a good addition for Sussex on the first few overs that he's bowled here today.
And he comes again. Bowls, and this time it is nicked. Sussex have got a first bowling point. Second wicket for Finn, and Clark goes, caught behind. Very close to getting Joe Clark earlier in the over, but this time he manages to find the outside edge, and Notts lose their third wicket with only 39 on the board. And Joe Clark goes for 6. Caught Carter, bowled Finn, and Sussex already with the 4 bonus points, and Notts off to a pretty dismal start in reply to the Sussex 375 all out.
Well, Joe Clark played a sumptuous shot in the previous over where he'd hit Henry Crocombe before. He looked in good nick, but Steve Finn, maybe that early delivery just unsettled Joe Clark. And Sussex will be absolutely thrilled to bits. Steve Finn picking up a couple of wickets, leading this Sussex attack in the absence of Ollie Robinson. You think Robinson and Finn would be a decent opening partnership, and of course Jofra Archer, but Jofra, we're not expecting him to be playing much 4-day cricket this season. I was just having a natter out in the middle. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. Maybe they're just having a conversation to pass a couple of minutes while the new batsman comes in. But the new man coming in,
Lyndon James, it should be.
Yes, who towers over Ben Duckett, doesn't he?
Yeah.
A little bit like Steve Finn was towering over Archie Lenham a little earlier on today. But a terrific start as far as Sussex are concerned. But the danger man very much is still there, Ben Duckett. He's made 25 of the 39 runs.
So Lyndon James at the crease. He spoilt Tom Clark's party this morning, bowling the Centurion for 100. 23 years of age, Lyndon James. This is his 16th first-class match. Top score of 91. Decent year last year. 14 matches, 608 runs and 18 wickets.
This is interesting because I spoke about bowling options, and one of the options that I hadn't considered was Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, who bowls a little bit of medium pace. He wobbles the ball around a little bit, does Tom. He'll have Ollie Carter standing up. So this is clearly a plan. Henry Crocombe taken out of the attack, and it's going to be Tom Haynes, the skipper. Tom was warming up in the previous over, so I don't think that's anything that's changed. It was obviously a plan that they've conceived, as in comes Haynes coming into bowl to Duckett, who clips that one to mid-wicket. A good sprawling save in there by Jamie Atkins. The Sussex boys are throwing themselves around in the field, which is always good to see. Still in a bit of trouble here. 39 for 3 in reply to the Sussex total of 375. Haynes on his way from the sea end, he's in and bowls, and Ben Duckett covers up and plays it down the ground to mid-off, fielded by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run. A little breeze at Hove today, which is in stark contrast to the conditions yesterday. The one downside of that is that this heavy cloud isn't really going anywhere. It's sitting right above Hove at the moment. Comes Haynes and bowls, and played away by good wicket to pick up his 26th run. 3. Duckett 26. Lyndon James, a new batsman, is yet to score, but he's going to face his first ball, that's why, and they're just reorganising the field. So keeper Carter is standing up. There's a slip, point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. So 4 men saving 1 on the offside, then a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg, and a fine leg as Haynes wheels round in front of us, comes in and bowls, and James plays firmly back to bowler Haynes, who athletically takes the ball away to his left-hand side. Is no run. Cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Live from Hove, Haynes in and bowls, and a lovely bit of bowling by Tom Haynes, and Lyndon James playing down the wrong line. Wicketkeeper Carter standing up. Took the ball cleanly. There was a yelp. So James didn't get there. There's no run. Tom Haynes wanders back to his mark. 1 ball remaining in this over. And then I'll introduce our special guest who's going to come and natter to us for half an hour. As in comes Tom Haynes. Haynes in. James plays into the offside. And there is no run. We've got updates come to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment's time. Nottinghamshire 40 for 3 here at Hove. And then Sunday for Marathon. Tom Haynes bowling his first over, 1 over, just for the 1 run conceded. Sunny spells. Doesn't look too bad, is it, for Sunday? Monday warmer with sunny spells. 2 batsmen having a bit of a natter in the middle of the pitch. I wonder whether Steve Finn, before that previous over, might take a breather, but there's no way they're going to get the ball out of his hands now. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18. It's been a terrific day for Sussex so far here at Hove. They made 375. The highlight of that, an innings of exactly 100 by Tom Clark, a young 21-year-old from Haywards Heath. It was his maiden first-class 100 and saw Sussex on their way to a total of 375. Then they've reduced Nottinghamshire, who are one of the favourites for promotion this season, to 40 for 3 in their first innings. Steve Finn, in his debut season for Sussex, has taken 2 of the wickets. The other wicket taken by Henry Crocombe. So a really good day so far for Sussex. Nottinghamshire 40 for 3. Up at Edgbaston, Surrey 272 for 6 against Warwickshire. Ben Folkes, the wicketkeeper, is still there. He's 60 not out.
Adrian, out the blocks then for Sussex. Tell us a bit more about Tom Clark and that century.
Well, wonderful. He's been around the first team squad for a couple of years, Danny. He's made plenty of 20 and 30s, but not really gone in to make the big score. But today, and indeed yesterday as well, he batted absolutely beautifully. As I say, he's 21, comes from Haywards Heath. He's come through the ranks here at Sussex, and he was absolutely delighted. He punched the air when he made that 100, waved his bat, I think maybe to some relatives who are sitting here in the grounds. So it was a really special moment. Sussex 375. They haven't made a score like that too often in first innings in recent years. And now reducing Nottinghamshire, who are a really strong side, Danny, to 41 for 3 is some achievement. So things on this opening couple of days really couldn't have gone better for Sussex.
Hopefully it's a good sign for the season ahead. Adrian, thank you for now. Updates throughout the afternoon.
Thanks very much. That's our update there from Danny Pike. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined in the commentary box by John Philby, who is the new chairman of Sussex Cricket Club, looking very smart in a nice blue suit and checked shirt and his Sussex tie. As in comes Steve Finn racing down the hill and bowls, and James is forward and plays a little uncertainly into the offside. 41 for 3. First of all, John, good afternoon to you and many congratulations on your appointment.
Good afternoon, Adrian. Good afternoon, everybody listening. Thank you very much. It's a huge privilege for me to become the chair of Sussex Cricket, and I'm absolutely delighted about it.
We'll find out about how it all came about and the announcement which came on Wednesday as Steve Finn wheels away at the far end of the ground. 2 for 19 to his name. He's in and bowls, and James is forward, plays it back to Finn, and there is no run. So there is a process, John. You're elected to the board, and then what happens from there?
The chair is actually an election by the board members. So the constituents, if you like, were the colleague board members. There were 8 people voting, and I needed to persuade 5 of them that I was the right choice.
In comes Finn and bowls, and James is forward against a ball of good length. Finn fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
unfortunately, I was able to do that, so here I am.
Wonderful. And you get voted, and does your role start immediately? They say yes. Now you're Mr. Chairman, off you go.
That's a brilliant question, because yes, that is exactly how it happened. It was a board meeting on Tuesday afternoon. The first item was the election of the chair. The second item was any other business. Well, actually, the second item was election of the vice chair.
In comes Phil and Bowles, and James plays that to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 41 for 3, Duckett 27. James yet to score. Steve Finn, impressive figures, 7 overs. No maidens, 2 for 19.
So the second item was the election of the vice chair, and I turned to Johnny Barclay, who's the president, who'd overseen my election, and said, are you running this? But he said, no, you are. That's it. So I was immediately in as the chair. Martin Richards was appointed as the vice chair, and then we went to any other business, and then we had a 2.5-hour board meeting, which I chaired, and we talked about a lot of very interesting and important things for Sussex cricket. So it was straight into a baptism of fire, so to speak.
And are you chairman for a number of years? Is it a bit like sort of the Prime Minister or the President in America? You get a set term? What's the set term? And we'll talk in between balls, and Tom Haynes does get through his overs pretty quickly, but it is Tom Haynes who's going to bowl the next over from the sea end. It has got a bit gloomy here at Hove, with a big dark cloud sort of hanging over the ground. Knott's 41 for 3, and the numbers on the scoreboard are just shining quite brightly at the moment, as Haynes was on his way, but Duckett just wasn't quite ready. Ben Duckett, who's looked in good nick, he's on 27. Haynes bowls, and Duckett plays that down to fine leg. He picks up a single, he goes to 28. Knott's 42 for 3.
The board's able to choose how long they want, up to 3 years, and we've chosen 2 years as the initial period. I'm due to retire as a board member in 3 years' time. I'm hoping that I'll serve 3 years, but it's an initial 2-year period with a possible third, and then that'll be me, and I'll be handing on to somebody else.
Right, so you can't go beyond 3 years, John?
Probably not. There are some rules that would allow it, but that's not really what we're intending to do.
Haynes in again, comes into bowl to James, who's punching that to mid-off, and there is no run. You've taken over from Bob Warren, who's been chairman down here, during some pretty challenging times during COVID as well.
Bob's done an amazing job, particularly through the COVID times, and ensuring the financial security. Our balance sheet looks very good. The club is in a very strong financial state. Haynes
in bowls. James plays down the ground to mid-on, no run.
The club's in a very strong financial position. Sussex Cricket has no debt, and we own the ground, and we're developing the front of the ground. We can afford everything that we're doing, and that's all down to Bob's fantastic stewardship. So huge tribute to him for what he's achieved.
There'll be people listening to us around the county circuit who will be the envy with balance sheet like that. Haynes in again. James gets a single, an edgy single through backward point. Nonetheless, a single it is. Throw comes in a very wild flow, actually, from, I think that's Steve Finn down there. Nonetheless, there's no overthrow. 43 for 3. I can see Jamie Atkins going through a warm-up routine, so we may see the pacey young quick bowler replacing Steve Finn. I mean, that's some achievement in this day and age. You don't hear many clubs, either cricket, football, or any sporting clubs, that can say no debts, John. That must be a very nice position to be in.
It's a very strong and helpful position, and with the redevelopment at the front of the ground, we're only getting stronger.
Haynes in and bowls. Duckett forward, plays into the offside. There is no run, and those is it the right word to use? The profit that's made from those new apartments they're going up, is that all being invested back into the redevelopment of the ground, John?
The intention is very much that Rob Andrew calls it the master plan, and the intention is that there'll be 3 further phases of development here, yes.
Haynes in again, bowls. Duckett cracks that firmly into the offside. There is no run. Fielded there by a man with no name on the back of his shirt. Now, I'm just wondering who that is. I'm not quite sure. Someone had gone off the field. I think Delray Rawlington maybe got off. Whoever to come on as a replacement fielder is going back off. So, end of the over, 43 for 3.
I think that's George Burrows.
Right,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, and it is going to be Jamie Atkins. So the intention, the money that's made from the development, for those of you who have perhaps been to Hove, it's where the cricketer pub used to be, that was a land owned by the club, where these very nice looking apartments are going up always as you come in every time, John. Another floor seems to have gone on them.
Well, it's now reached the top. There's no more floors to go on, Adrian. And there are 37 flats there. You'll see around the back of it, there's 3 floors of commercial property that will be offices. Those offices will provide rental income to Sussex Cricket for years to come. And as will the pub.
And the apartments themselves, are they all sold?
Yes, all 37 are sold.
Wow.
I think 34 are completed and 3 subject to completion, but yes, they're all sold. And at higher prices than the original expectation.
Well, that sounds good. Jamie Atkins running in over the wicket, bowled his first ball, comes in and bowls to James, who flicks that down to fine leg, fielded by Ali Orr. 1 more to the total. James goes to 2, the total 44 for the Orr. Good news for the club. Maybe got good news for the people who are buying the apartments, but anyway, that's good news. And the other
I'm sure they're delighted, Adrian. I mean, they've got fantastic flats with great views in a brilliant spot, so I think they've done very well.
And the other good news, and Dave Bracegirdle, our colleague from BBC Nottingham, hasn't been here for a number of years. In fact, 2017, the last time Nottinghamshire played here. He was saying, the pub's gone. But the pub is returning, is that right?
The pub is returning. This time next year, we're expecting it'll be open, yeah. And Dave will be able to enjoy it like everybody else.
Atkins in bowls, just a pacey delivery, and it's a loud appeal. But umpire Bailey's hand stays firmly in his pocket. Wouldn't have seen too much of Jamie Atkins, if anything at all, would Ben Duckett. That was a quick delivery by the young 19-year-old. And Duckett, for the first time, really looking a bit of trouble. I mean, what a day to take. I mean, it's an easy job being this chairman, isn't it? Sussex scored 375 and then reduced Notts to 44 for 3. It's been an outstanding performance so far, John.
It's been fantastic. Been hugely enjoyable.
In comes Atkins round the wicket, bowls. Duckett plays down the track. There is no run.
I have got a deep fear of Ben Duckett.
Yeah.
He scores a lot of runs against Sussex, and I'm sure he's quite capable of delivering quite a few more today. He certainly started well,
yes.
but so have Sussex. It's lovely to watch.
282 he made, John, not out. It was a game up at Wantage Road. I think it was 2016, and
I was there, Adrian.
Yeah, I think I was. Well, I was, and it rained for 2 days, and we all came home. In comes Atkins. The lights are coming on around the wicket, bowls, and Duckett plays on the bounce to Delray Rawlins, who misfields but then recovers quickly and then sends in a not very good throw. And that was a bit of untidy cricket. It was a good recovery by Delray, but his throw came in. It eluded Ollie Carter. It's gone for an overthrow, and Duckett picks up a run. He goes to 29. Nottinghamshire onto 45 for 3. And just we're finally talking about the contribution that Bob Warren has made, John. It must have been difficult for any number of reasons during the last couple of years with COVID. Atkins on his way. Bowls to James, who glides that onto the onside and takes a single. In James, he goes to 3, and Nottinghamshire to 46 for 3.
I think it was very difficult. We weren't able to meet. We weren't able to hold meetings except by Zoom, and there was total uncertainty as to whether people were going to be allowed into grounds or not. The players had to be very carefully looked after. Various of them contracted COVID at different times. Very, very difficult, yeah.
Atkins around the wicket, final ball of the over, bowls to Duckett, who's forward, plays on into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 46 for 3. Duckett on 29, James on 3. The floodlights are on brightly. There's some heavy cloud above Hove. To way to the west, the skies are a bit brighter. So hopefully we're going to keep on playing. For those who don't know you, John, and I've known you around the club for a number of years, Sussex supporters who don't know you, why should they be pleased that John John. I know you've been involved in a lot of work that's been done around Sussex in terms of the development of the game at all levels. We're talking about league cricket, we're talking about women's cricket, we're talking about disability cricket as well. There have been huge advances. Haynes on his way in and bowls, and James, that's a good shot. Too much width from Tom Haynes, and he's clubbed away through the offside, and the skipper kicks away at the ground. That was a good shot, and the 50 up for Nottinghamshire. They go to 50 for 3. Lyndon James with a good shot. He's on 7. Whilst all those is vitally important for the future of the game, it's also vitally important what goes on out here as well, John, in terms of the first team and how they perform.
We very much think that it is. We think there's a strong connection.
Haynes in and bowls. James is forward, a little uncertainly, plays it to square leg where it's fielded by the speedy Alior, who comes in. In fact, it wasn't Alior. In fact, it is Alior. It's very confusing, the Sussex lads, because they're all taking the bowler's jumper. So Alior has currently got Tom Haynes' jumper on. So Tom Haynes can't be in two places at once, not even he's that good. So Alior is wearing number 20 on his back, but he's fielding a square leg in Tom Haynes' jumper. In comes Haynes, bowls, and James plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark. And there is no run. 50 for 3, Duckett on 29, James on 7. Tom Haynes in his second over. We'll come back to John in a minute, but Tom Haynes does nip through his overs very quickly. He's already back to his mark. And he's on his way under the lights at Hove. He's in and bowls, and James is forward and punches that to mid-off. And again, there is no runs. In terms of the structure of the club, John, you are the chairman, we have the board. Just in terms of reporting lines, what does that mean? Does that mean that the CEO, who's Rob Andrew, reports to you, and how does that work? Perhaps we could explain that at the end of the over as Tom Haynes runs away from us, comes into bowl to James, who plays a little uncomfortably to square leg, fielded by Alior. End of the over, 50 for 3, Duckett 29, James on 7.
That's right, Adrian. The chief executive does report to the chairman, and he is responsible to the chair of Sussex Cricket for the performance not only of the team on the field, but also of the business, and also of the foundation and of community cricket around the county. So Rob is responsible for delivering all of that. The job of the board is to provide oversight to him and to provide challenge and to provide strategic advice. But it's Rob's job to run the business, and that's what he does.
Jamie Atkins is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Ben Duckett. He's in and bowls, and Duckett is forward. Atkins fields off his own bowling, and there is no running. In terms of your time, John, spent as chairman, how many hours will you be putting in? I mean, what's the commitment that you have to make as an individual?
The person specification for the role says at least 2 days a week, but I'm reasonably expecting that it'll be more or less the equivalent of full-time voluntary work. I'll always be on call. I'll always be needed.
Atkins around the wicket, bowls, and Duckett thought about hooking that and pulled out the shot at the last moment. There is a man at deep backwards square, and Carter took the ball above his head, and that's an important point, actually, John. So it's a voluntary role. It's a non-paid role.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Completely non-paid. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well. And is that always the case? I mean, it's interesting.
Yes, it is. Chairs of county cricket clubs are unpaid, as are all the board members. And in case anybody doubts it, we also pay for our lunch and for our memberships. So there's no...
In comes Atkins, bowls, and Duckett clips this one firmly through mid-wicket. It's a nice-looking shot, but racing around the boundary is...
It's James Coles, isn't it?
It is James Coles who's gone. That's a good spot. So someone is off the field, and I'm not sure who it is. Delray Rawlings went off a little earlier, but Delray is on. I think it might be Steve Finn who's off.
Finn's at mid-off.
You need to do this job, John, and the chairman as well. So someone else is off, and we'll work out who it is in a moment. Jamie Atkins, I'm not concentrating, comes running around the wicket, comes into bowl to Duckett, and Duckett nicks it and he's caught, he's on his way. What a wicket that is for Jamie Atkins. He's absolutely thrilled to bits. Ben Duckett drags himself off. What a session this has been for Sussex. Jamie Atkins picks up the prize wicket of Ben Duckett, and Nottinghamshire really are in trouble at 52 for 4.
Well, it was a lovely catch by Tom Alsop. I mean, I suppose it was low, it went very fast, and everybody's very excited about Jamie Atkins, and rightly so. What a wicket that is for Sussex.
Well, it really is. And Tom Alsop, who's kept wicket in his time quite a bit down at Hampshire, I noticed he was fielding at first slip during the warm-up matches. I said to Ian Salisbury, he's not a bad guy to have at first slip. Sussex have had some good first slips, the likes of Chris Jordan and Mike Yardy back in the day at second slip. But that was hold your catches, win your matches.
That was a crucial catch. It was very low. It was very well taken. And Duckett's nicked off. So I think I've looked around. I think that it's Daniel Ibrahim that's off the pitch.
Well done. Thank you. Saved my bacon. Gareth has been in touch. He says, lovely to hear John Philby has taken over the chairmanship. He often pops into our club, Lindfield Cricket Club, during the season to say hello and see what's going on in the local league game. So there we are. Do you stop there and have a pint now and again?
I have the occasional pint, Adrian, certainly. But I do like to visit cricket clubs around the county, and I can't promise to get to everyone in the season. But I spend as much time as I can visiting clubs. I think it's really important that I know and I can see what's going on. We're so lucky in Sussex to have such a fantastic group of volunteers running cricket clubs. There's 185 affiliated cricket clubs, and the number of clubs is growing, the number of people playing the game's growing. Women's cricket clubs have gone from 42 to 64 in less than a year.
Wow.
We're very, it's cricket in Sussex has really caught fire, and this performance today shows what it's all been about.
Jamie Atkins racing in, he's tearing in, comes to bowl to the new batsman who's Stephen Mullaney, and that absolutely thudded. You probably heard that on our effects microphone, and Ollie Carter took the ball and looked at Jamie Atkins as if to say, that was quick.
He is quick, isn't he? And I remember a spell that he bowled at Headingley in the game where Daniel scored the youngest 50 ever in the championship, but Jamie took 5 wickets in that game and bowled very quick against a really top class Yorkshire batting lineup. That was very quick, Adrian.
Atkins on his way again. Sussex really with their tails up, comes in and bowls. Mullaney lets that one go through to keeper Carter. There is no run. It's the end of a wicket taking over from Jamie Atkins. 2 overs, 1 for 5, not 52 for 4. That in reply to the Sussex total of 375. So Gareth is very pleased that you've taken over as chairman. And just finally, but well, not finally, but in terms of you, John, you've spoken about your passion for Sussex. In your sort of business and working life, did you do sort of work that made you think that this is something that's good for you and can give the Sussex people some, the Sussex public some confidence in you?
I hope so. My working career was at London Underground. I was involved in organisation development and performance, and people may recall that there was the private-public partnership. I was involved in setting that up and preparing the organisation for that. So I've got a lot of experience of people management and how organisations are meant to work and managing performance. And I think all of that is highly relevant. I'm a bit concerned, Adrian, by the groundsmen.
Yes, I am.
Walking around here at the moment.
Yeah, they're just wandering around. Ben Gibson, who I have to say has done a wonderful job of preparing the ground. I mean, it just looks fabulous. Yeah. He's walking around with his guys towards the covers down below us as Haynes comes in and bowls, and I missed a ball which is actually something that a commentator should never do, and I apologise. And Lyndon James plays it to mid-wicket and there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get a message to John, as Gareth has done. Randy Baldwin says, excellent to hear from John. His appointment is the best thing to happen to Sussex Cricket Club.
Thank you, Randy.
Haynes on his way again, bowling his little medium pace as comes in and bowls, clipped away through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot by Lyndon James. He's going to get at least a couple and maybe three, but Henry Crocombe is like a hare across the ground and prevents it going for a three. It's amazing what a few wickets can do, because Henry Crocombe chased after that as if his sort of life depended on it. A nice looking shot by James. He goes to 9.
It's certainly one of the advantages, Adrian, having a very young side, is that they do like to run around a lot. Yeah.
The ground staff are gathering away to our right-hand side, but actually the skies away to the west are a lot brighter, so let's just hope it's precautionary. Haynes in again, bowls, and James punches that down the ground, fielded there by Jamie Atkins eagerly. The total remains on 54 for 4.
I mean, I think it's important to say, Adrian, that the clubs, and it's lovely to hear from Gareth, but a lot of these players playing in these games are from Sussex cricket clubs.
Haynes in again, bowls, forward comes James, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
And it's because of Sussex cricket clubs that they're here, and it's because of Sussex cricket clubs that we're able to put out a team. I think it's 9 out of the 11 have played club cricket in Sussex, played their early cricket at schools and clubs in Sussex. That's just exactly what we're aiming to achieve, what we're aiming to do.
Haynes. The light is improving slightly. Comes in and bowls. James plays that to mid-wicket. Haynes to James. End of the over. 54 for 4. Mullaney yet to score. James on 9. Tom Haynes, 4 overs. No mains, no wicket for line. A message from Phil in Newark for you, John. He says, afternoon, Adrian. Much better lunch today. He says, wine in brackets. I hope you enjoyed your glass of wine. Great performance by the Sussex bowling outfit. Finn proving a steady season pro to hopefully give some guidance. Good to hear John Philby on as well. Any chance you can ask him if is there any remote possibility of a Sussex game at Arundel this year? Not scheduled, but maybe they could swap one around. There's been a lot of people been in touch about the no out cricket this year, and I think there's a general understanding of the COVID situation, John, but perhaps you could just give some clarity around that as Jamie Atkins looks to come in and bowl the first ball of his third over. 1 for 5 at the moment. He's in and bowls and let go by Mullaney through to Carter's no run.
I'm afraid there won't be a Sussex game at Arundel this year, not in the Championship or in the 50 over competition, and the reason for that is really simple. The way the fixture list is, and with all of our members wanting cricket at Hove, and the cost of moving games from Hove to Arundel, it's a very difficult sum for us to make work. And it's absolutely our intention to get back to Arundel and to get back to Horsham and Eastbourne.
In comes Atkins, bowls, let go by Mullaney.
But I'm afraid it won't be this year. Let's hope that we can do it next year. And it's an interesting related point. I was talking with some people, with one of the journalists next door this morning, Paul Edwards. He's a man I much respect and enjoyed his piece on Cricinfo this morning. But Paul was talking about the fact that if they reduce the Championship to, say, 5 home games, they'll make it even harder.
In comes Atkins. Over the wicket, bowls, let go by Mullaney through to Carter's no run.
If you've got only 5 home Championship games and you've got members who've paid their subscription to come and watch cricket at Hove, and you've got the cost of setting up a ground at Arundel, it'll be much, much harder to do that with only 5 games. So there's a lot of thinking to be done, but out games for us, for Sussex, play a really important part. Talked about getting out and around the county.
Atkins down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Mullaney, who's forward, punches that to mid-on, there is no run.
I was just talking about the fact that 9 of our players come from clubs in Sussex, and one of the reasons that clubs prosper is that we get out there, and we've been to Eastbourne, and we go to Arundel, we go to Horsham, and it's no coincidence that actually the clubs that develop a lot of the players that we have would be clubs like Horsham and Eastbourne. It's very important for us to get out there, but we will need a fixture list that enables that.
In comes Atkins over the wicket, bowls. Mullaney lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. And how much control over that? We'll talk in a moment about a lot of talk in the press about restructuring of the game, John. But there's a commitment from you that fixture list allowing, that the out grounds are still very much on the agenda.
Absolutely, that's a commitment from the board of Sussex Cricket, from the chief executive of Sussex Cricket. There's no doubt that outgrounds play an important part in what we want to achieve in creating passion for cricket in Sussex. But we do need the right fixture list to do that.
Atkins racing in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Mullaney, who drives. That's a nice looking shot by Stephen Mullaney, but it won't go for 4. It's through extra cover. Haynes is in hot pursuit alongside James Cole's out towards the extra cover boundary, but the experienced Mullaney is on his way. He's on 2, and Nottinghamshire are 56 for 4 at the end of that Jamie Atkins over. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7. Notts 56 for 4 with Slater for 1, Hamid for 5, Clark for 6, and Duckett for 31, already back in the pavilion. Well, that's good to hear. Also, a lot of talk around John. In fact, Henry Crocombe's coming back into the attack, I think, for Sussex from this to C end. Much talk, and I know much of it's speculation, and perhaps a slightly unfair question, but I'll ask it anyway. In the press about restructures of the game, Rob Andrew at the press day was very keen to point out and spoke very clearly that there's a review going on, and there's a lot of speculation about a Premier Division of 12 and the others going into Division of 6. I just wonder, of course this review is ongoing, but as a chairman, what are your thoughts on that? Because it almost seems as if there's a move to have sort of like an elitist 12 and the rest are sort of down here somewhere.
I think if you come to Hove today and you look at what we're doing here, you look at the fact that we're playing against the team that finished 3rd in the county championship last year, and that we're giving them a very good game, and that we've got 9 boys from Sussex that are playing alongside Steve Finn, and that next week we'll have Rizwan and Pujara to join that. The idea that we should somehow be marginalised from that is preposterous. And in Hove we have a centre of excellence for the development of young cricketers, and English cricket needs us.
And comes Crocombe running in over the wicket, bowls, and James plays that through square leg. That's a very, very fine bit of fielding. Diving away to his right-hand side, it was Steve Finn, who's hurling himself around in the outfield. Good bit of fielding, prevented a single. Is it also sort of, choose my words carefully, is it almost sort of slightly insulting as well that it's even being muted around, John, that, a Premier League of 12?
I mean, well, I find it insulting, but the people who are doing it have got good reasons for thinking that they need to look at it.
Crocombe in bowls, and James placed a mid-wicket, and it's Finn who fields again.
I hope Sussex unequivocally, and the counties of the English first-class counties, believe in 18 counties. We think that we're not like Australia. The population's completely different. The population centres are completely different. We're not New Zealand. They've got 6 teams. They've also got only 3 million people, and we've got 70 million. So it's a completely different setup. Rob Andrew said when he arrived here, we need an English solution to an English problem. That is what we need.
Crocombe runs away from us, in and bowls. Forward comes James, plays into the offside, no run.
That is what we need. It'll be very interesting to see what the outputs of this high performance review are, and then it'll be for the counties to take a look at those outputs and decide which of those we're able to respond to, which are the right ones for English cricket. But I could not be more contented about the role of Sussex cricket in English cricket, and I think that we're doing a fantastic job for English cricket.
Crocombe runs away from us. The skies are brighter, thankfully, but a player to miss outside the off stump by Lyndon James, and that wasn't very far away from the outside edge, taken by Ollie Carter, and there's no run. Nearly a 5th one there, John.
It nearly was. I mean, if you just take this game, you've got Crocombe and Atkins developing as young fast bowlers, England potential. You've got Ibrahim and Lenham, 17-year-olds developing.
Crocombe runs away from us, comes in and bowls to James Short down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
And you've got an outstanding opening batting pair in Haynes and Orr. And you've got fantastic pitches prepared by Ben Gibson and his team. We've got our net facility at the top of the ground, where the outdoor facilities are as good as any in the country. We've got our indoor school, which has a gym and a swimming pool. and we are extremely proud of what we're doing. We've got relationships with all the clubs in Sussex, and this is an important project.
Crocombe in bowls, up on his toes as James plays firmly to spin off. That's a maiden over from Henry Crocombe. He's now bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, taken 1 for 19. Knots 56 for 4. Mulaney on 2, James on 9. When did you get to meet your fellow chairman, John?
I was introduced to the email group last night.
Right.
And I've had a few messages from people that I already knew, and 1 or 2 from people that I didn't. I gather that there's going to be a Zoom call later in the week precisely to talk about some of the issues that you've talked about. And so I think it'll be fairly soon. I think there'll be a lot of meetings. There's a lot going on. There's the issues around governance. There's the issues around the high performance review, and there's the issues around EDI. Diversity and inclusion. So those are all 3 big topics that are affecting the game, and I'll be involved in talking about those with fellow chair.
Jamie Atkins is running down the hill, coming in over the wicket to bowl to Stephen Mulaney, the not skipper, who's solidly in behind that, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And Nottinghamshire here this week, you know, you've been a Sussex fan, as you were saying, for many a long year. How nice was it to see Peter Moores back here on the ground?
Always fantastic, and I saw him on Wednesday afternoon when they arrived for practice. They were practicing in the near rain. He was working his socks off. I arrived on Thursday morning. He was working, and I noticed at lunchtime today he came out and did a session, and he was working. And there's no substitute for the development of cricketers than for them to work hard and practice hard. And to have somebody, not so very lucky to have somebody like Pete, he's brilliant.
In comes Jamie Atkins running in over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Mulaney and plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Just one final message. I can't ask you easy questions. I haven't asked you easy questions, but one area of concern has been, John, here at Hove, and with Sussex doing so well today, people might say, well, if players leave, they leave. But some high-profile players have left the club in recent years, and that's attracted some criticism from spectators about how can Sussex be successful if senior players, the Phil Salts, the Chris Jordans, leave the club. As in comes Jamie Atkins racing down the hill, bowled, hooked away by Mulaney, but he's going to get caught. No, he's not. He's going to go for 6. Pulled away by the not skipper over backward square leg. Archie Lennon will have needed a ladder to get to that one. He's not the tallest, but even if he was the tallest, he'd have had no chance of getting that. And that's the second 6 of the Nottinghamshire innings, and the third 6 of the day. The first one was hit by Stephen Finn. Ben Duckett also hit one, and they've got to find another ball, I think, because that went many a long way.
I don't think Archie would have caught that if he'd been standing on the roof of the pavilion, to be honest, Adrian. But yes, Brenda's come out with the box of balls.
Yeah, good old Brenda.
They're choosing one.
She looked frozen. For our Notts listeners, Brenda sits over in the pavilion. She's always got the box of balls, and she brings them out. But I saw her at lunchtime. She went for a walk because it was so blooming cold outside. We're all snuggled up in here.
It's really, really cold out
really
there.
It's cold.
And, yeah.
But a good shot by Mulaney for 6. Yeah, so, you know, there's no hiding it. Some high-profile players have left the club. What's your thoughts on that, and perhaps what Sussex might or may not be able to do to stem the flow? I guess with the 100 and everything else, it perhaps is more difficult.
I think we're working hard to stem the flow, Adrian. I'm immensely impressed by the group of coaches that we have now got together. I'm impressed by the spirit that is evident from the team. Just to talk about the coaches a bit, we've got James Kirtley, who's the head coach for the T20 side, and Ian Salisbury, who's head coach for the Red Ball team and the 50 over competition. But they bring with them, James is one of the very best seam bowling, fast bowling coaches in the country.
Jamie Atkins on his way. The sun is almost back with us. Comes in and bowls. Cut away by Mulaney to backward point. Good with fielding by Crocombe, and there is no run.
Ian Salisbury is a fantastic spin coach. So he's working with Jack Carson and Delray Rawlins and Archie Lenham and Will Beer. We've got Sarah Taylor, who's an amazing, brilliant wicket-keeping coach, and she works with Ollie Carter, and no doubt she'll work with Rizwan when he arrives. We've got Grant Flower, and if you saw the batting yesterday,
Which I did. Atkins is in and bowls wide of the off stump. Taken by, in fact, that's a wide from Jamie Atkins, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
If you saw the batting yesterday, I don't think you have to be a very discriminating observer to recognise that there was a difference in the batting, and that Grant Flower is already making a difference. He's been an international batting coach for 11 years, and the fact is we've now got him working with our batsmen, and that's brilliant.
Atkins, final ball of his over, running in over the wicket, bowls and right up in the block hole, and Mullaney digs that out and plays it into the covers, and there is no run. There will be an extra ball. I apologise, there was the wide.
And the thing that young cricketers want is good facilities, which I believe we're providing, and they want good coaching. And I'm very confident in the group that I've just talked about. And if you put on top of that Mike Yardy, who's an outstanding leader of our academy, we've got a really, really good group of coaches here.
Atkins, the sun is out, comes in and bowls, always beats Mullaney outside the off stump. Good delivery. Mullaney was rather feeling for that. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. There is no run. End of the over. 63 for 4. Mullaney on 8. James on 9. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, in conversation with the new chairman of Sussex Cricket Club, John Philbin. I'm very grateful for John's time coming up. Thanks, and having a natter away to us today about matters on and off the pitch. Look, that's maybe some running repairs being made to Stephen Mullaney
Well, he's got his trousers down. I'm not sure quite what's going on, Adrian. But the other thing to say about the coaching, as we're just looking out here, you can see Steve Finn, and Steve Finn's talking to Henry Crocombe, and at the other end he was talking to Jamie Atkins, and those two young fast bowlers could not have a better mentor than Steve Finn, 38 test matches for England, who properly understands what fast bowling's about. And all of that is coming together very nicely. It's obviously very early days in terms of the cricket for this season. But we would have all accepted 375 and 63 for 4, wouldn't we?
Most definitely. Well, Steve Finn was just warming up a moment ago, so we may get a little bit of a blast of Steve Finn before the tea interview. I think I'll hand over to Dave in a minute for Notts, because he's been off the mic for a little while. We'll leave Dave Bracegirdle in. 63 for 4, Mullaney on 8, James on 9. Just one final question from me to you, John, as Crocombe is in and bowls. I'm just rather fended off by Lyndon James into the offside. Then there is no run. If we're sitting here in a couple of years' time, and I say to you, John, what have you achieved? What would you like to think that your goals were for your tenure in time as chairman at Sussex Cricket Club?
Well, there are three things that I've set out that I want us to work on as a board together.
Henry Crocombe runs away from us in and bowls, and James very nearly plays on, but the ball bounces over the stumps and there is no run.
The first of those is the obvious business of winning cricket matches, and it's not our job to enable the team to win cricket matches, but it is our job to make sure that the conditions are in place for teams to win cricket matches, and I'm confident that we'll do that. So continuing growth, it would be fantastic if there was a trophy in the 3 years. That's obviously what we would want to happen, but we need to get much closer to winning trophies, so that's the first thing.
Crocombe runs away from us in and bowls short, and James watches that sail through to keeper Carter. There is no run.
The second thing is for people around Sussex to say that Sussex cricket is somewhere that they want to be and that they want to be part of. And that means that our relationships with the cricket clubs, and it was lovely to get a positive message from Gareth at Linfield.
Yes.
But that's exactly the type of message, that's exactly the type of thing that we want to achieve over the 3 years. And we want our members here to feel that they're really part of something special. So that's the second area.
Crocombe in bowls, forward comes James, plays to mid-wicket and there is no run.
And then the third area is the most obvious, and you've talked about it, and it's to do with our relationship with the ECB, and to make sure that Sussex Cricket and this team in particular has a set of fixtures that enables us, first of all, to develop young cricketers to play for England, and secondly, to provide fantastic entertainment for the people of Sussex. And that is a really important priority for us at the moment, all to be working on, and that will get a lot of my time over the coming weeks and years.
Crocombe in, but was always a super delivery, and James was rather groping for that outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter.
That's skillful bowling, Adrian. It's been slanting into him, and that one just left him, didn't it? And it went through to the keeper. Brilliant.
Well, I saw a tweet from the former Sussex and England wicketkeeper, Matt Pryor, who was obviously very pleased of your announcement. And I see Matt Pryor has just walked into the media box next door, chatting away to Bruce Talbot and a couple of the guys in there. It's always good to see Matt here at Hove, as in comes Crocombe running away from us. He's in and bowls, played into the onside by Lyndon James, who's 9 not out. End of Henry Crocombe's over, another maiden over. It's a good spell of bowling from Henry Crocombe, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19. I don't know what your schedule is, John, whether you're happy to stay for a few more minutes, or I ought to let Dave back in, because the people up in Notts who listen in their legions to Dave are probably wondering where he's been, and they want to hear from Dave.
Certainly don't want to keep Dave out of his chair, so I'll leave you at this point, Adrian.
John,
thank you, everybody.
Can I just thank you for coming and saying hello? You're always welcome, of course, and I wish you all the very best.
Well, I'll be at almost all of the away games, so perhaps I'll come and have a chat with you during one of those, Adrian.
Wonderful stuff. That's John Philby, who's the new Sussex chairman. Delighted that John's taken the time to come and talk to us today, and I know everybody, in the messages we've had, people very grateful that you've done that, John, so thank you very much. John Philby, the new Sussex chairman, who we'll hear more of, I'm sure, over the next couple of years. Thank you very much to John. He's always busy, and it's always just great to get people up in the commentary box here at Hove. We had Finn Hudson-Prentice yesterday, and John up here today. In comes Jamie Atkins racing in down the hill. Mulaney lets that go outside the off stump. David's back with us. It's always nice to talk to people, Dave, and I hope it wasn't too long with you off the microphone.
No, enjoyed having a listen. I'm sure our listeners did as well. My word, what have you done to this scoreboard, though, in my absence? 63 for 4. Stephen Mulaney and Lyndon James with a huge task on their hands here. Tom Moores, Joey Everson, Liam Patterson-White to come. Let's need a contribution from somewhere. Next ball cut away by Mulaney for 4. Looks in good fettle. They're not skipped this afternoon, if that's not putting the wood on him. At the back of the box, I don't get the outdoor effects, but coming back in alongside you can immediately hear how much the breeze has picked up.
Yes, it has.
It's got gusty, blustery out there. 67 for 4. Mulaney on to 12.
Needs a skipper's innings here, doesn't it? And they started, he's 12 off 16. He's suddenly putting back to ball is Steve Mulaney, already one big 6.
Atkins in his 5th over, 1 for 18. Bowls. Mulaney leaves this alone. Goes through to wicket-keeper Carter, who's snaffled a couple of opportunities, both off Stephen Finn.
Yes, and I suspect we'll see Steve Finn before tea. What have we got? Another
9 after this one, yeah.
9 overs after this one. I mean, the over rate has been very good from both sides, actually. The lights are still on. I thought they might be turned off because just a few moments ago it looked like the sun was coming out.
Again, bowls. Mulaney playing away from his body. Just tried to, I think, run it down to third man. Got nothing on it. Through to the keeper. Slater out for 1. Amid for 5. Clark for 6. And Ben Duckett looked as if he was going to dodge all the bullets and go on and make a very useful contribution, but he fell with the score on with his score on 31. That was 52 for 4. Atkins, who got his wicket, bowls. Again, Mulaney happy to leave.
Yeah, he certainly looked in good nick, didn't he, Ben Duckett? Very much. We were talking about the 282 he made for Northants against Sussex, so Sussex would have been glad to see the back of him, but he did play some nice-looking shots and looked to be in good form.
It was a long time ago, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. 6 years ago.
7 for 4. Some emergency service vehicles close to the ground. You can probably hear the sirens. End of the over. As Mulaney leaves this one alone. He's got 12. Lyndon James has got 9. They came together at the fall of Duckett's wicket. So they've only added 15. they need to go on and back through till tea and well beyond. Nottinghamshire somewhere towards challenging that Sussex very decent first innings score of 375.
Yes, the skipper doing his best to repair the damage. These two have edged 15 for this fifth wicket. James Kirtley and Sarah Taylor going for a little walk around the ground. You do see that with coaches every now and again going to stretch their legs and have a wander around the ground. It's a strange sort of day. There's still some heavy cloud around, but now the sun is threatening to come out again as Henry Crocombe runs away from us, comes into bowl to James. That's a lovely looking shot. That's going to be 4 runs, I think. Punched to the offside. No, it's a good save by Archie Lenham, who was very quick across the ground and hauled the ball back, and James will be content with a couple of runs. He probably thought that was going to be 4, but not the case. But a nice looking shot. He goes to 11. Looks a nice organised batsman, Dave.
Very much so, yeah.
Lyndon James.
They don't like to turn the lights on and off and on and off and on and off, do they? I think they'll probably leave them on unless they're absolutely certain it's going to be a period of blue sky, good conditions.
Crocombe in bowls, and that was well played by James. It was a short delivery from Crocombe, and James just swayed back out of the way, watched the ball all the way through into the gloves of keeper Ollie Carter. And there is no run, not 69 for 4 for those just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Nottingham. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Bracegirdle. It's from Steve Harris. In a moment, Crocombe runs away. Is it me? Crocombe in bowls, and forward comes James. Doesn't time that, but plays it into the offside, fielded by Lenham, and there is no run. Steve Harris says about John Philby, fantastic and heartening interview. Sounds the right man in the right job. Steve, are you happy for me to pass it on to John? Steve, I'm sure he'd like to hear. If you could just drop me a line and let me know, and I'll pass your email on to Steve. I'm sure it'll be to John. I'm sure he'd be very happy, but I need your permission, Steve. So if you'd like me to do that, I'm more than happy to do so. 69 for 4. Crocombe in bowls. James forward, plays comfortably and confidently to mid-wicket, fielded there by Steve Finn.
There's another Centurion, and that's Matt Critchley, who's now an Essex player. He's 100 not out at Chelmsford. Essex debut, moved from Derbyshire, of course.
Yeah. Through
the winter. 459 for 7 against Kent.
Yes, played very well here as well in the last match of last season. Crocombe in bowls, and punched away into the offside by James, right at the meat of the bat to mid-off, and there is no run. Phil Tibbs was saying he'd had his lunch and he'd had a glass of wine, and he, my apologies, I forgot yesterday, you sent through a picture of your lovely lunch yesterday, Phil. Supplemented by a glass of wine today. 9 for 4. On 11, Blaney on 12. Henry Crocombe runs away from us in bowls, and he just plays that short ball well, doesn't he, Lyndon James? And I think it's always a sign of a good player when they're not hopping around in the crease to the short ball, and he just literally just swayed out the way, watched the ball all the way through. And did another good over, though, from Henry Crocombe, who's bowled a good spell. He picked up the early wicket of Ben Slater. He's bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 21. And as I thought, we're going to see the reintroduction of Stephen Finn before tea, which I think is a pretty good move from Haynes. 7 overs, 2 for 19 from Steve Finn, and his Sussex Championship debut, and keen to get him back into the attack. And you're spot on with the lights, Dave, because the light is varying in and out. We thought there was some sunshine, now there's a bit more cloud, and so the lights, I think you're probably right, are going to stay on perhaps for the rest of the day.
So Finn with a couple of wickets to his name already, Hamid and Clark. Very promising debut. Enjoyed his little time out there with the bat as well, before he became Liam Patterson-White's 4th victim of the innings. Here comes Stephen Finn, bowls. Swings down the, run off the pad down the leg side, and Wicketkeeper Carter makes a tumbling stop. Called him the Walford Wall early on. It's Watford, of course, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a big. Yeah. Yes, I've seen him actually. I remember when the Albion played at Watford a few seasons ago, and Stephen was introduced to the crowd. Yeah, he's a big Watford fan.
Yeah. EastEnders, isn't it, Walford?
Yeah.
I've not seen that for years, but yeah, getting me Walfords and me Watfords mixed up. As this next one is helped square of the wicket by Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, moves on to 13. Could really do with a good knock here from Mullaney for his side.
Pretty deep though, don't they, Notts?
Well, on paper, but you've got to go out and do it in the middle, haven't you? Tom Moore's a couple of first-class centuries to his name, doing next. Liam Patterson-White's got a first-class 100. Joey Everson. Totten and Luke Fletcher. 70 for 4. Just taking fresh guard. He's not been down this end for a while. I don't think he has. Facing Finn. Balls clipped nicely into the gap on the leg side. Not much pace behind the shot. Just pushed it into the gap. Took the single. 71 for 4.
Well, the game here 5 years ago in September, Nottinghamshire were 65 for 5 at one stage before Billy Root and Chris Reed got stuck in. Root made 132, Reed 124, and those two added about 250 for the 6th wicket.
Finn to Mullaney. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pushed at that. Just left groping at fresh air.
Yeah, 65 for 5, and the next wicket went down on 307, and Chris Reed's farewell match for Nottinghamshire.
He's in a draw, but it was enough to secure promotion for Nottinghamshire. Went up with Northants that year, 2017, or end of 2017. Next ball goes again through to the keeper. In and out, sort of 2018, started with 3 wins out of the first 4 games, but then they fell away after June. Didn't win any games back end of 2018. That stretched into a really barren season, 2019, when they finished bottom, thereby being relegated. But that relegation has been carried over until this season, so now they find themselves in Division 2 after 2 years of group cricket, or a very different format with regards to the first-class structure. End of the over, 71 for 4 as Mullaney plays out the final ball.
Get a bit of spin for 40. It's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to come on to bowl his left-arm spin from the same end that Liam Patterson-White did with great effect. I mean, remember, he took 5 for 84, the left-arm spinner.
Don't think Stephen Finn will relish the fact that perhaps Delray can rattle through his overs in about 80 seconds.
Yeah, and he does as well.
Yeah.
So Tom Haynes electing to go for Rawlins ahead of Archie Lenham. Look forward to seeing. I just look forward to seeing leg spinners bowl. Is always very exciting. But Delray, who made a very good 49, as I understand, he's worked very hard on his bowling throughout the winter months. One of the players who's placing the side, he may be thinking, right, I need, he's got all the ability in the world, Delray, but. John was saying that Pujara and Rizwan hopefully available next week, and so someone's going to have to drop out of this side because your 2 overseas are going to play.
Yeah.
So I think there's a good competition for places. We've got a short delay because the pads have been bought out. Who's that going under the helmet at short leg? I think it's Ali Orr who's got the rather dubious pleasure. I'd hate to field there at short leg. He's virtually in Lyndon James' pocket there at short leg. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and a wide delivery that James looks to cut away through backward point. Ball goes through to Carter, who doesn't take the ball cleanly. Goes in the scorer's book. Rawlings in again, bowls, and again just a little bit of well-controlled flight there by Delray Rawlings, and James thinking about cutting that one away again. Through to Carter, no run. Rawlings again, bowls. That is shorter, and this time James plays it all the way along the floor out to Archie Lenham, who's patrolling the cover point boundary. One more to James. He goes to 13. Nottinghamshire to 72 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Bracegirdle, who just nipped off to do his half-hourly report to the BBC local radio in Nottingham. Rawlings in, bowls, and Mullaney just caresses that one easily through the covers and picks up a single. Again, it's Lenham who comes into field and sends in a throw over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter. Mullaney to 14. Nottinghamshire to 73 for 4. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email. Rawlings in, bowls, and James is going to get 4 runs here. That's a nice looking shot. Bit too much whip there from Delray Rawlings, and James just leant back and cut the ball firmly away through backward point, and the ball raced away for 4 runs. Good shot by Lyndon James, who goes to 17, and Nottinghamshire to 77 for 4. Partnership of 25 now between these two. The last wicket to go down that of Ben Duckett for 31. Rawlings in, bowls, forward comes James, plays with soft hands onto the onside. There is no run. It's the end of the over. An over that costs 6 runs, and not 77 for 4. Mullaney 14, James on 17. Steve Finn will bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end. His figures 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21. The floodlights are on, and heavy cloud again above Hove, and there's just a little bit of wind. We could, when Dave came back last time, he noticed the wind in the effects microphone. So there is a little bit of breeze, and it's just blowing the clouds very slowly across. But it is going to be Steve Finn who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end.
Bowling to Notts captain Mullaney. Little push into the gap. Nice placement on the offside. Takes another single. 78 for 4. Turn to Finn. James has 17 on strike. Next ball is pushed back to the bowler. Mike Fitzgerald's been in touch. Says Dave, any notions of Nottingham should be in a shoe-in for the title and promotion look to have been blown away already. Like others, I found the conversation with the Sussex chairman positive and encouraging. Wonder if you can arrange a similar sort of conversation with the chairman of Nottinghamshire, and wonder if he would endorse the 3 aims set out at Sussex for the next couple of years. Next one played away nicely by Lyndon James, fielded by Crocombe, single taken, 79 for 4. And Mike finishes, sadly, today's commentary to be endured rather than necessarily enjoyed.
Mini-mile races for the Brighton Marathon.
Sorry, Dave, I'll just need to hop in quickly because we've got an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. And Dave will be back with us.
Chance of the odd shower. Top temperature 12 degrees.
Finn.
Outlook for Sunday marathon day itself. Mostly dry
In and bowls. And Mullaney with the thickest outside edge. The ball was in the air momentarily. It fell safely, but a full shot from Stephen Mullaney nonetheless. The skipper goes to 16 and Nottinghamshire 80 for 4. Yes, Nottinghamshire 80 for 4 here. Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, is on 16. Lyndon James is on 18. But Sussex with 4 prized Nottinghamshire scalps already in the locker. 2 wickets for Steve Finn on his debut for Sussex. A wicket for Henry Crocombe and a wicket for Jamie Atkins. All of that in reply to the Sussex total of 375, in which Tom Clark made exactly 100. Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, Surrey continuing to go well. They're 320 for 6. 6 against the county champions Warwickshire. Ben Folkes is still there. He's on 77.
Adrian, is it quite a young side that Sussex have fielded this week as well?
It's a really young side, Danny. The average age of the side is only 22, so Sussex carrying on their policy very much of playing young players. Steve Finn is the oldest player in the side, the experienced Finn who's come from Middlesex. He's 33, but it's a very young side and they've really acquitted themselves well. And we just had John Philby on commentary, the new chairman of Sussex Cricket Club, and Sussex are very keen to carry on down this road, promoting these younger players. And certainly in this game at the start of the season, it all seems to be going well. I'm sure there'll be bumps in the road, but it's been an encouraging day and a half for Sussex so far.
Okay, we'll go with that for now. Adrian, thank you. Adrian continues with the comments.
So apologies for interrupting Dave's over. We had an hourly update. 80 for 4. How long have we got until tea?
5 overs to go. So shouldn't be too long if Delray Rawlins bowls 3 of them.
No.
He's got ball in hand now. They're bowling to Stephen Mullaney. 1 slip and a short leg, the close catchers. Mullaney's deflected this nice and fine. I think they'll probably come back for a couple, then we'll have to see if it was bat or pad. Wire raises his left knee and taps it, and 2 leg byes is the outcome. Pair came together when the score was 52, so they've added 30. Round the wicket, cut away nicely by Mullaney, but there's protection out there on that offside boundary with Archie Lenham, single taken. Batsman pretty much neck and neck. Mullaney 17, Lyndon James just gone ahead of him on 18. Rawlins again, round the wicket, slow left arm, bowls the ball that is pushed into the offside, no run. 4 overs after this one until the tea break. Rawlins bowls. This time James giving himself a little bit of room, trying to cut it away square, but just got it behind square, and as a result picked out the fielder, no run. Rolling over the ground, but the breeze picking up, so they're not there for long. Next ball just pushed gently into the offside once more. .83 for 4. Final ball of this Delray Rawlins over. He's worked onto the leg side this time, but there's no opportunity to take a single. 1 from that over. Rawlins through 2 overs, none for 7. Knots 83 for 4. Sussex made 375.
Nice email from Frank Butler, who's a Kent member, and he says, "Hi Adrian, I just wanted to add my congratulations to John upon his election as chairman. Say it quietly, I'm a Kent member, and John always says hello to me when I visit Hove. I was there yesterday and just about managed to thaw out. Still have Sussex autograph to get, so I'll be down again. Hopefully normal service will be resumed." John knows what I mean, he says in brackets. As in comes Steve Finn running in down the hill, bowled and pulled away by Stephen Mullaney to Archie Lenham, who's at deep backwards square. 1 more to Mullaney, who goes to 18. Knots to 84 for 4. Frank goes on to say, hopefully normal felt a little sad with no Stuart Ashby to say hello to and watch him take pictures of the new players. He would have been busy yesterday with all these young Sussex players. R.I.P. Stuart. See you soon, John, says Frank, who's a Kent member. And yeah, absolutely, very sad news of the death of Stuart Ashby, who was a massive Sussex cricket and Albion fan. In comes Finn and bowls, and forward comes Lyndon James, played back to Steve Finn, who feels off his own bowling as well, and was always taking photographs of the players, and a massive Sussex fan, as I said, massive Albion fan as well, and I know fans and supporters of both the Albion and Sussex Cricket Club will miss Stuart, and thank you very much, Frank. That's a very kind email, and it'd be quite nice to pass that on to John again. If you'd like to let me know it's okay to do so, please send me an email. As in comes Finn and bowls. Pacey delivery from Steve Finn, let go by Lyndon James, taken by Ollie Carter, and there's no run. Good recovery this from these two, who came together when I'm not saying they're out of trouble, but at 52 for 4 and the top 4 all back in the hutch. these two have come together and have played very sensibly. 52 for 4 has become 84 for 4, so a partnership of 32 between the two. And the most important man of the day has arrived, as in comes Steve Finn and bowls, and forward comes James, plays into the offside, there is no run. We've been bought a whole pile of cakes. What's your name, sir?
This is George. Is this for you guys?
Hello, George. Well, it's probably for everyone in the media box, and generally they put them George next door where the written press are. But the cakes look fabulous, and we'll make sure they don't scoff them all.
Which one's it? Just this door next?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well done, George. He's got his plates and his cake. How about that? Wonderful. No, the next one, George. Runs in over the wicket and bowls, and James is forward place into the offside, and there is no run. Sorry, interrupting the commentary to direct the catering staff with the cakes. There's a big tray of them, Dave.
Yes, yep.
Huge tray. I'm just trying to see how many people are in the press box. It's funny at tea time, there's always a few more seem to gather. But no, Frank Butler, thank you very much for your email. As I say, and with your permission, I'll pass that on to John. Again, the light seems to be a little better, but it's fading in and out during the day. Mercifully, no interruptions so far. Finn in and bowls and right up in the block hole. And Tom Haynes makes a diving save at mid-off. There is no run. Good over from Stephen Finn, just the one run. But Notts will have their eyes firmly on tea here. 84 for 4, Mulaney on 18, James on 18. A bit more breeze now. I can see the flag on the clock tower scoreboard just fluttering in the breeze. And it's all right for Dave and I, because we're in here in the warm, or warmish. But outside it is absolutely freezing. It really is cold. So this is a day for the hardy cricket fan, no question.
It is indeed, yeah. It's not that warm in here today. Delray Rawlins to bowl the next over. 3 to go until the tea break. Both batsmen on 18 balls left in the session, as Mulaney goes one ahead of his partner on to 19, cutting this away for a single. Stephen Finn doing the fielding. 85 for 4, so Notts trail by 290. Hefty deficit at the moment, but they'll be hoping to make substantial inroads to that. James pushes out into the covers, no run, can't penetrate the ring. Fielded by the Centurion, Tom Clark. Was 82 not out overnight, got to 3 figures and then was dismissed in the following over. This next one is just played gently down, almost at his feet by Lyndon James. Wins in again with the sirens as a backdrop. Bowles fields off his own bowling. Five for 4. Rawlins rattling through this over. Going to be a single here to Lyndon James.
You're right, Steve Finn is getting much of a chance to have a catch his breath, is he, at the far end with Delray rattling through the over. The good news is that we're pretty much on time and have been throughout the match in terms of over rates.
Next delivery kept out by Mulaney. End of that over. 2 to go. Rawlins 3 overs none for 9. Presumably it'll still be Finn, but just looking at Archie Lenham rushing in eagerly.
You're right, I think he's going to get a little twirl. He's little Archie, there he goes, young Archie I should say. Yeah, I love watching this lad bowl. He's really exciting. He attacks the crease and he just loves to play cricket and loves to bowl and bat and do everything else. So we are going to see an over of Archie before tea down the hill. And rest assured, neither of these two would have seen too much of Archie Lenham. So this could be really interesting. Another Centurion, Dave, in the game at Grace Road. Brett D'Oliveira, 103 not out for Worcestershire, who have recovered from 45 for 4 to 313 for 8. Joe Leach making 70. Very fine cricketer, Joe Leach, all-rounder, skipper of the side. He was skipper last year, I'm assuming.
D'Oliveira's taken it on.
Has he?
It's all very strange, as Jake Libby was the vice-captain, and I think everybody thought that Jake Libby would get the job once Joe Leach stood down, but no, D'Oliveira's been appointed as the captain.
So, here we come. It's Archie time. Running into bowl to Lyndon James. He's in and bowls, and James meets that with a full face of the bat and plays the ball to extra cover. Fitted by Tom Clark. 3 men saving one on the offside. Sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a slip, a mid-on, mid-wicket. Sort of a short fine leg almost, and a deep backward square. Archie Lennon flips the ball from hand to hand and is on his way off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paces and bowls. And played on the full by Lyndon James to mid-off. There is no run. The breeze gets up. You can hear in our effects microphone. It's back. 17-year-old Archie Lennon is in and bowls, and forward comes James. The ball just dribbles back towards the stumps. Ollie Carter makes as if to take the bails off, but Lyndon James was securely in his ground. And there is no run. Lennon back to his mark again. He's in and bowls, and James cuts this one away. Good shot away through backward point. It's going to race away towards the boundary. I think that may well go for 4. No, yes, it does go for 4. James Coles was chasing around the boundary edge. Couldn't quite get there. He's the 12th man, and we think he's on for Daniel Ibrahim. And he's been on for some time as James Coles. Dan Ibrahim, if it is Ibrahim who's off, is okay. But a good shot by James. Playing with the spin, cut the ball away through backward point. It raced away down the hill for 4 runs. And James goes to 23, knots 90 for 4. He's in bowls and driven again by us. Another super shot through the offside. Coles with more work to do here. Is he going to get there? Yes, he does. A good pick-up as well by James Coles. Prevents anything more than a couple of runs. But Lyndon James has batted very nicely here for the visitors. He goes to 25 and knots to 92 for 4. This partnership now worth 40 runs between these two. Benham again. In bowls and driven by James into the offside. A good sprawling save by Tom Clark, moving smartly to his left-hand side. Prevents a single. It is the end of the over. 92 for 4. Mulaney 19. James on 25. Archie Lennon's opening over has cost him 6 runs. And we've got 1 over until we can go and have a cup of tea, Dave.
Yep, 92 for 4. Stephen Mulaney will be on strike for the start of this final over. Delray Rawlins to continue. 3 overs, none for 9. Saw Stephen Mulaney getting Rawlins out yesterday. Can Delray exact a little bit of revenge here just before the tea break? Slip and a silly point. Close in. First ball blocked by the Nottinghamshire captain. And round the wicket, bowls Mulaney. Watches it onto the face of the bat for the second time. Expect too many high-risk shots to come. So close to the interval. Blown off course there. Just was about to release it. It's been a decent session this. Notts beginning their innings straight after lunch. 92 for 4. So they've scored at a decent enough lick, but they've lost those 4 wickets, key wickets. Nice looking shot by Mulaney. Will take the score on to 93. Move him to 20. Leaving Lyndon James to possibly play out the final 3 balls of the session. This one is pushed back to the bowler. So Ben Slater out for 1 to Crocombe. Mead for 5 fell to Stephen Finn. Rawlins bowls. Lyndon James will get at least 1 run. Yes, they're going to settle for 1. 94 for 4. Joe Clark was caught behind of Stephen Finn for 6. And Ben Duckett out for 31. He was caught at slip by Allsop off the bowling of Atkins. ball left in this session. That's 94 for 4. Rawlins to bowl to Mulaney. Lyndon James has 26. Mulaney has 20. And it will be tea after this delivery, providing it's not a no ball or a wide. And it's not. And Mulaney defends. And that's the end of a very compelling session. Nottinghamshire very much second fiddle in this game, but they've got a partnership going here now. Came together at 52 for 4, so they've added 42 for the fifth. overs.
Thank you.
Going to be Delray Rawlins to bowl the second over. He sent down 4 overs before the break, none for 11. Going to continue. Up the hill.
Yeah. And it's skipper. So, just the slip is the only close fielder. There's a short extra cover. There's Rawlins is in bowls, and Mullaney drives high, wide and handsome. That's going to be his second 6. No, it's not.
No, 4.
Not quite. Lofted straight down the ground by Stephen Mullaney, who's clearly determined here not to get tied down by the spinner. The long off and long on are up on the 1, as they should be, but Mullaney, once he'd cleared the fielder at mid-on, it just thought he'd gone for 6 to start off with, but he's not going to get tied down, is he, Mullaney? He goes to 24, 104 for 4.
That's Rawlins' first ball of the session. It was Mullaney's first ball of the session as well. And
He made up his mind, didn't he?
He did.
Very positive. Rawlins in again. Bowls, and he's at it again, but this time it's just a single. Stroking it through the covers, but there's some added protection there for Delray Rawlins. Fielded out on the boundary by Archie Lenham. So Mullaney to 25, 105 for 4, and that's actually brought the 50 up, that 4, because these two came together and it was 52 for 4. So a 50 partnership between Mullaney and James steadied the knocked ship as Rawlins is in again, bowls, and cutting firmly is Lyndon James to Archie Lenham again, sweeping on the cover boundary. I wonder if this is a slight change of tack for Notts after tea. They seem determined to get after the spinner here, you know. 6 off the first 3 balls.
I think it's more a case of what's been served up for them so far. The 2 that have been cut out onto the offside have been short and wide.
Rawlins in again, and Mullaney just glides that delivery around the corner to short fine leg, or more like backward square to be honest, but it's a comfortable single for Mullaney. Goes to 26, Notts 107 for 4. Ali Orr is now coming in very, very close. It's sleeving off. Very silly, very close. Rawlins in bowls. Oh, now that looked like it. Maybe that did turn a little. Because Lyndon James was beaten outside the outside edge through to Ollie Carter. In again, bowls and driven firmly to mid-off by James, fielded by the Sussex captain Tom Haynes. It's the end of Rawlins' first over after tea, an over that cost 8 runs. And Nottinghamshire are 108 for 4. Mullaney on 26, James on 34. If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon wherever you're listening from, and whatever medium you're using to listen to us. The club stream is available if you want to click on the Sussex website or the Notts website with the pictures of the whole ground. And the commentary being provided by BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Bracegirdle. And if you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, we'd love to hear from you during the evening session.
Backins down the slope, bowls. James has worked this on the leg side. There's no run. Saw during the tea interval that Sussex had formally announced the arrival here on the ground of Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Test batsman who had a bit of a season with Notts, partial season in 2017, joined Sussex as one of their overseas players for this year. Visa issues delayed his arrival, but he's here. Next one down the leg side, and it's gone for 4, clipped away wide of the diving Carter, the wicket-keeper, down the leg side. I suspect he wasn't that far away from it, but it went so quickly, and 4 more to Nottinghamshire. They're getting a right old rush on here. Lyndon James on to 38, 112 for 4. Had 18 runs in 2.5 overs so far. In his 7th over, comes into Lyndon James, bowls, leaves this one alone.
We were talking before tea about the very sad loss of Stuart Ashby, who was a long-time Sussex and Brighton and Hove Albion fan, and Charlie's been in touch. He said, sorry to hear of the loss of Stuart. Met him on my visits to Trent Bridge, but once I went to Colwyn Bay to watch Glamorgan v Sussex, he went out of his way to introduce me to all the Sussex players, including a long chat with Ben Brown, and got all the autographs too.
One left alone by Lyndon James.
So thank you for that, Charlie. With Jamie Atkins, you're going to get the odd ball, aren't you? I mean, Sussex are encouraging him to bowl quick, and with any young quick bowler, you're going to get the odd one that's going to go hurtling down the leg side. But he's picked up one wicket today, and he has certainly got a yard. I think he's cut his run down a little bit. I'll have to talk to him about it. It looks shorter than it was last year.
Comes in again and bowls, and Lyndon James eases this one up to mid-off. There's no run. The Sussex skipper, Tom Haynes, picks the ball up and starts wiping it, giving it a bit of a buff. Ball 5 overs old now. Chip-seeking goals are about, folks. If you're listening in the ground, just be careful. They're on the lookout, aren't they, for some post-tea snacks. 112 for 4 is the score at the end of that over, as the latest ball just nudged up to mid-on. And Atkins now through 7 overs, 1 for 28.
He looks completely different this year, Jamie Atkins. He had a big shock of hair last year. Well, he's got rid of that. He's had a haircut. But he was also telling me last night that he's lost about 1.5 stone in weight, and he looks a completely different athlete. He was quick last year, but he's clearly worked very, very hard on his fitness throughout the winter months. He's just coming down below us. Shirts he got on here. I think he's got Tom. Has he got it? Oh, he's got his own one. I'm thinking this for that. But it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. 5 overs for 19. Comes in and bowls to Stephen Mullaney, who caresses that through the offside. Picks up a single to Archie Lenham, sweeping on the cover boundary. Runs are coming at a decent rate here for Notts after tea, and I think Tom Haynes will be mindful of that. He won't want this to sort of, it's when you're picking up, 4, 5, 6s and over. It doesn't take too long for the scoreboard to over. Seagull probably on our effects mic as Rawlins bowls. It's cut away. That was a loose delivery, and he's lucky that's only gone for a single, to be honest. Cut away by James. He goes to 39, the total to 114 for 4.
Yeah, Tom Haynes might have a conundrum here as to whether he's going to keep Delray on for a lengthy spell.
Rawlins in again, bowls, and it's just played down the ground by Mullaney, who's just ticking over, a single off every ball. So, and the mid on there is an interesting position. It's just an observation. With mid on and mid off, I like him either on the one or you're not. You're halfway house otherwise. Rawlins in and bowls, played by James to a short extra, fielded by Clark.
You're saving 1 or 4, aren't you?
Well, I think so.
Close enough to stop them taking the single, or if you can't do that, you might as well be all the way out and make sure they only get 1. They don't hit it over your head for 4.
Yeah, Rawlins in, bowls, clipped by James to mid-wicket, fielded by the man with no name, who we think is George Burrows. I might ask Graham Irwin, the scorer, whether that is George Burrows. I think it is. Once again, on his way, bowls, and there's a loud appeal. I thought I heard a little bit of bat on that, but I may be wrong. Loud appeal. Rawlins is down on his haunches. And having said that runs were coming a little too quickly, they involved 3 dot balls. Into the over. 115 for 4. James on 39, Mullaney on 28.
Might get another over now.
Yes.
Tidy end to the over, which was threatening to go for a few runs. 115 for 4, so they've added 63 for this, the 5th wicket.
They've looked largely unruffled, these two. I think they've both played very nicely.
Steady. I know what you're trying to do.
No, I wouldn't do that, Dave.
There's Atkins coming down the hill. Mullaney pushes into the offside. He's managed to thread it through a gap, not with any great pace. He'll just get a single. Large bank of sight screens at that far end, the Cromwell Road end, but they don't go all the way across the square, so I'd imagine the ground staff every now and again have a task that they don't particularly like, moving all those screens to get into position. But certainly for this game, they're nicely positioned, whether the bowlers are going round or over the wicket. Atkins bowls, driven back towards him by Lyndon James, who plays it down into the ground, and Atkins fields off his own bowling. Chilly day. Shame, in a sense, for the Nottinghamshire supporters that this, one of the more attractive fixtures, should be so early in the season.
Yeah.
Nice to come here at the height of summer, but not to be. This is pushed back to the bowler by James. Notts return to Glamorgan next week and then go to Durham. And is it Derbyshire you're at next week?
Yeah, we're at Derby next week and Worcester the week after.
2 aways.
Yeah, 2 aways on the spin. And then I think we're here against Durham.
Atkins past the umpire, bowls, Lyndon James. Everything behind it, pushes it out onto the offside. Can't imagine that this surface is going to alter too much as we proceed towards day 3 and presumably then into day 4.
Just a message from the scorer to say that the main sub for Sussex is James Coles, who's number 30. Now, I don't think James is out there at the minute, but there is a 12th man.
This ball is deflected fine. It's gone for 4. What is it off? Bat.
Yeah.
4 more to Lyndon James, who's into the 40s, on to 43.
That was a pacey delivery from Jamie Atkins. Just surprised by Lyndon James.
On 20 for 4. 26 runs added in.
Quickish time.
Yeah. So when did we start the session? About 4:05, I think. Hits in again. Bowls. James pushes it back to the bowler.
I just wonder whether Tom might be thinking of changing things around a little. Ones have come quite quickly since tea. We shall see. So yes, George Burrows has been the other substitute. I think he's out at the minute. He does have a squad number, which is 31, but he doesn't seem to have the shirts yet. Thank you, Graham. That's very kind of you.
Is he on loan from Lancashire, or has he signed from
No,
Lancashire?
my understanding he's on loan.
Yeah.
George Burrows. Well, we're not going to get a change of bowling yet. It's going to be Delray Rawlings. The last 3 balls of his last over were posed a bit of a problem to the batsman. Now, I agree with this now. He's bringing Henry... Well, Henry's about 2/3 of the way back. He's not all the way back, so he's not preventing the single. In comes Rawlings, bowls to Stephen Mullaney, who plays firmly into the covers. There is no run. But I guess if you're looking at covering down the track, you've really got to make sure you get all of the ball. If you're going to clear the mid-on fielder, he's, say, 2/3 of the way back. Just in front of us, Henry Crocombe. Rawlings in again, bowls. Forward comes Mullaney, plays with great respect into the offside, fielded by Orr. There is no run. Just the one close fielder, that's a slip. Orr is fairly tight in, but short extra cover. Rawlings in again, bowls, and Mullaney eases it onto the leg side. Right off the bottom of the bat, it made those sort of horrible sounds. And who's that rushing into field? It is George Burrows. And there is no run. The wind is getting up a little. You can probably hear that in our effects microphone. And again comes Rawlings down the ground. Rawlings can't prevent the single. He dives across, but the ball deflects as far as Henry Crocombe. And there is no run. Julian's been in touch. He's still braving it out there at the top of the grandstand. He doffs his hat. He says, "Have you got a heater?" "No, we're keeping it in here. That's our heater." You've got to be hardy to sit out there for the day, so well done, everybody. Wayne has been in touch. Very funny. I'll read that in a minute. In comes Rawlings, bowls, and clipped down to deep backward square by Lyndon James to pick up his 44th run, 122 for 4. I was saying that Jamie Atkins has lost some weight over the winter months, and he says, has he gone through the Atkins diet? Very funny. Very good. Thank you, Wayne. I think a lot of it has been work in the gym. He does look much slimmed down as Jamie Atkins, as Rawlins is in bowls, and covering up is Stephen Mullaney. Accurate over from Delray Rawlins, just concedes the 2 runs. And Nottinghamshire 122 for 4. Mullaney on 30, James on 44. The partnership between these two now worth exactly 70. So a good recovery by this pairing. We just have a little conversation in the middle of the wicket. If you want to join our conversation, please do so. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sports or at Brace Cricket. I'll rattle through some of the other scores in the other games in a moment as Jamie Atkins is in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and forward comes James and plays into the offside. There is no run. Live commentary on every ball of every game in every competition throughout the season from the BBC on every county. Myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Knox, and our other colleagues around the country, and a range of other voices as well throughout the season. As in comes Atkins over the wicket and bowls, and up on his toes is Lyndon James, and plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by Archie Lenham. And there is no run. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the County Championship, Glamorgan 234 for 4, Durham 5 without loss. There's been barely any play at Cardiff today. In fact, they're off for the day. So they haven't avoided the weather in South Wales today. Atkins in again, bowls. Not timed by James. He drove into the offside and Rawlins fielded. In the covers, there is no run. Worcestershire are 334 for 9 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Brett D'Oliveira, who Dave was saying has taken over captaincy duties from Joe Leach, 108 not out. And that's some recovery from Worcestershire, who at one stage were 45 for 4. Lords, Atkins on his way again. Bowls, and James plays that nicely down to deep backwards square. Slight misfield by Ali Orr, but it doesn't cost a run. One more to James. He goes to 45, 123 for 4. Derbyshire are 77 for 1 in reply to the Middlesex total of 401. In the First Division, Essex 514 all out against Kent. Kent are 6 without loss in reply. 3 centurions for Essex in that innings, as in comes Atkins bowls to Mullaney, who pulls him high, wide and handsome for another 6. Too short from Jamie Atkins, and Stephen Mullaney tucked inside the line and heaved the ball over deep backward square for 6 runs. That's the second time he's done that. Super shot by the Nottinghamshire skipper, and knots to 129 for 4. Mullaney on to 36. Yeah, centuries for Nick Brown, Alistair Cook and Matt Critchley on his debut, making 132. Down at Southampton, Hampshire are 364 for 5, leading Somerset by 184. The former Sussex skipper Ben Brown is 10 not out on his championship debut. At Wantage Road, Gloucestershire made 223 in reply. Northants 164 for 7 in reply. And Surrey 352 for 8 against the champions Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Ben Folkes is on 89. We've got a delay here while we retrieve the ball. But certainly Nottinghamshire have got on with it here after tea. They were 94 for 4 at tea. And in the half hour since, they've added, 29 plus 6, 35. So they are rattling along. Now, I don't know if that's the same ball or a different ball. I did see umpire Saggers go to the spare balls, which are kept by Brenda in the pavilion away to our left-hand side, the Spenkarma Pavilion. So whether that's a different ball or not, I didn't see. If it's a new one, it could well be that someone's got a nice cricket ball in their back garden. So Jamie Atkins
solid
pull for a couple of sixes.
pretty much well the other side at the end.
Here he comes again, running in down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Mulaney very nearly plays on. It was a slightly casual shot by the Nottinghamshire skipper, looking to play it away into the offside. It caught rather the bottom of the bat and ran behind to where almost a leg slip would have been. He got a single,
Exceptionally slow.
takes him to 36. Is there one more to go on that total?
Very busy around Hampton.
I think that's right. Yes, to 37.
Now around Calfold, as does the
And Nottinghamshire 130 for 4. Jamie Atkins 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41. And it is going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to carry on from this sea end of the ground. 25 overs left in the day, so plenty of cricket to enjoy. The floodlights are on. Fingers crossed we don't get any showers. There is some heavy cloud around. As in comes Rawlins and bowls and cut away by Mulaney through point. Picks up a single. He goes to 38. These two with a partner now at 79.
With open arms from the county ground.
Yes, and a recovery here, Danny, by Nottinghamshire. They were at one stage 52 for 4. They're now 131 for 4. Lyndon James on 45 and the Nott skipper Stephen Mulaney on 38 are really leading the way. Earlier on, a couple of wickets for Steve Finn on his debut. Henry Crocombe and Jamie Atkins getting the other wickets. And the highlight of the day, a wonderful 100, his maiden 100 for Sussex from Haywards Heath born Tom Clark. Meanwhile, at Edgbaston, Surrey 355 for 8 against Warwickshire. Ben Folkes closing in on a century. He's 90 not out. There's flayed into the offside by James. Gets a single. He goes to 46, 132 for 4. These two have stepped on the accelerator noticeably since tea. Dave back with us as Rawlins is in again, bowls, and Mulaney with a flick of the wrists and plays the ball to Crocombe, who's in sort of 2/3 position down here at long on, but it's a comfortable single for Mulaney, and these two have rotated to strike very successfully. Mulaney to 39, 133 for 4, Notts having been 52 for 4, but this partnership now with 81 between this pair. And it's coming quick time as well. In again bowls, and James plays on the bounce to Alistair Orr, who's underneath the helmet in there at Slimadoff. Slip, sweeper on the cover boundary, 3 men saving 1 on the offside for the left arm spin of Delray Rawlins, who's in again and bowls, and cut away firmly by James. Only as far as Lenham, who's patrolling on that cover boundary. Nonetheless, James goes through for yet another single. He goes to 47, and at the end of that Delray Rawlins over, Nottinghamshire 134 for 4. Mulaney 39, James on 47. Earlier on, Slater out for 1, Hamid for 5, Duckett 31, Clark on 6. Notts were in all sorts of trouble on 52 for 4. They're not out of trouble, but these two are doing a good job of steering them out of trouble. A very fine partnership of 82, which was coming good time, Dave.
Yeah, they've scored 40 in 8 overs since tea, and that's brought about a bowling change. Henry Crocombe, 8 overs already sent down by him. 3 maidens, 1 for 21. Got the first wicket to fall, that of Ben Slater. It's bowling from the sea end then. Now he's going to come down the slope. Lyndon James is on strike. 47 not out. Very nicely indeed. Nicely he's playing. He's outscoring Stephen Mulaney. Mulaney's hit a couple of sixes and is normally probably the more aggressive of the two as James drops this on the leg side, but Lyndon's been playing very nicely indeed. I suppose in terms of scoring rate, Mulaney's the quicker. 39 from just 52 balls faced. There's a couple of sixes. Lyndon 47 from 108 deliveries. Has he broken his bat? Oh dear. Oh dear. Hope that's not a favourite, but he's given all the telltale signs there and went down into his guard and leaned on it, and there will have been a bit of a creak, and he looked at the splice and reluctantly waved to the dressing room. Probably got 3 or 4 alternatives in his kit bag, but that was a bat that had served him well, certainly in this innings, and perhaps for a little longer.
A bit of a selection been brought out here, Dave, I think. Yeah, I think Tom Haynes recognised the need to do something.
Yeah.
We're just leaking runs a little bit in that post-tee session, and when you're going at 5 and over, if you go at 5 and over from now on, that's another 100 runs, and you've got knots at that rate of play up around 250 at the close of play. So Tom desperately just trying to stem the flow of runs. He'll be hampered by the fact that Dan Ibrahim isn't on the field. I don't know what the situation is with Dan, but he hasn't been on for a long time. He certainly started out and was bowling at lunch. I saw him doing some warming up. So whether he's unwell, I'm not too sure. But that's an option that has been that Tom Haynes doesn't have. He does have, obviously himself, he's bowled a couple of overs. Tom Clark can bowl right arm medium as well, so there's plenty of options up his sleeve.
So 3 bats were brought out for Lyndon James to examine and take his selection, but he just grabbed the nearest, so presumably they're all absolutely identical. That one will do.
Yeah.
How it goes. Well, he's cut this one away for 4, and that's the bat that's taken him to his 50. Short and wide, helped away. Nice looking shot, and Lyndon James, well, he's carried on in the same vein that he played most of his innings last year. A lovely looking shot. Goes through to what's been a very, very good half century. We've seen some good batting in this game so far, and Lyndon James' performance stands comparison with any of it so far. 109 balls faced. They've not popped up how many 4s, but we'll sort that out in just a moment, I'm sure. Next delivery, sees him get solidly behind it and get on it. What I do like was it wasn't a great deal of celebration or over enthusiasm. He knows 50, yes, albeit an important little milestone for him, but the bigger picture is that he needs to go on, having got a start and get a big score here, and Nottinghamshire need to get a big team score as well. And he wasted very little time in acknowledging the applause and then getting back to business.
7 4s.
Yeah.
Good knock. Very good knock, and when his county needed him as well, because Knott's in a deal of trouble at 52 for 4.
Agree with Charlie, who says love watching him bat. Elegance, intelligence, patience. Saying nothing more, just fingers crossed. Yeah, absolutely, Charlie. Next ball to Lyndon James. The offside Rawlins doing the fielding. The comparison at the crease, standing at the crease, it's probably just because of his height and build of when Hales was at that age, but at the crease he reminds me of Hales at a similar age. You know, he's gone on to be a very different player, different priorities, of course. All young man makes the most of his height, pushes this into the offside end of the over. So Lyndon James, 50 from 109 balls, 7 4s. Stephen Mullaney alongside him, 39 not out. Knott's 138 for 4.
Well, it's been a very good innings, and at a time when Sussex really had their tails up. These two have suddenly taken the attack to Sussex. They say the best form of defence is attack, and he's just giving Tom Haynes a little bit to think about here. Ray Rawlings is going to carry on 8 overs for 28. From this, the C end, Stephen Mullaney has looked to get after Ray Rawlings when he's able to. Seeing what Delroy's got up his sleeve in this over. Coming around the wicket, bowls to Mullaney, and Mullaney's beaten outside now. I wonder whether that did turn a little bit. I reckon it probably did. Ollie Carter whisked off the bail, and the reaction of Steve Mullaney was he was a little surprised, and certainly
Seemed to be a slower ball, only just about got there.
Liam Patterson-White turned a couple from this end. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Mulaney plays through the offside, but doesn't get a single because Clark fields at cover. There is no run. Floodlight's still on. Rawlins in again, bowls, Mulaney bowls, and Orr, who's in a short extra cover, dives away to his right-hand side, makes an athletic stop. He doesn't stop the ball, but he prevents the single because Clark is quickly in to deter Mulaney from taking the single. 22 overs left in the day after this one. He's in again, bowled, Rawlins, and just eased down the ground by Stephen Mulaney. Delray Rawlins is just looking there at Henry Crocombe and says, I'm not quite sure you're in the right place. It was a comfortable single for... Now he's coming up a little closer. I think that's good tactics. You know, either stop the one or save the four, one of the two. I think he is saving one. It's Henry Crocombe slipping a Cinnamon off in place as Rawlins comes. Oh, it's a full toss. And it was drilled back to Delray Rawlins, and Rawlins got a hand to that. I hope he's okay. I think he is okay. I don't think it was a chance. I think it was on the bounce. And no sort of great expressions or howls of catch it, so he must have drilled it straight back. It was a good stop by Delray, but he's rigging his finger of his left hand. Sussex won't want to lose him. He looks okay, and he's coming to bowl the next delivery to Stephen Mulaney. It's short, and Mulaney eases that through the onside. More runs here, probably a couple. Burrows is in hot pursuit. They think about a second, but Burrows quickly back and prevents a second run. Not a very good throw, which Carter takes nicely behind the stumps, down by his bootlaces. End of the over. Delray Rawlins, 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31. Nottinghamshire 1, 41 for 4. This partnership between these two now, Dave, worth 89.
Yes.
Mulaney 41, James 52.
Tom Moore's doing next at number 7. William Patterson-White, Joey Everson to follow, and Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher will be hoping they're not needed today. So we head towards the halfway point of this match. Close of play today. Stephen Mulaney, Notts captain, on strike. So pulled a couple of balls, one from Crocombe, one from Atkins. Away over that leg side fence. There is Crocombe to bowl to him again. Bowls. He's pulled this one away, but rolls the wrists, and Lenham in the right place once again. There's been any number of balls in this innings that have been absolutely smacked, if that's the correct terminology, away on that leg side, and they've gone straight to Archie Lenham. I know it's all about getting the right fielder in the right place, but there's been a number of occasions where just, I don't know, a couple of yards to his left or to his right, and there'd have been boundaries, but they've been it straight to him. Next one is cut away for 4 by Lyndon James. It was like the first scoring shot of the post-tee session. Tried to cut it away square, I think. Got it finer, along the ground, wide of slips. And there's nobody down here to stop it. 4 more. And Lyndon James pulling away from his skipper. He's on 56. Mulaney 42. 146 for 4. So they've 96, if my wobbly maths are right, for this 5th wicket. Round the ring, finds its way back to Crocombe and comes in once more, and Lyndon James gets behind this, pushes it back, the bowler parries it. Gives it to Steve Finn to lob it back round the ring. Not had a late Friday afternoon swell in terms of patrons inside the ground. Similar number, I think, that were here at the start of play. James eases this back to the bowler.
These, we're talking about the rate that these two are scoring, Dave, and we said if they were to carry on scoring at 5 over, Notts might be around the 250 mark. If it carries on like this, Sussex could just do with the wicket. These two holding in on the 100 partnership.
Yep. Had a lot of rain in Cardiff, and they're now off for the day. A bouncer goes over the left shoulder of Lyndon James. Glamorgan 234 all out. Durham 5 without loss. Had a lot of rain there since about lunchtime, and they're off for the day. In Division 1, Essex made 514. Kent 36 without loss. The Aegeus Bowl, Somerset 180 all out. Hampshire 377 for 5. Big 100 there for Joe Weatherly. Delivery. James on the pad, they're asking, but not with any great conviction. I didn't feel. We're not in line, so absolutely no idea, but just didn't seem to be the most confident of shouts. End of the over, 146 for 4, just to finish those scores. Wantage Road, Gloucestershire 223 all out yesterday. Northants 183 for 7 in reply. So that one on something of an even keel at Edgbaston, where they've lost time to the weather. Surrey still in the first innings of that match, 363 for 8. Division 2 scores. Leicestershire have just started. They're 2 without loss, replying to Worcestershire's 348 all out. Middlesex made 401 at Lords. Derbyshire 94 for 2. And I've already given you Glamorgan Durham. That's off for the day. I think there's going to be a bowling change. Delray Rawlins going to come out of the attack, and we're going to have a bit of pace back on at this end of the ground. But it's going to be Tom Clark
yes, it is.
for the first time.
Yeah, so I think in normal circumstances, Daniel Lieprin will probably bowl ahead of Tom Clark. He bowls a sort of a brisk medium pace, Tom Clark. Well, I think Tom's he's had a great day, hasn't he? He's got his maiden championship 100, but I think that he just wants a bit of control. It's what Liam Patterson-White gave to Stephen Mullaney, and Tom just searching for that at the moment, because these two are just, Notts are still 4 down. We need to remember that, but they're just trying to wrestle the initiative back from Sussex at the minute. It's going to be Tom Clark. Just turn the effects mic because the wind has got up. Right time over the wicket, bowls to Mullaney, that's wide of the off stump, and cut away to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Archie Lenham. One more to the total. 47 for 4. Mullaney goes to 43. 20 overs remaining after this one in the day. Floodlights on. No imminent sign of any rain. Fingers crossed. We've been really lucky. We haven't lost an over in this game yet, and that doesn't happen too much in the opening round of matches. In comes Clark and bowls, and wide of the off stump, and James is just very happy for that to sail through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. There's a slipper backward point, a cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg.
I don't know if we're the only game that's not lost any play yet, mate.
I don't think they've lost any at Southampton either at the moment. But apart from, but I think those two, at the moment, in comes Clark and bowls, forward comes James and just plays into the covers, fielded there by Rawlins, and there is no run.
Tweet from Joel Harrison at Brace Cricket. Lovely to have you back on the airwaves. Hoping for a big year ahead for Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White. Come on, Notts.
Yeah.
Both made promising starts, haven't they? Patterson-White with 5 wickets, Lyndon James with a wicket, and now a half-century.
Bowled by Clark, and attempt to cut it. He didn't move his feet really there, Lyndon James, and he rather had a waft at one outside of the off stump. He gets a bit irritated with himself and just composes himself, regains his concentration, scratches away at his guard. Wanders away to square leg.
Nice to hear from Simon Aldridge. Great to have the commentary back. Agree with Charlie. Could watch Lyndon bat all day, and I hope he lets us.
Clark in bowls. James up on his toes and plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Clark off his own bowling, and there is no run. Just for those joining us, Sussex making 375 earlier today. Tom Clark, who's bowling now, making 100. Standout bowling from Liam Patterson-White, 5 for 84 in, was it 46 overs?
Something like that, yeah.
Extraordinary for a spinner in the early season. Clark Bowles, and James eases that one down towards third man. Very fine stop by Steve Finn, who's a big man, and he was down very quickly to prevent a single. And so Tom Clark doing exactly what his skipper would have wanted, just putting the brakes on the scoring rate here. One off the over, Notts 147 for 4, Mulaney 43, James 56. Recovery from Notts, who were at one stage 52 for 4, with Slater for 1, Hamid for 5, Duckett 31 and Clark for 6, all back in the pavilion. 2 wickets for Finn, 1 for Atkins, 1 for Crocombe. But these two batted very sensibly. They've mixed a solid defence with some aggression as well. Stephen Mulaney is at 2 big sixes already, and they're on the verge of 100 partnership. These two have now added 95.
Just looking there with the binoculars, I can't see Pujara on the Sussex balcony. Not sure if he's come here direct from India or if he's had a bit of a stop en route somewhere. But crikey, it'll be a huge change in the weather, I would imagine, if he's come from India and found himself now here. These cold, blustery conditions as Crocombe starts a new over. Excuse me, blooming cough. Can't get rid.
Well, you're doing very well to keep going, Dave.
147 for 4. Sussex is number 5, Henry Crocombe. Bowling to Nottinghamshire's number 5, Stephen Mulaney. When he digs he digs this one out, Yorker length delivery, and Mulaney's played it down in the ground, and the ball has stopped exactly where his feet were. That's a bit of a wrist jarrer, isn't it? Stephen Mulaney's he's having a bit of a wardrobe malfunction, I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure that.
Is that roll onto the stumps, do you think?
No, I don't think so. But it was just odd that he dropped it down by his feet, and then he's needing to readjust his thigh pad. Don't think there was any connection between the two events. Mark Church very happy, tweeting that Ben Folkes has got 100 for Surrey.
So I think that's about 700s we've had so far.
I suspect perhaps 1 or 2 more.
Yep.
Next delivery on its way now. Mulaney will chop this down towards third man and in fact all the way to third for 4 runs into the board. And Mulaney moving to within 3.5 century now. He's on 47.
These two are just getting Notts a good way back into this match. I mean, they've still got a way to go. I mean, the arrears are still over 200. But these two are certainly taking the attack to Sussex at the moment.
Well, they've added 99, but they've added 99 fairly quickly.
Yeah, they have. No, absolutely, they have.
151 for 4. And a bit more jiggery-pokery in terms of field settings. A third man has been put in now by Sussex to stop, well, indeed, both batsmen running the ball down here. Is Crocombe into bowl. Mulaney will drive this down the ground, so that's the century partnership. Certainly a couple of runs. I think it'll just be the 2. So Mulaney on to 49 and the 100 partnership. 153 for 4. Very well done, Stephen Mulaney and Lyndon James, and well done Sussex for announcing it as soon as it happened. So we do get the roll on of the applause from around the ground. Man down in front of us with Henry Crocombe's sweater on again. It's Crocombe bowling. Been a fair amount of this from Sussex. Swapping the sweaters around. Mulaney on 49. Drops this on the leg side. Centurion, 2 other 50s and a 49 in the Sussex innings thus far for Notts, and a 56 and a 49 from this pair. 31 from Ben Duckett, and then single figure scores from the other 3. Next ball down the leg side, well taken by Carter.
Well, it's a test for a young captain, isn't it, Dave? I mean, Sussex have had a good couple of days. You know, you're going to have times in matches where things need a bit of thought and things don't perhaps go your way, but you have to mixture that against some fine batting by these two. They haven't given a chance. Coming together when not through in all sorts of trouble at 52 for 4, but Stephen Mullaney very quickly onto the attack. He's made 49 of just 65 deliveries. Lyndon James more circumspect, 56 of 124, but what Tom's trying to achieve here for Sussex is just to try and put the brakes on a little bit. Tom Clark's going to carry on from the C end. Brighter skies above Hove now as Clark runs away from us. He's into bowl to James, who cuts that away to backward point. That's another excellent stop at backward point by, I think that's James Coles who's in there. Yes, it is. James Coles is on the field and George Burrows is on the field as well. So Daniel Ibrahim is off. And somebody else is off as well for Sussex.
Who's this wearing Crocom's sweater? Or is this Crocombe?
This is Henry Crocombe. Yeah. Yes, this is Henry. That's Henry Crocombe. In comes Clark and bowls and played firmly by James to mid-wicket too. Or at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So it could be, I think that's Stephen Finn down at fine leg. It might be Jamie Atkins who's off. Looks like one of the quick bowlers.
Well, who's wearing Clark's sweater then at mid-wicket?
That's Orr. Yeah, it's all very.
Don't make it easy.
No, I'm going to have a word to the skipper. In comes Clark over the wicket bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, which just held up a little bit, and nonetheless, well played by James. Played to backward point, takes a single. He goes to 57. Dave's got to do his update to the listeners in Nottingham. Well, it's 154 for 4. He'll be relaying good news of a Nottinghamshire recovery. Sussex searching to break this partnership. There's a slip and a backward point. Cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Mid-on mid-wicket. Deep backwards, well, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Clark in and bowls wide of the off-stump. Let go by Mullaney. Taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. People joining us all the time. Sussex making 375 in reply. Notts were 52 for 4 with the top 4 all back in the pavilion. Steve Finn with 2 wickets on his Sussex debut. Atkins and Crocombe with the other wickets. Tom Clark, who's bowling now, maiden first-class century for Sussex. Earlier in the day, and he's in again now and bowls. And the ball at a good length, and forward comes Mullaney. Plays straight back into the offside. There is no run. 1 years of age, Tom Clark. He's doing a good job here for Tom Haynes. He's just bowling a line and length and just trying to stem the flow of runs. At T, Notts were 94 for 4 off 32 overs. As in comes Clark again, bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Carson, and there is no Carter, I should say, and there is no run. So since T, there's been 14 overs. And Nottinghamshire have added 60 runs. So they're rattling along the best part of 4 and over. Doing his best to try and stem that flow. Now there's a bit of a debate going on at the far end. Are we going to get a change of bowling? No, it's still going to be Henry Crocombe. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Elsewhere, let's give a quick rattle through the other scores. As we know, they're off for the day in Cardiff. They've had very little play today. They've certainly had the worst of the weather in South Wales. All over the wicket bowls. Forward comes James. Back to Crocombe. There is no run. So at Chelmsford, Kent 43 for 1. James Bell Drummond the man out for 11. Then in reply to the Essex total of 514. In which Brown, Cook and Critchley all scored hundreds. Hampshire 381 for 5 at the Aegeus, leading Somerset by 201. Crocombe in again, bowls, driven by... There's a cry of catch. He was in the air for a little while, but I don't think there was any real chance. Driven into the offside in the direction of Steve Finn, and there's no run. Ben Brown, 16 not out for Hampshire. Wantage Road, good game. A seesaw game. Gloucestershire 223, a century for James Bracey. In reply, Northants. Crocombe bowls, driven away through the offside. More runs here for Lyndon James. He's going to get at least a couple and possibly three. No, they're going to settle for two. Delray Rawlins is in hot pursuit, and he's got a good arm as Delray. So James settles for two. He goes to 57, Knots to 156 for four. Rob Keogh, 78, not out for Northants, ably supported by Gareth Berg. He's a wonderful cricketer, Gareth Berg, in his 40s now. Northants 212 for 7, at one stage 129 for 7, so good recovery by Northants. Back here at Hove, Crocombe in over the wicket bowls, and James plays comfortably to backward point, footed by Rawlins, who then shies at the stumps. He thought Mullaney was out of his ground, but Mullaney just ambled back, and there was not an overthrow, not a run. Ben Folkes, 110 not out for Surrey. Surrey 382 for 8 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Crocombe in bowls down the leg side, and James is annoyed with himself. He'd rather missed out then. That was a loose delivery that he was going to clip down to fine leg. But it missed everything. Bat pad and through to keeper Ollie Carter. There's no run. Derbyshire 105 for 2 at Lords. That'll reply to the Derbyshire total of 401. Shan Massoud not out on 74. Crocombe in again, bowls, forwards comes James to a ball of good length, plays it to mid-off. There is no run. Another tidy over from Henry Cockram. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 38. Knots 156 for 4. James on 59, Mullaney on 49. This partnership now worth 104 for Nottinghamshire. And just to rattle through the other scores, I think I've done it all now, actually, haven't I? Leicestershire 6 for 1 at Grace Road in reply to the Worcestershire total of 348 all out. Evans the man out for a single. In fact, they're now 6 for 2, Leicestershire. Worcestershire making 348. Brett D'Oliveira 118 not out. Worcestershire were 40 odd for 4 in that game. So Tom Clark's going to carry on from the C end, comes in and bowls to Mullaney, whose shoulders arms lets that one go through to Ollie Carter. Floodlights still on, but plenty of pale blue sky above Hove, some rather more threatening cotton wool clouds, but with a bit of luck we're going to get through the next probably hour or so. We've got 17 overs to be bowled in the day. Stephen Mullaney needing 1 for a half century. Crocombe in bowls, and Mullaney has a little flirt with one outside of the off stump. Slightly lazy looking shot from the skipper, and the ball goes through to Carter. Again, there is no run. Just the one slip, a ring of 3 saving 1 on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. Steve Finn is warming up at extra cover. Sussex needing a wicket here as Clark is in bowls, and Mullaney just eases that to backward point, fielded by Rawlins. He's done a good job here for his skipper as Tom Clark. He's halfway through his 3rd over. He's just conceded the 2 runs so far. Just trying to keep things tight. He's on his way as the sun tries to break through. He's in and bowls. That's down the leg side. That was a wayward delivery. He was lucky to get away with that. And Mullaney a little irritated that he didn't flick that one away down to a fine leg for runs. Yeah, so the floodlights on and just a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. We haven't had too much sunshine here today. And it is cold outside. What we haven't missed is the wind of yesterday. Pretty still here at Hove as in comes Clark again bowls, and again outside of the off stump. Mullaney perfectly happy to let that one just sail by outside of the off stump, and again there is no run.
First time he's become becalmed, isn't it, Mullaney, on 49?
Yeah, I'm just saying that Tom Clark's doing a good job for his skipper. He's just keeping it tight. In again, bowls, and Mullaney is forward, and that's a maiden over from Tom Clark, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. Notts 156 for 4. Mulaney on 49. James on 59. Partnership of 104 between these two. Sussex earlier in the day making 375. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Bracegirdle.
16 overs to go, so just a little bit of overtime, I would imagine. 6:15 finish or thereabouts, you'd imagine. Bowling change. Stephen Finn back into the attack for Sussex. 10 overs, 2 for 25 his figures. He'll be tearing down that hill to mould to Lyndon James in just a moment. Argue, I think, that the weather's as good as we've had at any time in the day. It's encouraging going into this last hour. James on 59. Stephen Finn's bowled a couple of practice deliveries. Now he's ready. High kicking action. Here he comes. Bowls. James solidly behind it. And the bowler fields and can head off back and do exactly the same again. Four sixes hit today so far. 2 by Stephen Mulaney, 1 by the bowler here, Stephen Finn, and 1 by Ben Duckett. Didn't have any at all yesterday. Sussex 302 for 6 overnight. Finn in again bowls. James once more blocks. Sussex all out. Almost right on 1 o'clock, about a minute to 1 o'clock. For 375, so not started after lunch. Lost Slater for 1, Hamid 5, Clark 6, and then Duckett for 31. Finn again. Off and bowls, hit very crisply by Lyndon James. Missed the stumps at the non-striker's end, and he's got enough on it for it to go all the way up the hill for 4. And Finn says, "Can I have my third man brought up, Skip?" So a readjustment there. Fielders swapping over. Three. 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg now. Finn comes into James, who's on 63. Bowls. Pleasing push into the offside. And there's no run. Encouragement for Finney, as you can perhaps hear out there. To James, he defends. David Revel just woke up from a COVID-induced nap. Good to see Notts are still 4 down. Dave, you looks like you've got a weekend on the south coast to look forward to. So that's never a chore, mate. You rest up and get well. It's the old bog, if we can call it that. Certainly laid me up. And now Lyndon James has gone after this one. It's gone straight up in the air. And this could be the end of the all-rounder, and it is. For the 3rd time on the scorecard, it's going to say Court Carter bowled Finn, but this one very different from the previous 2 because Lyndon James took on the short ball, took on the pull, trying to deposit it like Mulaney had done over the leg side boundary, but it went straight up in the air, and the wicketkeeper running in a direction towards the long leg. He just about probably got back to where the 30-yard fielding circle would be, and he took the ball comfortably. And Lyndon James has gone. The decision to bring back Stephen Finn has paid dividends, and Notts lose their 5th wicket. Lyndon James out for 63. Batted for 144 minutes, 139 balls, and hit 9 fours terrific innings, but a premature end, I suspect the Nottinghamshire supporters will feel. Took on Finn. The price. What's 160 for 5? So still 215 goes. 215 behind. Tom Moores makes his way out to the middle, rates as isolation goes, plonking myself in front of the live stream with Dave and Co on comms. Decent enough way to spend it, I suppose. Yeah, Rachel, I saw yours and meant to acknowledge it. It's I don't know. It's not left us, has it? And I hope anybody affected by COVID comes through it and gets well soon. I thought I had, but I can't get rid of this tickly old cough. Anyhow, stick with the cricket. David Revel says, sorry, that's my fault. Nice of you to take the blame, David, but it's just one of those things. I think Lyndon took it on and went high in the sky. Here's Clark starting a new over to bowl to Mullaney. Will there be some Nottinghamshire joy here with Mullaney one away from a half century? Can't get Clark away. Bowled now 19 deliveries for just 2 runs conceded. Tom Clark doing a good job. Partnership between Mullaney and James realising 108 runs. Clark into the not skipper, cuts this to backward point, and there's no run. Rawlins doing the fielding.
Steve Finn is certainly running hard, doesn't he? Pick up 3 wickets, and very important for Sussex, an important time as well, because Notts were starting to really force their way back into the game.
Next delivery wide of the off stump.
He was in for 144 minutes, 139 balls, 9 fours. Lyndon James, fine knock.
A bit out of character, taking on that short ball. Of a golden arm, Stephen Finn at the moment.
Yeah.
There's Clark bowls again. Mullaney just happy to leave.
It's been a good bowling change, this actually, by Tom Haynes, and Tom Clark has done just what he wanted to do. He's just before Lyndon James got out, he's just dried the runs up a little bit because they were coming 5 and over after tea.
Clark, shirt outside his flannels, bowls to Mullaney. It's more than not skipper. Happy to bide his time, treat the ball on its merit and push it into the covers where Finn does the fielding. Just rehearsing a few shots at the non-striker's end. His turn might come in a moment, not yet faced a ball. Keep going down at the end of Finn's over. Now Mullaney pushes this out, so maiden. Clark 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. Notts remain 160 for 5, 215 adrift.
So plenty of batting for Nottinghamshire to come, but Sussex will be. Sussex will have settled for that, wouldn't they? To have Notts 160 for 5.
Yeah.
Mullaney's still there. It's another 14 overs to go, so they're not going to be thinking about the close just yet. But Notts won't want to lose another wicket tonight. Stephen Finn very much the man of the moment, 3 for 29 on his Sussex debut, and as I say, there was 1 or 2 raised eyebrows, 1 or 2 people talking about Steve Finn's fitness record before he came to Sussex, but 33 years of age, he's been really running in hard, and Sussex will be absolutely delighted. No Ollie Robinson, although talk is that Ollie may be available for the game next week at Derby. I mean, he's centrally contracted now, so it's not really up to Sussex when he plays for the county. But here comes Steve Finn running into bowl to Tom Moores. He's in and bowls, and Moores says that's 1 go outside the off stump, and there is no run. And he's going to get through, you know, Steve Finn. He's bowling with good pace from that Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling with 2 slips, a third man. I'm just actually looking to my left, and having said I think we're clear of weather, there is the most horrible black cloud away to the left. I don't know whether that's...
Don't look that way then.
Well, I couldn't help it. I suddenly looked and I thought, oh Lord, look at that coming in. Let's hope it's going to drift away as quickly as it appeared. In comes Finn, bowls, Moores. That's one go. And again, there is no run. So 2 slips and a third man. Backward point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg.
This is Tom Moore's 50th first-class match for Nottinghamshire. His 52nd in all. His first couple were for Lancashire, you may remember. He was plucked from not seconds to go and help out their wicket-keeping crisis. And
and Moores gets an outside edge down to third man, and Orr can't stop it. The ball runs away, but that was edgy from Tom Moores. He's on his way. Moral victory for the bowler, though. Knots to 164 for 5. Moores on 4.
yeah, do you feel that was a moral victory, Stephen, or not? I think he's a little disappointed that it wasn't stopped, and it probably should have been. Yeah, back in 2016, Tom Moores got his opportunity with Lancashire, a 1-month loan. He played a couple of first-class matches. He's, as I say, he's now played 50 for Nottinghamshire. This is his 50th, but it's his first against Sussex, and his first here in, I was going to say the town of his birth, but he was born in Brighton, next to the city of his birth, if you like.
In comes Finn, bowls. Moore lets that one go through to keeper Ollie Carter. There is no run.
Hove isn't classed as a city on its own, is it? It's the city of Brighton and
yes,
and
correct.
Hove.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. So I didn't check my records. How old is Tom? Probably got my records here somewhere.
Tom Moores is 25.
25, okay. He waits as Stephen Finn is in around the wicket, in and bowls, and waltzes forward to a ball of good length. Finn fields off his own bowling. There is no run. He's used Steve Finn in sort of bursts as Tom Haynes, which you think that's a good way to handle a bowler. I mean, he's not old by any manner. He's only 33, isn't he? But he's giving him the advantage of running with the slope as well, and he's back in again. It's Steve Finn around the wicket, bowls, and Moores again lets that one go, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run. It's the end of Steve Finn's over. 12 overs, no maidens, 3 for 33 for Steve Finn. Knots 164 for 5. Stephen Mullaney has been marooned on 49 for a little while. In fact, lots of signals going out to the dressing room. I think maybe Tom Moore's for a new helmet. He wants something brought out for him.
Another one, Moores, who had a bit of winter cricket, played for the Deccan Gladiators, indeed the winning Deccan Gladiators in the T10 League before Christmas in Abu Dhabi, member of the winning side, and then in the new year played in the Lanka Premier League in Sri Lanka for the Kandy Warriors. So nice bit of winter sunshine, bit of winter cricket.
Message from Alex. Alex Warren has been in touch. I'll read it after this ball from...
Edge,
put down.
And Mullaney gets his 50, but he gave a chance, and it's been spilled. It was a difficult one at slip, and Mullaney gets his 50, and I guess that's one of those that you probably won't feel like celebrating too enthusiastically. He chased after this one from Clark, nicked it, and just one slip there.
Tom Alsop, I think.
And he was very, very wide, wasn't he? And flung himself to his left, parried it, but couldn't hang on. And Mullaney gets to his 50. That's come up from 81 deliveries. Well, 2 sixes certainly in there for Mullaney. We'll sort out the number of 4s in a moment, but 81 balls.
Well, it would have been a terrific catch, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it goes as a chance. I mean, he got a hand to it. Did Tom Alsop? Couldn't hang on.
3 4s and 2 6s for Mullaney.
Thanks, Dave.
There's Clark again in bowls. And Tom Moore's
Thought he'd nicked that.
I thought he'd nicked it as well. It sounded like
Yeah,
it.
it did. Yeah, I thought he'd nicked it.
Went through to the keeper. So Clark's still only gone for 3 runs. He's halfway through his 5th over now. And could have picked up a wicket there. Needed to tighten things up at this end, Sussex, because Delray Rawlins was just being worked away by both Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney. There's Clark in again. Nice looking shot for no runs. Is that all making the stop in the covers?
Yeah. Alex Warden's been in touch. Hi, Adrian. Hope you wintered well and enjoying the return of the cricket. A quick question for you. Is this Tom Haynes the same Tom who plays for Horsham and has 3 younger brothers? The answer is yes, it is. And Ollie, one of the brothers, is a regular contributor on email. But no, it is the same. So 4 brothers.
Clark to Moores. Leaves this alone. Goes through to Carter. .66 for 5. Replying to Sussex's 375. Follow one mark would be 226, wouldn't it? So Notts with a bit of work to do. Next ball defended by the left-handed Moores.
There's a long, long way to go in this match, but my thought here is that with follow-ons and the like, I would be surprised if, even if it came to that, if Sussex would enforce the follow-on. I think they'd be quite keen to another bat.
I'll start there from Tom Clark. Whether they saw the batsman wasn't ready or whether he wasn't ready, I'm not sure. We go again up the slope. Breeze has dropped for a second. Moores plays this on the leg side and there's no run.
Yeah, at the end of another over. 165 for 5, an over in which saw... It would have been a brilliant catch, but he was definitely put down, was Stephen Mullaney, before he went through to that 50. Delray Rawlins has just gone running off. Archie Lenham has come running back on. Email from Neil Hartley, who says, hello, Adrian. I was interested to hear John Philby talking about the reasoning behind not having a Sussex match at Arundel this year. He makes a fair point about the fixture list. However, on the financial side, I thought Arundel was seen as a lucrative fixture, partly due to the greatly increased potential for spectator parking revenue compared to Hove. I remember hearing that players would sometimes choose the Arundel fixture for their testimonial match for the revenue potential. Like many, I used to enjoy the Arundel fixture, but now I live in France. I appreciate the improved live stream from Hove, which wouldn't be available from Outgrounds, I guess. Thank you, Neil. You're quite right. In comes Finn running in over the wicket bowls, and Mullaney covers up and plays back down the track. Finn fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Well, I say you're quite right. You're quite right about the stream from Outgrounds. I think that would be. I mean, certainly some counties. I was at Sedbergh last year for the one-day match between Lancashire, and they had a very. I'm not saying this isn't sophisticated, but almost like an outside. A body of people who can set up all the cameras. I mean, it was it was almost like a TV production at Sedbergh last year. In comes Finn and bowls, and Mullaney drives pleasantly into the offside. Haynes fields at mid-off. Not for Mullaney's gone through for his 51st run, 166 for 5. But certainly in terms of outground, I'd feel fairly certain that would be too much to get cameras and the like transferred to Arundel and. Logistically and getting power sources and the rest of it, it's pretty difficult. I'm glad you're enjoying the live stream. I'm not sure where you are in France, Neil. If you'd like to let us know. Finn is back to his mark. He's going to bowl to Tom Moores. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to join our conversation as Finn is in over the wicket bowls and Moores just stands tall and defends into the offside. There is no run. It's really chilly here at Hove. I was just watching just down below us. I think that's Archie Lenham down in front. He hasn't got his jumper on. He had 41 on his jumper. He looks a bit chilly, does Archie? He was just sort of rubbing his hands. And certainly Dave and I ventured out at lunchtime and just scuttled back inside again pretty quickly. It's a cold day. Finn on his way over the wicket bowls. Moores drives nicely down the ground. Finn dives but can't stop it. It's going to be at least one, and that's all it's going to be. Fielded down in the distance by someone who's got Steve Finn's jumper on, who I think is Jamie Atkins. It's very confusing with the Sussex side changing jumpers, and we have to be on our guard here to see who's doing what. What we do know is that's a single to Tom Moores. He goes to 5, and Nottinghamshire to 167 for 5.
Yeah, it's like the good bad old days, isn't it, where you had no names or numbers and you had to work things out. But I think in those days you didn't really have any number of subs running on to see a substitute. 25 years ago was very rare.
Finn in bowls to Mullaney, who just cuts that down to Archie Lennon, who just fields down below us, gets in the throw. One more to Mullaney, who goes to 52, not to 168 for 5. I'm going to watch a replay actually of that Tom Alsop chance that's been very kindly sent through to me by Brian Owen. Yeah, he moved to his right, then had to dive to his left, so perhaps slightly deceived by that as Finn is in bowls. Oh, Tom Moores very nearly plays on. In fact, he's been hit on the elbow, I think, and that's painful. Yeah, that really is painful. He's hopping about there, is Tom Moores. He very nearly played on, but I think the ball may have ricocheted up into his elbow, and if it's hit him round about the funny bone, it really isn't funny. And he looks a little bit of discomfort there, does Tom Moores. He's taken off his helmet. And Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, is concerned enough to wander down, and the physio actually appeared very quickly. I think the physio was doing a tour of the ground when that happened, so he didn't have to come running down the steps. The Nottinghamshire backroom staff were doing a lap of the ground, and that's nice to see. Stephen Finn just sort of wanders down and says to Tom Moores, "Hope you're okay," and taps him on the shoulder. So we'll have to see where that hit Tom Moores, but we've got a break in play with Nottinghamshire 168 for 5. Laney on 52, Moores on 5. Give me a quick chance just to have a look through at some of the other scores in the second division. Leicestershire in all sorts of trouble. 17 for 3 they are against Worcestershire. It's been a real problem for Leicestershire. The batting, 2 wickets there for Joe Leach, 1 for Charlie Morris. Derbyshire going along nicely at Lords, 123 for 2 against Middlesex. Off for the day in Cardiff, it had been for some time. Durham 5 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 2-3-4 all out. Where else are we looking? In the first division, Ben Brown making 18 on his championship debut for Hampshire, who are 395 for 7, leading Somerset by 215. Northants 231 for 7, leading Gloucestershire by 8, and that is some comeback by Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh on 89, Gareth Berg on 51. At one stage, Northants were 129 for 7. They're now 232 for 7. You can never count out a side with Gareth Berg in. At Edgbaston, Surrey 404 for 8 against Warwickshire. A century there for Ben Folkes. He's on 122 not out. 66 for 1 in reply to the Essex total of 514. I'm happy to report that Tom Moores is okay. The physio trots off. It's the end of that Stephen Finn over, who's bowled 13 overs and taken 3 for 36. It's going to be Tom Clark, 5 overs, 0 for 3 with 2 maidens as he comes running in and bowls to Stephen Mullaney. Mullaney plays into the offside, fielded by Steve Finn. And there is no run. So we've got another 11 overs to go, 10 after this one. Delays this afternoon, but fortunately no delays for rain. Away from us, in bowls, and Mullaney plays very straight to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. And again, there is no run. Just mindful people joining us all the time, and don't wish to be like a broken record for those who have been with us for most of the day, but Sussex 375, Tom Clark, a maiden first-class century. Liam Patterson-White 5 for 84 as Clark comes in and bowls. Mullaney again covers up. Clark fields off his own bowling down the offside of the track, and there is no run. The left-arm spinner then replying Knots in a fair degree of trouble at 52 for 4 with Slater 1, Hamid 5, Clark 6 and Duckett 31 all back in the pavilion with an excellent partnership between James and Mullaney. Bowls and Mullaney strokes this beautifully through the offside, and a good bit of fielding by Tom Haines, the Sussex skipper, sliding around at mid-off. He can't prevent the single, but he certainly prevents a boundary. And Mullaney goes to 53, Sussex to 100 and 69 for 5. Yes, a partnership of 108 between Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney. Before James was out attempting to hook Stephen Finn and caught off a skyer by keeper Carter, his third catch of the innings. Clark in again, bowls, and Moore's looking to play that around the leg side. Is struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out in front of him, followed by Alistair Orr, who runs in from the covers. And there is no run. Ali Orr looks like his cap doesn't fit properly. It's sort of perched on the top of his head. Oh, he adjusts it now. Oh, that's better. Tom Clark bowling with a slip. Backward point cover mid-off. There's also a sort of a deepish cover. He's sort of not really saving one. So 4 men on that offside as Clark in again, bowls, and Moores flicks that one through the leg side. I'm not totally sure that's where he intended it to go. Nonetheless, he gets a single. Archie Lenham is very quickly round on that leg side boundary to prevent any more than a single. It's another tight, accurate over by Tom Clark. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. And what this spell has allowed for Sussex is the opportunity to really attack from the other end. And that's what Tom Haines would have been hoping for. So 10 overs remaining in the day, 170 for 5. Nottinghamshire.
The Broadway at Leyland is still partly blocked with an accident at Staines Road, and there are delays through Stemming and Storrington on the A28.
We'll be going for an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment, but in the meantime it's going to be Stephen Finn who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Comes in around the wicket and bowls, and Moores with a play and a miss outside the off stump, and he's just living a little dangerously, is Tom Moores. He was hit in the previous over, and that was a full shot outside of the off stump. Yeah, thanks, Danny. Since you were last with us, Nottinghamshire have lost another wicket. It's the wicket of Lyndon James, who was out for 63, caught by wicketkeeper Ollie Carter off of the bowling of Steve Finn, who on his Sussex debut has a very impressive figures of 3 for 36. The story of the day, Sussex making 375. Tom Clark, a maiden century for the Haywards Heath-born 21-year-old. And in reply, Notts were in all sorts of trouble on 52 for 4. They have recovered from that, 170 for 5. Skipper Stephen Mullaney is on 53. Meanwhile at Edgbaston, Surrey 416 for 8, a century, an undefeated century for Ben Folkes, the wicket-keeper. He's 123 not out.
Tell us more about Tom Clark's century.
Wonderful innings. Young man, say 21 years of age. He came in yesterday. He looked very composed. He went to bed last night with his score on 82, but he came out this morning, batted really sensibly. Got his 100 with a slightly risky single, it has to be said, Danny. He was nearly run out, but absolutely delighted. Another of these young Sussex players who have come through the academy. He's shown some promise, and today he really delivered. It was a super knock, and let's hope there's many more to come.
Adrian, thank you for now. The ball by ball commentary continues on the website and the app. That's the BBC.
Finn. His mark. Running into bowl to the right-handed Mullaney. 171 for 5. Over the wicket and bowls. Oh, and Mullaney has a big heave at that. Is going to run away for 4 runs, but I'm not totally convinced that Stephen Mullaney was in control of that shot. It was slightly wide outside the off stump. If there'd been an orthodox third man, it would have been a comfortable catch, but Henry Crocombe is fairly wide at third man. It was wide, and Stephen Mullaney had a look at his bat, and he's perhaps got away with one there, the Notts skipper. He goes to 57, 175 for 5.
200 behind then.
Yeah.
Work for the lower order.
Yep. Sussex ideally have another wicket tonight
Yeah.
if they could. If they get one of these two. In comes Finn over the wicket bowls, and Mulaney this time is right in behind that and plays it into the covers. Fielded. We think that's George Burrows out there. I say we think. He hasn't got a number on his back, and George Burrows is a new recruit to Sussex, who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet. But 9 overs to go after this one. As Dave said, the arrears exactly 200. So Sussex in the ascendancy. But a long way to go as in comes Finn running in over the wicket bowls, and Mulaney is forward. Plays into the onside. There is no run. I just wonder whether we'll get perhaps another over from Steve Finn, and perhaps that'll be it for the day. We'll have to see. In fact, a bit of a 5 high there from Tom Haynes, and that looked to me like thanks very much for now, Steve.
Yeah, looks like he's going off for a little comfort break.
Yeah, they're going to manage him, and Steve Finn, it looks like the end of his little spell. Well, Tom Haynes himself is coming on, I think, and that's an interesting move. Because Tom Clark has done a good job for his skipper. He's kept things really quiet. Tom Haynes also bowled for economically, 4 overs for 9.
Finn's not gone off the field.
No.
He's just collecting his...
collecting his bits and pieces, isn't he? So, 175 for 5. Myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. And don't forget, live commentary, every ball, every game, every match, every county, right across the BBC, right through the cricket season to the end of September.
9 overs left in the day. Tom Haynes bowled 4 overs earlier, none for 9. Taking on the unwanted shift of running up the hill. And he comes to Moores, hits it back past him and yells yeah, yeah, yeah to his captain. And Moores takes a single. It means we'll have captain to captain. 176 for 5. Notts trail by 199. He's taken a fresh guard. It's one slip, Tom Alsop. Up, of course. There's Haynes in to Mulaney. Cuts this one away. Out onto the offside. Lenham's out there. They just go through for another run. Mulaney on to 58. So again, they all swap over for the left-hander, including the umpire. Next ball driven away for another single. So poor old Rob Bailey will have to make the journey again from square leg to square leg. 178 for 5. One bowling point already for Sussex. Another wicket will bring them a second. Notts 22 runs away from a batting point. Next delivery, cut to backward point, no run. Sussex making the most of the new ball. Early wicket of Ben Slater, just the second over. This one's pushed back to Haynes. That's for 39 for 3 and 52 for 4 before the ball softened a little bit and Lyndon James and Stephen Mulaney began to impose themselves, particularly in that first half an hour after tea. Mulaney's still there. He's on the strike now and he's guided this down on the 45 towards third man, towards the pavilion. We'll come back for a couple of runs and Mulaney on to 60. Never really fared particularly well against Sussex Stephen Mulaney. Just having a look there, 7 previous matches against Sussex, top score only of 30. So that here average of 13. And here at Hove, his previous best was only 22, so much better time of it. I think, can we honestly say we've got a little bit of blue sky for the first time? I think we possibly can.
I think we can. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't make a weather forecast, would I, Dave? Because
No.
I was saying that horrible black cloud that was hanging away to the west looked like to be heading in this direction. Well, that's gone. I don't know where it's gone, but it's gone. And behind it is lots and lots of blue sky. So perhaps we'll get through the next 8 hours. It's very pleasant now, and I'm sure those who've put up, I say it's very pleasant. It's all right for me to say that. We've been in the warm all day. The hardy few who are here, it's been absolutely freezing. Now, we did think that Steve Finn would come out the attack, and it's going to be Jamie Atkins. 1 for 41, picked up the wicket a little earlier on of Ben Duckett, the big wicket of Ben Duckett, who was caught by Tom Alsop, a really good low catch at first slip. So here comes Atkins. Around the wicket, comes into bowl to Tom Moores, who flicks this through mid-wicket. They've taken a single. George Burrows fields, probably having to shield his eyes against the sun. I'm sure he won't bother that. The warmth will be pleasing for him. One more to Moores. He goes into double figures. He's on 10, not 181 for 5. Just for the benefit of our Sussex listeners, Dave, you were talking about the rest of the Nottinghamshire order, and there's plenty there who can hold a bat.
Yeah, very much so. Liam Patterson-White has a first-class 100 to his name at Taunton last year against Somerset. Left-hander, very capable player. So too Joey Everson. Likes to get on with things. Stylish player, England under-19 international.
Atkins bowls, and Mulaney quite slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run.
Tend to find with both Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher that their better scores over their career have come when they've been able to go in at 8 or 9, say, and there's been maybe a couple of wickets to fall behind them, and they can play with a little bit of freedom. I'm not quite sure what down at 10 and 11 Hutton and Fletcher will contribute.
Atkins bowls, and it's again, he has a bit of a yahoo at that, does Stephen Mulaney. It's gone flying in the air towards Henry Crocombe, was at a wideish third man. Cries of catch it. He had no chance, but he's just a single to Mulaney, who again looks at the outside of his bat. One more to the skipper. He goes to 61, 182 for 5.
I mean, Luke Fletcher's had a couple of 92s in his career, but both when he's come in as a night watchman and then carried on the next day.
Yeah. In comes Atkins again, bowls to Moores, who drives through the offside. There's runs here, could be 4 runs. Actually, it's going to run away over that very fast outfield. Slightly over pitch by Jamie Atkins, and it's run away for 4 runs. No protection on that cover boundary. And Moores goes to 14 and knots to 186 for 5. As you often get with a young quick bowler, he's got to get his line right. Running down the hill, he's got Steve Finn up there. Interesting, actually. Steve Finn is doing what Jofra Archer does and wears his sort of sweater, or Jamie Atkins sweater, around his waist.
Yeah.
He comes Atkins around the wicket bowls. That's a pacey delivery, but Moores just plays it on the leg side down to fine leg and Henry Crocombe fields. 1 more to the total. 187 for 5, Moores to 15.
Yeah, enjoyed the extra bit of pace on the ball there. Tom Moores got his innings up and running. $187 for 5.
Atkins in bowls. Mulaney covers up, plays back down the track. Atkins feels there's a really loud buzzing somewhere on the ground. I'm not sure what that is.
I was going to say it sounds like a drone, but of course they're not permitted, are they? You can't send a drone over a cricket ground.
Yeah, or sort of a high-pitched drill. You could probably hear it. It's very irritating. End of the over. 187 for 5. 7 overs left tonight. Mulaney 61. Moores on 15. This game well poised. I think you'd have to say that Sussex have got their noses in front because they still lead by, what is it?
A lot.
188. But Stephen Mulaney is there. Tom Moores is there. Still some batting to come. So plenty of cricket left in this, and a good contest.
Haynes bowls to Moores, forces it into the offside. Yes, you can always sort of tell who's in the ascendancy by just imagining what a good session could do, a really good session for Sussex now, and they could almost put Nottinghamshire out of the game if they bowled them out quickly and then either enforced the follow-on or made a positive start. It would be very difficult for Nottinghamshire to force a win. For Notts to get in the ascendancy, well, they're going to have to pretty much play near perfect cricket from here on in to the end of the match. They're going to have to bat really well and bowl Sussex out cheaply in the second innings. So Sussex in the box seat at the moment. Gets behind this one almost French cricket-like. He got both pads together, bat in front of the pad and pushed it back to the bowler. 187 for 5.
Looks a good pitch though, Dave, doesn't it? Looks a good 4-day pitch.
It does.
There's a little bit in it for the bowlers, but it's a good batting surface.
Haynes again, bowls to Moores. Defends it. Just wondered if Haynes had gone over on his ankle a little bit there. I don't know if that's not seen enough of him to know if that's sort of a natural sort of veering away in his follow through, or if he had almost twisted his ankle. But now he seems all right.
He has had some ankle problems, Tom, during his career. Doesn't hang about, gets through his overs quickly.
As he bustles through them, bowls to Moores, who blocks this one. Succession of dots so far in this over.
No Daniel Ibrahim on the field for Sussex. He's been off for most of this innings, and he would have been sort of the fourth seamer that I'm sure Tom would have used. Archie Lennon's been used pretty sparingly.
Next ball, push side. Ibrahim was run out last evening, wasn't he? So I'm not sure. We've not had him on the field, I don't think, today at all, have we? Did he come on at the start of the innings?
Well, do you know, he was. I think he did initially. Sam's been in touch from the Cromwell Road end benches to say the buzzing was a light aircraft, possibly headed for Shoreham. Doesn't sound like that.
No, because we can still hear it.
Yeah.
Sounds more droney to me.
Yeah. End of another over. The sun is out now in pretty much all its glory, casting long shadows. You can see the shadow of the floodlights across the ground. 6 overs to go, 187 for 5. Thank you for everybody for all your input today, your emails and your tweets. Been lovely to see you. We had Finn Hudson-Prentice in the box yesterday. We had the new chairman of Sussex, John Philby, today. So very grateful to both of those for giving us their time. See who we can get up for the next couple of days as well. But it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to carry on. 10 overs, 1 for 48, so he's been a little expensive, the Sussex quick, but he's picked up the very important wicket of Ben Duckett, and if he could get another wicket here, Sussex will be delighted. Needless to say, Atkins in, bowls to Mullaney, but Mullaney covers up, plays that into the offside. He'll know the importance of being around tomorrow, Stephen Mullaney, and this ball is what? We're in the 59th over, so there's a little way to go until the new ball is due, or available, I should say. And Mullaney will want to be there in the morning.
Yeah, you're just talking about what's to come, and just wonder if a wicket did go down in these closing overs, if Notts might drop in or Fletcher or
Atkins in, and Mullaney covers up, plays into the offside again, no run.
I'll go with Patterson, White or Everson. The allotted numbers 8 and 9.
There's been a little bit of turn in the match as well. Well, certainly Patterson, not prodigious turn or anything like that, but a little bit of help for the spinners. So it could be something that becomes a factor the deeper in the match we go. Atkins in, bowls. Mullaney takes on the pull shot again and pulls it fairly fine down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Went quick, didn't it?
He did, just staring down the leg side, and Mullaney got a bit of bat on it. I thought for a minute he'd missed out, but he got it very fine. It's 4 more to Stephen Mullaney, who goes to 65, Notts to 191 for 5.
Top scorer in the innings. He's gone past Lyndon James now.
Captain's innings, because he came in when his side were in trouble at 52 for 4.
Yep.
Sam says apologies, it's not the light aircraft, there's another noise as well. They're on the benches at the Cromwell Road. Could you give us a wave, Sam? In comes Atkins, bowls, cut away by Mullaney. That's going to be 4 more, I think. Crocombe is in hot pursuit. Oh, unlucky. Very nearly pulled it back. Sprinted around the boundary. Couldn't stop it going over, so consecutive boundaries to Stephen Mullaney. He goes to 70, 196 for 5.
So where's the benches at the far end then?
I don't know what he means by the Cromwell Road benches, because you've got the benches in front of the pavilion, as he means the benches on the back row along the path up by the nets.
Oh,
Yes, he's waving.
yes,
There he is.
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
we've got
wonderful.
You. We've got you.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, he's enjoying a bit of late afternoon sunshine. I bet it's been freezing if he's been up there all day. Atkins in again. Bowles and Mullaney. More runs here. At least one, there might be two. Crocombe is quickly to the ball, and Mullaney, I think wisely, just says, no, we'll settle for the single. So 9 off the over so far. 196 for 5. The Sussex flag is fluttering away, which will tell you there's a little bit more breeze around now. It's the floodlight's still on, but they wouldn't be needed because it's bright sunshine at the moment. Atkins. Hill. Bowles and Moores tucks inside. It's a comfortable single. He looks a bit dispirited as young Jamie Atkins. 10 coming from that over. And Knott's 197 for 5. Mullaney on 70. Moores on 16. Got 5 overs left in the day. This young Sussex attack. Jamie Atkins is 19. Henry Crocombe just 20. Archie Lennon hasn't bowled a huge amount. If I don't see
Just the one over, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Just the one over before tea.
Let's just have a little look at that. I think he went for 6 runs, didn't he? That's a quick look. Yeah, Archie Lennon 1 over for 6. So quite no. I wonder whether now might be a good time to have a couple of overs actually, because I don't think Mullaney and Moores are going to be looking to get after him too much. But it's going to be the skipper who's going to carry on.
Was on 16 on the strike. 5 overs to go in the day. Haynes, Bowles, Moores trying to run it away. Didn't get anything on it. The ball bursting through the gloves of the keeper, and finally corralled by Tom Allsop at slip. Again, Bowles nice and full, pushed into the offside by Moores for a single. Let's have a look at Tom Haynes. Rather a reverse Morning Morkel there that he did. Ball and did a bit of a semicircle before coming into bowl. There we go. Is he going to do it again? No. Turns and steadies himself, sorts his field out, looks at Stephen Mullaney and then runs in. Mullaney cut this away by a single, Lenham out there on the offside. And Notts are now 1 run away from a batting point at 199 for 5.
I was just watching the drop because Stephen Mullaney was put down when he was on 49 off the bowling of Tom Clark. A sharp chance for Tom Allsop at slip.
This ball is defended.
And it's interesting because Tom Allsop seems to go to his right, but then it still sort of seems to go back to his left, which I don't know whether he was deceived initially, but that could prove if Sussex could have got Mullaney then. He's gone on, he was on 49, he's on 71 now.
Back to the bowler. 99 for 5. You just getting me instructions for close of play. Next ball pushed into the offside, and this will be the 200 brought up for Notts. 200 for 5.
Well, this could be it's been a good game of cricket already, and this could develop into a really good game of cricket over the weekend. And Notts still with plenty of work to do. They trail by 175, but it looks like a good track. Nice to bat on. A little bit in it for the bowlers. Now, I wonder whether Jamie Atkins is going to be taken out of the attack. 11 overs, 1 for 58. And I wonder whether we might get a bit of Archie Lenham, and I think we are. I think that's good. Why not bring your young leg spinner on? Because it's late in the day, give him a couple of overs. Or is it going to be Delray Rawlins? Well, I was wrong. It's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to bowl. Well, just the skipper. I'm sure there's a plan that Sussex have got, but seems a little odd that Archie's just bowled the 1 over so far today. So Rawlins is going to bowl with he's just arranging his field. He's going to bowl with a slip. And I think he's going to have someone in front because the helmet is being put on as well. So there's a sweeper on the cover point boundary, a slip. I think Alistair Orr there is just putting on the shim pad, so he's going in at short leg. There's an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. I can see Steve Mullaney is just saying to Tom Moore, just have a look at where the field is. As in comes Rawlins, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Moores plays that wristily through backward square leg. They've taken one, they'll certainly come back for the second. George Burrows is very quickly round and gets in the throw to Ollie Carter, but not before Moores has gone back for a couple. He goes to 20 and knocks to 202 for 5. With Delray bowling, will get through these last 4 overs pretty rapidly. Certainly the 2 which I'd imagine he's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. Now they're making a change in the field, and Burrows looks like he's going slightly squarer. He's just behind square at deep backward square as in comes Rawlins, bowls, and Moores flicks this one around the corner, picks up a single. We've got licks of digging and donging going on in the box.
Sorry, yeah.
No, that's quite all right. I thought it might have been me. But Dave's right. There are all sorts of instructions at this time of day from sports editors wanting to get... And I know Dave's got a sports programme in Nottingham tonight, which will probably be fairly major on the Forest, I would think, as well, because they're making a good fist of things in the Championship. Rawlins coming in around the wicket, bowls to Stephen Mullaney, and Mullaney just reaches for that and plays it to backward point, fielded by Crocombe, and there is no run. 203 for 5, Mullaney 71, Moores on 20. Again in bright sunshine, round the wicket bowls, and Mullaney lets that one go outside of the off stump, and I think he's sat at his stall here, Stephen Mullaney. He wants to be there first thing tomorrow morning. 71 off 106 deliveries, and he waits as Rawlins is in a game bowled. And having said that, Mullaney hammers that one away through extra cover. I don't think it's going to go for 4 runs. Archie Lenham is in hot pursuit to the longest part of the ground, but 3 more to Stephen Mullaney. He goes to 74, knocks to 206 for 5.
Just for Nottinghamshire supporters, Lyndon James will be joining me on Radio Nottingham into the sports show at 6:15. So
Excellent.
if anybody wants to switch and listen to that, I'll have to go and do one for them now into the news.
Rawlins in and bowls, and Moores flicks that around the corner. No run, well fielded by Henry Crocombe. End of the over. 206 for 5. Thank you, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. I'm nasty cold as Dave, but it's not the dreaded lurgy. So he's battling away this week. And so if you listening to BBC Radio Nottingham, you'll hear Lyndon James live at 6:15. Talking into the sports programme. 3 overs to go, 206 for 5, 74 Mullaney, 20 to Moores. If you haven't been listening all day, you won't know that Sussex made 375. Tom Clark, a maiden first-class century. He was then out a few balls later for exactly 100. Notts then a real wobble, 52 for 4, a couple of wickets for Steve Finn. But since then, Lyndon James with 63, skipper Stephen Mullaney with 74. They shared a partnership of 108. Got Notts back on track, and Tom Moores and Stephen Mullaney are carrying on partnership between them of 46. 46? In comes Haynes and Bowles. Ball through to Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run. Yeah, 46 between these two have further steadied the Nottinghamshire ship. Not still trailing by 100, and in comes Haynes. Bowles cut away firmly by Mullany. That's going to be at least one, and that's all it is, because Archie Lennon-Fields on the cover boundary gets in the throw. One more to Mullany. He goes to 75, 207 for 5. So the lead 168 for Sussex. In again, Bowles, and flicked away by Moores. That's a nice looking shot. There'll be more than one here, I would imagine. They think about the second. I think had it been a T20 match, they'd have come back for the second. Tom Moores certainly wanted the second run. I think Stephen Mullany was rather less keen, and he sent his junior partner back. Moores has to settle for a single. He goes to 21, 208 for 5. On his way. Bowles. Oh, Mullany very nearly plays on. He's looking to defend, I think, away on the leg side. And the ball rather dribbled down and then back. And just for a moment, it looked like he might roll onto the stumps. Mullany survives. 75 of 110 deliveries. Tom Haynes wheels round in front of us. And he's on his way again. Bowles, and Mullany hammers that one away. 4 runs. Too wide from Tom Haynes, and I was saying that Stephen Mullany is playing for the close. Well, he is, except when it's a wide ball. And when it's a wide ball, he's cashing in. He goes to 79, 212 for 5. And this has been a good couple of sessions here for Notts at 52 for 4 to 212 for 5.
Yeah, ball getting softer. That's got to help a little bit, hasn't it?
Haynes in again, and better delivery from Tom Haynes. Forward comes Stephen Mullany, plays it back down the track. There is no run. So 2 overs left in the day. Notts are 212 for 5. Stephen Mullany on 79. Tom Moores on 21. And we're going to be hearing from Lyndon James on BBC Radio Nottingham at 6:15.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to speak to Tom Clark. And the close may come right on the best time, because there's some pretty darkish clouds making their way across Hove.
Who's going to bowl this?
Looks like it's going to be Delray.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is going to be Delray Rawlings. He's got a slip and a short leg. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Tom Moores, who's on 21. He's in on Bowles, and Moores eases that one back to the square on the leg side, fielded by Henry Crocombe. One more to the total. Moores goes to 21, Notts to 212 for 5.
It's 11 balls left in the day. If there is going to be a night watchman, he can take his pads off after this over, but I'll be anxiously watching now as Delray Rawlings bowls. Mullany 79 not out. Fine start to the season individually for the captain. Too much about that. He'll be more concerned about the situation of the match. One pushed into the offside. Rawlings bowls again. Mullany just helps it out as far as all. 2, 4, 5 of them there. And offside. Rawlings down the slope bowls. If I count in Allsop at slip, 6 on the offside. This one just pushed out gently. 8 balls left in the day. 2 in this Rawlings over. Round the wicket he comes. Tosses it up. Stephen Mullany getting well forward. In fact, there was a single from the first ball, wasn't there? So that is the end of the over. So Stephen Mullany is unbeaten on 79 at the non-striker's end. Can Only be one more wicket to go down if a wicket falls.
Yeah.
They'll troop off.
Yeah. Who's going to bowl this final over? Is it going to be the skipper? Yeah, it is. Tom Haines is going to hold the final over. 8 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 23. Thank you for listening in today. You've been listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Holmes and Dave Bracegirdle seeing you through the day's play. 2 more days to go over the weekend. I think the weather forecast is good. So fingers crossed. If you're coming to Hove on Sunday, just allow a bit more time because it's the Brighton Marathon on Sunday. Maybe a bit more traffic around town. As in comes Tom Haines around the wicket bowls to Tom Moores, who plays to mid-wicket fielded by Steve Finn, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'll try and be done in time for the start of play.
Yeah.
I don't know what time he starts, actually. What do you think? 9:30, 10 o'clock?
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Not sure who's starting it this year. In the past,
Does it run along on the front?
Yeah.
Is it Brighton or does it come?
no, I think it comes into a bit of Hove. I mean, I'm not entirely sure of the route, but in comes Haines and bowls, and forward comes Moores, plays down the wicket, and there is no run. A lot of people use it as a bit of a practice. It's a marathon in its own right, but a lot of people run Brighton, then run London as well. Not me, of course.
Is it marathon rather than a half marathon?
Yeah, it is a marathon. Yeah, yeah. 4 balls to go in the game. In the day, Haines in bowls, Moores drives firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. I know in the past that the Brighton and Hove Albion manager has started it. Certainly, Chris Hughton did in his time here. So I don't know whether Graham Potter might be doing it this weekend. I'm not too sure. 2 balls to go in the day. Haines wheels around, runs in and bowls, and Moores plays into the offside, fielded by Ali Orr, who confusingly has got Tom Haines' jumper on, but we've had quite a lot of that today. It's no run. Billowing now is the flag on the clock tower scoreboard as Haines in again, bowls, and Moores flicks this one off the hip down to deep square leg, fielded there by the eager Archie Lennon, who gets in the throw. Moores go to 23. So 1 more ball remaining in the day. Just remains for me to say thank you to Dave. It's been another hugely enjoyable day. We've worked our way slowly through the bag of jelly beans we've got on our...
And throat lozenges.
Yeah, on the desk. Yeah, well done, Dave. As in comes Haines, running in bowls to Mullaney. Mullaney covers up, plays on the onside, and that will be it for the day. Thoroughly enjoyable day's cricket. Notts 214 for 5 at the close. Mullaney on 79, Moores on 23. The outstanding innings of the day, Tom Clark with his 100. The outstanding bowling, Liam Patterson-White, 5 for 84. Stephen Mullaney's batted really well. He's on 79, but he was given a life on 49. Difficult chance to Tom Alsop at first slip. 3 wickets for Steve Finn on his debut. Thoroughly enjoyable. Dave, thanks so much. Good to see you again today. And we will be back tomorrow morning. Sussex still in the box seat, but not making them fight all the way.